I'm standing on a piece of ground that has a story to tell. All that's left is a ghost of a chimney, clawing its way out of a tangle of kudzu and briars, and a few foundation stones sweating in the humidity. This was once the heart of the Lincoln family homestead, here in the deep hollows of Lincoln County, West Virginia. The air feels heavy, weighted down by memory. If you listen close, past the wind in the pines, you can almost hear the echoes of a conflict so brutal it was called a war that poisoned this ground and set neighbor against neighbor, kin against kin. Today, we're going to find out why. We're going to listen to these ruins and understand what happened right here that turned a family's dream into this pile of forgotten stone. Let's wind the clock back 150 years. The year is 1870. The chimney we see today isn't a ruin, it's the heart of a home, breathing a steady plume of wood smoke into the crisp morning air. The house it's attached to is a testament to hard work. 2 stories of hand-hewn poplar logs chinked tight against the mountain cold. The porch is wide, and on it sits the patriarch, Colonel Absalom Lincoln, a man as hard and unyielding as the rock-laced soil he commands. His face is a roadmap of hard-won battles, framed by a graying beard, but it's his left sleeve, neatly pinned to his shoulder, that tells the most important story. It's a constant, silent reminder of what he lost at Gettysburg, and a symbol of the cause he still believes in. From this porch, Absalom doesn't see a wilderness. He sees his kingdom. He sees the bottomland, dark and rich, where his sons are already working the fields with a pair of mules. He hears the rhythmic turn of the water wheel at his grist mill down on the creek, the only one for 10 miles in any direction. His world is one of order, built on the unshakable pillars of family, honor, and the sweat of your brow. The Lincolns are not just a family, they are a clan, the closest thing this part of West Virginia has to aristocracy, and Absalom is their unquestioned leader. They believe the old ways are the best ways, and that a man's worth is measured by the land he holds and the word he keeps. Life here is hard, but it's whole. In the house, the women are already at their chores, the smell of baking bread and boiling coffee mingling with the wood smoke. Children's laughter spills out from the yard. This isn't just a farm. It's the center of a community, a place where people come for justice, for advice, or to have their corn ground. For Absalom Lincoln, this homestead is more than property. It is the physical manifestation of his soul, a legacy he intends to pass down through generations. It is a symbol of survival, a piece of the Old South rebuilt here in the mountains. But a shadow is beginning to creep up the hollows. Strangers have been seen in the hills, men with tripods and measuring chains, men in city clothes who speak with northern accents. They talk of progress, of timber rights and railroad lines. They speak of the black rock that lies in seams beneath the earth and the fortunes that can be made from it. To some, this is the sound of opportunity. To Colonel Lincoln, it sounds like a second invasion, a new kind of threat to the way of life he sacrificed his arm to defend. And he knows who is welcoming these invaders. The McCoy clan, led by Black Elias McCoy. They are new money, men who didn't fight for a cause but profited from the chaos, selling to both sides and getting rich while their neighbors bled. The Lincolns see them as scavengers, men without honor, who would sell the very ground from under their feet for a stack of Yankee dollars. For now, the conflict is a cold silence in the town square, a stiff nod at the crossroads. But on his porch, Absalom Lincoln watches the sun rise over his land, and he knows a storm is coming. He can feel it in the ache of his missing arm. To understand how a family's pride curdles into a generation of hate, you have to look beyond the soil and stone. You have to follow the paper trail, as thin and fragile as it may be. I've spent weeks doing just that, digging through dusty boxes in the archives, and I found something. This is what I believe is the first drop of poison. It's a page from the Lincoln County Ledger, dated November 6, 1872. The paper is brittle, the color of old tobacco, and it smells of time itself. Most of it is what you'd expect. Crop prices, an ad for a liver tonic, a notice about a church social. But tucked away in a small column on the back page is a single dry paragraph that announces the results of the county election. It officially declares that Jedediah McCoy, brother of Black Elias, had been elected sheriff of Lincoln County. On the surface, this is just democracy at work. But you have to understand, in a place like this, the sheriff's badge was the keys to the kingdom. He controlled everything: who got arrested, whose land got seized for back taxes, and whose brand of justice was enforced. For as long as anyone could remember, the man wearing that badge had been a Lincoln, or a man loyal to the Lincolns. This small, forgotten news clipping wasn't just reporting a political upset, it was documenting a coup. This was the moment the McCoys seized the levers of power, and for Colonel Absalom Lincoln, it was an intolerable insult. This piece of paper tells us what happened, but the question that haunts this story, the question that led to all the bloodshed, is how. That small newspaper column was the official record, the final word. But the story of how Jedediah McCoy's name got printed there was written not in ink, but in sweat, whiskey, and the cold glint of northern silver dollars. On Election Day in 1872, the air outside the Hamlin courthouse was thick with a tension you could taste. It wasn't the celebratory mood of a civic duty. It was the quiet, watchful stillness of two armies waiting for the other to blink. The Lincolns and their supporters gathered on one side of the dusty square, the McCoys on the other. It was a division as clear as a property line drawn in blood. Colonel Absalom Lincoln stood on the courthouse steps, his one good hand resting on a hickory cane. He expected his cousin to win. It was a matter of tradition, of respect. The Lincolns had always guided the county, and their people, the families who had been here for generations, understood that. He watched the proceedings with a stern but confident eye, acknowledging the deferential nods of his fellow farmers and veterans. To him, this election was merely a reaffirmation of the natural order of things, a way of telling the world that the values of the Old South were still alive in these hills. But then came the strangers. They arrived in wagons, a rough-looking collection of men Absalom had never seen before. They weren't farmers. Their hands weren't calloused from the plow, but from the pickaxe and the sledgehammer. They were the survey crews and clearing gangs hired by the railroad interests that Black Elias McCoy had been courting. They were paid in cash and loyalty to the man who signed their checks. One by one, they cast their ballots, their unfamiliar faces a stark insult to the local men who had bled for this ground. A low murmur rippled through the Lincoln crowd. This wasn't an election, it was an invasion by proxy. When the final tally was read aloud, a moment of stunned silence fell over the square. It was quickly shattered by a triumphant roar from the McCoy side of the crowd. Jedediah McCoy had won by a handful of votes, just about the same number of strangers who had been brought in. Black Elias McCoy stood in the center of the celebration, a thin, knowing smile on his face. He had not won an election, he had purchased an office. Colonel Lincoln descended the steps, his face a mask of cold fury. He walked directly to Elias, the crowd parting before him. Their confrontation was quiet, but more menacing than any shout. "You bought this election," Absalom said, his voice low but carrying like a rifle shot in the winter air. "You bought it with northern money and railroad trash." Elias McCoy didn't flinch. He looked the one-armed colonel square in the eye. "The world is changing, Absalom," he replied, his own voice smooth as oiled steel. "It's a new time. You can either get on the train or get run over by it." In that moment, the lines were drawn. It was no longer about politics. It was about honor, about survival. And both men knew, standing there in the dust, that this conflict would not be settled at the ballot box again. Paper and ink can give you the facts, but they can't give you the feeling. They don't have a soul. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. That's what led me here, to a small, neat house perched on a hillside, to sit on a front porch with a woman named Sarah Lincoln Vance. She's 87 years old, the great-granddaughter of Colonel Absalom Lincoln's eldest son. Her hands are gnarled with age, but her eyes are sharp, and her memory is a library of stories that have never been written down. I showed her the newspaper clipping about the election. She looked at it, gave a slow, knowing nod, and handed it back to me. "That was the start of the trouble, all right," she said, her voice a soft mountain drawl. "But it ain't the start of the hate. Politics is one thing. That's about power. The hate started later. It started over a boy defending his father's honor. According to the story Sarah's grandmother told her a few months after the election, there was a church social. It was one of those rare times when the whole county came together, a fragile truce under the eyes of God. But the McCoy victory had made their young men bold, arrogant. One of Elias McCoy's nephews, a boy barely 20, had too much corn liquor and decided to make a show of his family's new standing. He saw Colonel Lincoln standing by himself and said, loud enough for a dozen people to hear, "Looks like the colonel left his voting arm at Gettysburg along with his sense." The insult hung in the air, a stunning act of disrespect. The colonel, a man of immense pride and control, simply turned his back and walked away. But his youngest son, Daniel, who was only 16, saw it all. His face went white with rage. Sarah told me that her grandmother said Daniel was the apple of the colonel's eye, a boy with his father's fire and his mother's kindness. To see his father, a war hero, humiliated like that by a McCoy pup, it was more than he could bear. That, Sarah explained, is the real story behind the first death. The official record, the one whispered in the courthouse, was that Daniel Lincoln got into a dispute with that same McCoy boy over a property line a few days later. But the Lincoln family has always known the truth. Daniel didn't go to that hollow to argue over a few feet of dirt. He went there to demand an apology for his father. The property line was just the place where a boy's pride finally caught up with him. The election gave the McCoys the power, but it was that cruel joke that provided the spark. And that spark was about to ignite the whole damn county. The insult at the church social was a hot coal in Daniel Lincoln's gut. For days, it smoldered. He was only 16, but he had his father's unbending pride. He saw the way the other men looked at the colonel now with a hint of pity. He heard the whispers, and he saw the shame in his father's eyes, a look that cut the boy deeper than any knife. While the older men of the family spoke in hushed tones of political strategy and legal challenges, Daniel was consumed by a simpler, more primal code. An insult to his father's honor was an insult to the entire Lincoln name, and it had to be answered. He wasn't thinking of war or consequences. He was thinking like a son. He found Caleb McCoy, the boy who'd made the joke, working a stand of timber in a narrow hollow where their property lines blurred. It was a lonely place, the sound of the axe echoing off the steep hillsides, the air thick with the smell of pine sap. Daniel didn't come with a rifle leveled. He came on foot, his hands empty, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I want you to apologize to my father," Daniel said, his voice shaking but firm. Caleb McCoy, flush with the arrogance of his family's recent victory, just laughed. He leaned on his axe handle, a smirk on his face. "Your daddy's a cripple and his time is past," Caleb sneered. "Just like the rest of you Lincolns. Now get off my land before I run you off." He spat a wad of tobacco juice near Daniel's feet. That was the final spark. Daniel lunged, his fists clumsy but flying with all the pent-up rage of a wronged son. Caleb, bigger and a few years older, was taken by surprise but quickly recovered. The two boys tumbled to the ground, trading blows in the dirt and mud, a desperate, graceless fight fueled by generations of growing animosity. It wasn't a duel, it was a brawl. They rolled over roots and rocks, their grunts and curses swallowed by the vast indifference of the woods. The struggle carried them to the edge of a steep, rocky ravine that cut through the hollow. Caleb had Daniel pinned, his knuckles bloodying the boy's face. Daniel, in a surge of desperate strength, bucked and twisted, trying to throw him off. For a split second, their weight shifted. Caleb's boot slipped on a patch of wet moss. His eyes widened, his smirk replaced by a flash of genuine terror. He scrabbled for a handhold, but there was nothing but air. With a cry that was cut short by the sickening crack of a branch, he disappeared over the edge. Silence. A profound, ringing silence broken only by the gurgle of the creek below and Daniel's own ragged breaths. He crawled to the edge and looked down. Caleb McCoy lay twisted on the rocks below, his body unnaturally still. The fight was over. A 16-year-old boy, defending his father's honor, had just committed the first act of war. He scrambled back from the edge, a wave of cold horror washing over him, and he ran. He ran not as a victor, but as a terrified child who had just opened the gates of hell. When Caleb's body was found, the McCoys screamed for blood. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy declared it murder and swore to hang the Lincoln boy responsible. But Colonel Absalom Lincoln, seeing the terror in his own son's eyes, made a decision. He would not give his child to a McCoy sheriff and a McCoy mob. He gathered his clan, and at the funeral for the young Lincoln boy, because that is what the official story now became, a tragic hunting fall, he stood over the simple pine coffin and made his vow. "The law of this county is a tool for our enemies," he declared, his voice like iron. "From this day forward, we will be our own law, an eye for an eye, a life for a life." The point of no return had been crossed. The time for words was over. After a death like that, vengeance doesn't wait long in these mountains. It just waits for the right time and the right place. That place is here. I'm standing beside the Guyandotte River at a sharp, angry turn in the road that locals have called Devil's Elbow for as long as anyone can remember. Today, it's peaceful. The water rushes over the rocks and the sun filters down through a thick canopy of leaves. It's a beautiful, forgotten corner of the county. But if you know where to look, the scars are still here. This wide gravel shoulder I'm standing on isn't the original road. The old wagon trace ran closer to the water, right along the base of this sheer rock wall. And up there, about 50 feet above me, is a high wooded ridge that looks down on this entire bend. It's a perfect natural ambush point, a kill box designed by God himself. The sandstone up there is still pockmarked, weathered by a century of rain and ice, but you can still make them out. Dark little circles against the grey rock, each one a silent testament to the chaos that was unleashed right where I'm standing. This is where the Lincolns delivered their answer to the death of young Daniel. It wasn't a back-alley knife fight. It was a calculated military-style operation, planned and led by a man who had learned the art of war on the bloodiest battlefields in the nation. You have to imagine it. A slow-moving wagon, heavy with the payroll for a McCoy timber crew, rumbling down that narrow trace. The men inside, feeling safe, probably not even thinking of trouble. They never saw the shadows moving in the laurel up on that ridge. They only heard the sound of Colonel Lincoln's justice speaking all at once. The McCoy payroll wagon creaked its way along the river trace, moving at the slow, steady pace of the mules that pulled it. Inside, 3 McCoy kinsmen were relaxed, their rifles leaning against the wagon bed. The money, a heavy lockbox full of silver dollars, was a comforting weight between them. It was a warm afternoon in 1875. The air was sweet, and the only sounds were the jingle of the harness, the rumble of the wheels, and the endless rush of the Guyandotte. As they rounded Devil's Elbow, the high rock wall threw the road into deep shadow, offering a brief respite from the sun. It was the last moment of peace any of them would ever know. The first shot was not a warning. It was a declaration. A single sharp crack echoed from the ridge above, and the lead mule went down as if struck by lightning, its collapse throwing the entire wagon into a groaning, tangled halt. Before the McCoy men could even register what had happened, the ridge exploded in a volley of synchronized fire. It was not the scattered shooting of a brawl, it was the disciplined, concentrated fire of soldiers. The sound was a physical blow, a deafening wall of noise that hammered the wagon from above. The wooden sideboards of the wagon splintered instantly, peppered with a dozen heavy-caliber impacts. the air filled with the smell of gunpowder and hot lead. The man holding the reins was thrown backward from his seat, the leather straps falling from his hands. A second man, who had been scrambling for his rifle, suddenly slumped forward over the lockbox, his own weapon clattering, unfired, to the floorboards. The third and final man managed to raise his pistol and fire a single wild shot toward the trees before he too was silenced, collapsing in a heap beside his comrades. Then, as suddenly as it began, an absolute silence fell over the bend in the road. It was a heavy, profound quiet, broken only by the panicked breathing of the remaining mule and the ceaseless murmur of the river. From the dense laurel on the ridge, a line of figures emerged, moving with quiet purpose down the steep incline. They were led by Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His face was grim, his eyes cold and methodical. He was not a man consumed by rage. He was a commander inspecting a battlefield after a successful engagement. He walked to the wagon and looked upon the scene of instant, overwhelming destruction. His men watched him, waiting for a command. Absalom surveyed the interior of the wagon, his gaze falling upon the untouched lockbox full of silver. He made no move toward it. This was not about money. This was about payment of a different kind. Reaching into his own pocket, he pulled out a single spent rifle cartridge, a 56 Spencer, the signature of his old cavalry unit, and placed it deliberately on the driver's seat. It was a message, a signature left in brass and smoke. He turned without another word and led his men back into the woods, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind a monument of splintered wood and terrible silence. The war had begun in earnest. After the smoke clears and the bodies are carried away, the machinery of the law, however rusty and biased, has to turn. And this is what it produces. This is the official coroner's inquest, filed in the Lincoln County Courthouse just 2 days after the ambush at Devil's Elbow. The handwriting is a spidery, formal script on paper that has gone thin and brown with age, but the words themselves are cold, hard, and clipped. They are the official story, the version of events that was meant to be preserved for history. I'll read you the key passage. It says, "The deceased, identified as Silas McCoy, John R. McCoy, and Peter Vance, did come to their deaths by means of multiple gunshot wounds. Evidence suggests the attack was carried out from the high ridge overlooking the road. The company payroll box, containing approximately $200, was found undisturbed. The perpetrators are, at this time, unknown. Perpetrators unknown. In a county this small, where every family knows every other family's business, that phrase is a lie. A necessary, legal lie, perhaps, but a lie nonetheless. The whole county knew who had the skill to organize an attack like that. The whole county knew who owned Spencer repeating rifles, and the whole county knew who had a fresh grudge and a score to settle. This document, in its sterile official language, scrubs the passion from the event. It doesn't mention the insult at the church social or the death of a 16-year-old boy. It reduces Colonel Lincoln's methodical act of vengeance to a simple, anonymous triple homicide. But this dry, passionless report was more than just a historical record. For Sheriff Jedediah McCoy, it was a weapon. It was the legal justification he'd been waiting for. It transformed a family feud into a matter of state law. Armed with this piece of paper, he could deputize his kinsmen, raise a posse, and legally ride out to the Lincoln homestead, not as an avenging McCoy, but as the High Sheriff of Lincoln County, serving a warrant and hunting down fugitives. The law had officially chosen a side. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy didn't waste a moment. That coroner's report was the only authority he needed, a piece of tin and paper that gave his vengeance the color of law. He deputized a dozen men that very day. This was no impartial posse of civic-minded citizens. It was a swarm of angry hornets. Every man was a McCoy by blood or by payroll, their faces hard, their eyes alight with a hunger for retribution. They rode out from Hamlin not as peacekeepers, but as an army, with Sheriff McCoy at their head, the warrants for Absalom Lincoln's sons tucked safely in his coat pocket. Their destination was the Lincoln homestead. They thundered up the hollow, a column of armed horsemen that was a clear and brutal message. This was not an attempt at a quiet arrest. It was a show of force meant to intimidate and to break the will of the Lincoln clan. But when they arrived, they found not a terrified family, but a fortress. The heavy shutters were barred on the windows, the porch was empty, and the long barrels of several rifles poked from carefully cut loopholes in the log walls. Colonel Absalom Lincoln himself stepped out onto the porch, his Spencer rifle held ready in his one good hand. Sheriff McCoy held up the warrants. "Absalom, I'm here for your boys by the authority of Lincoln County." The colonel's reply was as cold and sharp as a winter wind. "Your authority ends where my property begins, Jedediah. Your piece of paper means nothing here. Now turn your riders around before I am forced to defend my home." For a long, tense moment, the two sides faced each other in absolute silence. Then, a nervous McCoy deputy shifted his weight, his horse stamped, and a rifleman inside the Lincoln house took it as a threat. A single shot cracked the stillness, kicking up dirt just in front of McCoy's horse. That was all it took. The posse unleashed a ragged volley of fire at the house, which was answered by the disciplined, withering fire of the defenders. McCoy's men were exposed, out in the open, and after several minutes of taking the worst of the exchange, they were forced into a humiliating retreat back down the hollow. Furious and thwarted, Jedediah and Elias McCoy devised a new strategy. If they couldn't take the Lincoln fort, they would seize the counties. They rode their posse back into Hamlin, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they dismounted and, in a shocking act of insurrection, stormed the county courthouse. They threw out the Lincoln-appointed clerk and barricaded the doors. From the windows of the very building meant to dispense justice, McCoy riflemen now aimed their weapons out at the town square. There was no trial. There was no capture. The verdict was delivered by Jedediah McCoy himself, who hung a hand-painted sign from the courthouse balcony. "By order of the sheriff, martial law is in effect. All sympathizers of the Lincoln clan will be deemed outlaws." The pursuit of the law had ended with the law itself being taken hostage. Lincoln County now had two armed camps, two governments. The Lincolns, barricaded in their home, and the McCoys, ruling from a stolen courthouse. The town of Hamlin became a no-man's land where the slightest movement could draw a sniper's bullet, and the promise of a full-scale battle hung over the valley like a storm cloud waiting to break. Every war, no matter how large or small, ends in the same place, a quiet plot of ground under a silent sky. I'm here now, in the old Hamlin Cemetery, a place where the stones lean like tired old men, and the stories they tell are slowly being erased by wind and rain. The grass is high, and the only sound is the drone of cicadas in the ancient oaks. I came here to find the final chapters of the two men who started it all, to see where their ambition and their bitterness finally led them. It wasn't hard to find Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His grave is on a small rise overlooking the valley. It's a simple, dignified stone of grey granite, the kind a soldier would choose. The inscription is clear and deep: Colonel Absalom Lincoln, CSA, beloved father and husband. A small, sun-bleached Confederate flag is planted in the earth beside it, a sign that even after all these years, someone still comes here to remember the man and the cause he fought for. His legacy, at least to his own family, is one of honor. Finding Black Elias McCoy was a different story. His grave is tucked away in a low-lying corner of the cemetery, where the water gathers and the weeds grow thickest. His headstone was clearly once more expensive than the colonel's, a tall, ornate piece of marble, but time has been cruel to it. It's tilted badly, stained dark green with moss, and a thick vein of ivy is slowly choking the inscription. I had to pull it away to even read the name. Here lies the man who wanted to drag the county into the modern age, the man who dealt in railroads and northern money, yet his final resting place is forgotten, sinking back into the earth. And here is the final bitter irony of the Lincoln County War. They lie just 100 yards apart now, The proud colonel and the ambitious McCoy, enemies who set the hills on fire with their hatred, are now silent neighbors for eternity. They fought for control of a whole county, for timber rights and political power, and in the end, this is all they hold: a 6-foot plot of dirt. Their war of sieges and snipers didn't last forever. It had to end. And standing here between their graves, the question becomes unavoidable. What was the final act that brought these two powerful men to this quiet, humble end? The journey from the courthouse siege to those two lonely graves was not a short one. It was a slow, grinding descent into a hell of their own making. The standoff was eventually broken by a traveling circuit judge, a brave man named Theron Parsons, who rode into Hamlin flanked by federal marshals. He brokered a fragile truce, a peace as thin as January ice, forcing the McCoys to relinquish the courthouse and the Lincolns to lay down their arms under the threat of state intervention. For a few tense months, an uneasy quiet settled over the county, but the hate was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. That fragile peace was shattered by a single rifle shot in the summer of 1878. Judge Parsons, seen as sympathetic to the Lincolns, was sitting on the porch of his boarding house when a bullet from the shadows found him. The assassination was a message. There was no room for impartial law in Lincoln County. The truce was over. The act was so brazen, so final, that it pushed both sides past the point of no return. The rules of engagement, if there ever were any, were burned along with the judge's body on the funeral pyre. The conflict then devolved into a new, more ruinous kind of warfare: economic destruction. One moonless night, McCoy riders swept through the Lincoln holdings, their torches finding the grist mill and the barns full of the year's harvest. The orange glow against the night sky was visible for miles, a signal that the McCoys were no longer just trying to win, but to erase the Lincolns from the land entirely. The retaliation was swift and terrible. The Lincolns, led by Absalom's remaining sons, no longer targeted barns. They targeted homes, setting fire to the McCoy homesteads and driving women and children out into the cold. It was a war of total annihilation, where the goal was to leave the enemy with nothing but ashes. This was the war that finally broke both clans. Black Elias McCoy, for all his cunning, found his fortune turning to ash in his hands. He had spent everything on hired guns, legal fees and bribes, and with his timber operations constantly under threat, his northern business partners abandoned him. He died a few years later, not from a bullet, but a broken man, his dreams of a McCoy dynasty ruined, leaving little behind but debts and a legacy of hate. Colonel Absalom Lincoln met a more direct, but no less tragic, end. In the spring of 1880, believing the worst of the fighting was over, he was out plowing his field, trying to bring life back to the soil that had soaked up so much blood. The man who had survived Gettysburg, who had fortified his home against a sheriff's army, was shot in the back by an unknown assassin from the tree line. He died with his hand on the plow. With the patriarchs of both families gone, the war simply ran out of fuel. The long shadow it cast, however, would stretch for generations, a darkness that fell not just on the families who fought, but on the very soul of the county itself. You might think that after 150 years, the dust would have settled, and the story of the Lincoln County War would be just that, a story. But you'd be wrong. The shooting may have stopped in 1880, but the war of words, the war of whispers and memory, never truly ended. It's still being fought today in quiet conversations on front porches and at family reunions. The truth of what happened depends entirely on who you ask, because in Lincoln County, history isn't a single solid thing. It's a fractured mirror, and every family holds a piece. To this day, if you find someone with the last name Lincoln, they will tell you a story of heroes and villains. In their version, Colonel Absalom Lincoln was a tragic patriarch, a man of unshakable honor who was forced to defend his family and his way of life against a tide of corruption. The McCoys were nothing but greedy upstarts, puppets for northern industrialists who stole an election and used a tainted badge to wage a campaign of terror. The ambush at Devil's Elbow wasn't murder, it was justice. Fortifying their home wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate act of self-preservation. Absalom Lincoln, they'll tell you, died a martyr for the old ways. But go down the road a few miles to a hollow where the McCoy name is still common, and you will hear a very different tale. They'll tell you Black Elias McCoy was a visionary, a man of progress who saw a future for Lincoln County beyond subsistence farming and isolation. He was trying to bring jobs, money, and the railroad into these hills, but he was blocked at every turn by the Lincolns, a violent, stubborn clan who couldn't accept that the world had changed. In their story, the Lincolns were the aggressors, murderers who killed a boy over a petty squabble and ambushed honest men on a public road. Jedediah McCoy wasn't a crooked sheriff. He was a brave lawman trying to bring killers to justice in the face of an armed rebellion. So who was the hero and who was the villain? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, probably lives somewhere in the grey shadows between those two stories. Most of the other old families in the county, the ones who weren't Lincolns or McCoys, have their own version. They'll tell you it was a pointless feud between two proud, power-hungry clans that tore the county apart, bled it dry, and left it weak and vulnerable. They see both Absalom and Elias not as heroes or villains, but as two stubborn old fools who, in their fight over who would rule the county, ended up destroying it for everyone, paving the way for the real conquerors, the coal and timber companies who bought up the land for pennies on the dollar from the widows and orphans left behind. When a story is carved into a place with this much blood and sorrow, the facts themselves often become too heavy to carry. Over the generations, the sharp, painful edges of history get worn smooth and the story transforms. It stops being a dry account of an election and an ambush, and it becomes something else entirely, a legend. The Lincoln County War didn't just leave scars on the landscape, it left ghosts in the minds of the people, specters that still walk the high ridges and whisper in the deep hollows. The most enduring of these is the tale of the phantom rider of Hart's Creek. Even now, some old-timers will tell you that if you're out on the ridges at dusk, you might see him, a lone figure on a pale horse silhouetted against the dying light. He never gets close, never makes a sound. He just watches. During the war, men from both sides claim to have seen him right before a killing, a silent omen of the violence to come. Some say he's the ghost of a soldier, eternally watching his home tear itself apart. Others believe he is death himself, drawn to these hills by the sheer volume of hate. The historical fact of the ambushes and killings has been given a supernatural guardian, a way for the people to personify the sense of doom that hung over the county. This is how the community processed the trauma. The raw greed of Black Elias McCoy was too mundane, so it was transformed into a legend of a devil's bargain, a story that he sold the souls of his kinsmen to a dark-suited stranger in exchange for power. The cold-blooded tactics of Colonel Lincoln were easier to understand if you believed he was acting under a curse laid on the land by a crooked surveyor. The facts of the war became the bones, but folklore, ghost stories, and cautionary tales grew over them like flesh. It's the final stage in a story's life, the moment history dissolves and a legend is born to carry the emotional truth of what was lost. And so we find ourselves back where we started, here at the lonely chimney, standing sentinel over the ghost of the Lincoln homestead. When we first stood here, this was just a pile of stones, a forgotten ruin in a tangle of weeds. But it's not just a ruin anymore, is it? Now we see it for what it is. It's a monument. It's a testament to the pride of a one-armed colonel, to the fury of a son defending his father's honor, and to the terrible final silence that fell when the war was over. These stones are heavy with the weight of that story, a story of how a home can become a fortress, and how a fortress can become a tomb. We have walked a long and bloody road today, from a dusty newspaper archive to a quiet front porch where memories are still kept alive. We stood at Devil's Elbow, where justice was delivered from the barrel of a rifle, and we walked between the graves of two old enemies who are now neighbors in the silent earth. We have seen how a political squabble, fueled by a simple, cruel insult, could ignite a fire that would consume two families and poison a county for 100 years. The ultimate tragedy of the Lincoln County War is that in the end, nobody won. The Lincolns and the McCoys fought over who would control the future of these hills, and they fought with such ferocity that they destroyed each other. Their war left a vacuum, a void of power and leadership that was quickly filled by the very outsiders they both, in their own ways, distrusted. The coal and timber barons swept in, and the true conquest of Lincoln County began, not with a gunshot, but with the stroke of a pen on a deed. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the choices that define us. The people are gone, the houses are gone, but the story remains. There's a quiet road just south of Pittsburgh, a place of manicured lawns and peaceful homes. You'd never guess that right here, beneath this very soil, lie the scorched foundations of a war. Not a war against the British, but a war of Americans against Americans, a violent, fiery clash that tested the soul of a brand new nation. Here, where all you hear now is the wind through the Pennsylvania oaks, the silence was once shattered by gunfire and the roar of a mansion burning to the ground. These ruins have a story to tell, and we are here to listen. We're going to find out how a simple tax on whiskey almost tore the United States apart, just as it was being born. Let's turn back the clock to the 1790s. Forget the suburbs. Imagine a world walled in by the green, unforgiving Allegheny Mountains. The roads, if you could call them that, were little more than muddy ruts, choked with stumps and rocks. This was the frontier, a world away from the political salons of Philadelphia. The people who lived here were the very definition of tough. They were Scots-Irish, Germans, and English settlers, many of them veterans who had shed their blood in the Revolution to win this land. They had come here to build a life on their own terms, free from the reach of distant, powerful men. Life was a daily struggle against the wilderness. They cleared the dense forests, fought off predators, and prayed their crops would survive the harsh seasons. Their wealth grew directly from the soil, mostly in the form of grain, rye, corn, and wheat. But here was the problem that defined their existence. How do you sell it? Getting a bulky, heavy wagon load of grain over those mountains to the markets in the east was a fool's errand. The cost of transport would eat up every penny of profit, and then some. Their most valuable crop was effectively worthless if they couldn't get it to market. So they turned to a kind of mountain alchemy. Every farm of any size had a small, bubbling still. They discovered that by turning their grain into whiskey, they could concentrate its value into a form that was portable, durable, and always in demand. A single pack horse that might struggle to carry 4 bushels of rye could easily carry the equivalent of 24 bushels once it was distilled into liquid form. It was a brilliant, practical solution born from the hard logic of the mountains. But to see this as just a drink is to misunderstand everything. Whiskey wasn't a luxury for these people. It was the lifeblood of their entire economy. In a land where hard cash was scarcer than a friendly taxman, jugs of Monongahela rye were the currency. You paid the blacksmith for shoeing your horse with whiskey. You paid the storekeeper for a new axe with whiskey. You might even pay a portion of the preacher's salary with it. It was their universal medicine, used to treat everything from a snake bite to a winter fever. It was the social lubricant that sealed deals, celebrated weddings, and brought communities together in the local taverns to argue politics and trade news. To tax whiskey, from their perspective, wasn't to tax a simple beverage. It was a tax on their money, a tax on their medicine, a tax on the very fabric of their society. It was a tax on their right to survive in this wild, isolated world they had fought so hard to build. But to understand the collision that was coming, you have to do more than just listen to the whispers in the mountains. You have to look at the official documents, the words that set the whole thing in motion. I'm holding a copy of a newspaper clipping from a Philadelphia paper printed in 1791. The paper is yellowed and brittle, but the words are sharp and clear. It announces an act concerning the duties on spirits distilled within the United States. This wasn't just a law. It was the masterstroke of one of the most brilliant, ambitious, and controversial men in American history, Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. To him, this piece of paper was the solution to a national crisis. The country was drowning in debt from the Revolutionary War, and Hamilton believed that to survive, the United States needed to prove it could pay its bills. He needed a steady, reliable source of federal income, and a tax on whiskey seemed like a logical choice. It was a grand, logical machine on paper, designed to build the nation's credit and assert the power of the new central government. But this document is more than just a financial plan. This is the disconnect. To a man like Hamilton in a Philadelphia office, national credit was everything. To a farmer in a log cabin on the far side of the mountains, it was a phantom concept. This newspaper clipping, with its cold legal language, wasn't seen as a solution. It was seen as a provocation, a declaration of economic war. And its arrival in the West raises the critical question that ignites the whole conflict. What happens when a law, perfectly logical on paper, is imposed on people whose entire way of life makes that law impossible to obey? When news of Hamilton's excise tax finally trickled over the mountains, carried by weary travelers and in the pages of day-old newspapers, it landed like a lit match in a powder keg. To the farmers, this wasn't a reasonable fiscal policy. It was a deliberate attack on their way of life, orchestrated by a distant government that neither knew nor cared about them. The law, so neat and tidy on Hamilton's desk in Philadelphia, was a declaration of war on the frontier. The poison was in the details, and every detail seemed perfectly crafted to crush the small Western farmer. The tax was levied at a flat rate, which meant a farmer with a small, inefficient still who produced maybe a few gallons a week for his family and neighbors, paid a far higher percentage of his product's value than the big commercial distilleries back east. It was a law that punished the little guy and rewarded the wealthy operator. Even worse, the tax had to be paid in hard currency, in cash. For the people of the frontier who bartered with whiskey and deerskins, who might not see a silver dollar from one month to the next, this was an impossible demand. It was like asking a man to pay you with a piece of the moon. It proved in their minds that the men who wrote this law had no concept of the world they were trying to rule. But the cruelest twist of the knife, the one that felt like a slap in the face with the ghost of King George, was the matter of justice. If you were accused of not paying the tax, you wouldn't be tried by your neighbors in a local court. No, you would be issued a federal writ, forcing you to abandon your farm and your family and travel 300 agonizing miles over the mountains to a federal courtroom in Philadelphia. There, you'd face a federal judge and a jury of city merchants who saw you as little more than a backwoods savage. This was the very tyranny they had just fought a revolution to escape. The tax collector became the new redcoat, and the whispers of resistance began to build into a roar. To truly understand the fury that was building, official records and old newspapers aren't enough. You have to listen to the stories that were never written down, the ones passed from one generation to the next around a winter fire. I found that story in a small, dusty historical society in Washington County, speaking with a local historian whose family has been in these hills since they were still a wilderness. His name is David Miller, and he is a living library of this region's memory. The air in his office smelled of old paper and leather. He didn't show me a document. Instead, he pointed to a faded map on the wall, a hand-drawn survey of old land grants. "The history books tell you this was about a tax," he said, his voice a low rumble. And it was. But that's not the whole of it. That's not the human part. He tapped his finger on a large plot of land marked Neville. John Neville, the tax inspector. He wasn't some stranger from Philadelphia. He was one of them. He was a distinguished general from the Revolution. He lived right here. His neighbors were men who had served under him in the war. David leaned forward, his eyes intense. My great-great-grandfather used to say that the real trouble wasn't the tax itself, but the man sent to collect it. They saw Neville with his fancy mansion on the hill and his government salary as a traitor. He had fought alongside them for freedom from a distant government, and now he was taking that same government's coin to oppress his own people, his own soldiers. It wasn't just a political disagreement, it was a deep, personal betrayal. And in these mountains, a betrayal from one of your own that's a wound that doesn't heal with words. The historians' words hung in the air because they explained what happened next. The petitions sent to Philadelphia were ignored. The peaceful assemblies were dismissed as the grumblings of peasants. So, the people of the mountains decided to send a message that couldn't be ignored. It began with the arrival of the federal tax collectors, the excisemen. These were the men tasked with walking into the hornet's nest and demanding payment in a currency that didn't exist, for a law the people refused to recognize. One of the first was a man named Robert Johnson. On September 11, 1791, he was riding his route deep in the woods of Washington County. He wasn't met with arguments or petitions. He was met by a mob of 16 men, their faces grim, their eyes hard. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and veterans, and they moved with a silent, chilling purpose. They dragged Johnson from his horse, stripped him of his coat and his dignity, and shaved his head. Then they brought out the bucket. The stink of hot pine tar filled the air as they coated his bare skin, the viscous black liquid clinging to him like a second, nightmarish flesh. Then they covered him in feathers, turning him into a grotesque mockery of a man, a creature of tar and down. They abandoned him like that, alone and humiliated in the forest, a living, breathing warning to any other federal agent who dared to venture into their hills. He was the first, but he would not be the last. Other excisemen were ambushed, their horses shot out from under them, their faces branded with hot irons. This was the point of no return. Out of this organized violence, a phantom was born. A name began to be whispered in taverns and tacked to the doors of collaborators: Tom the Tinker. No one knew who he was. He was the rebellion's ghost, its enforcer. If a farmer broke ranks and paid the tax, he would find a note from Tom the Tinker on his door, warning him to stop. If he didn't, his still would be mended, riddled with bullets by shadowy figures in the night. The attack on Robert Johnson wasn't just an assault on a man, it was a declaration. For the farmers, it was a necessary act of defiance. For the government in Philadelphia, it was treason. The lines were no longer drawn on a map, they were being drawn in terror and tar. The time for talk was over. The time for guns was coming. I'm standing now on a gentle rise of land in what is today a quiet, affluent suburb. It's called Bower Hill. There are beautiful homes here, cars gliding silently down the paved streets. There's nothing to see but a small bronze historic marker on the side of the road, the kind of thing you barely notice as you drive by. But this ground, right here beneath my feet, is the most important piece of real estate in this entire story. This isn't just a hill, it's a battlefield. Right here stood the ghost of a house. It was the fortified mansion of General John Neville, the tax inspector, a place of wealth and federal authority that loomed over the surrounding countryside. It was a symbol of everything the rebels hated. Looking out over these manicured lawns, you have to peel back the layers of time and imagine it. A two-story log home, but built like a fortress, with thick walls, heavy shutters, and a commanding view of any approach. The orchard, which is now someone's backyard, was where the rebels took cover. The gentle slope leading up to the road was a killing field. This place is the scar. It's the physical point on the map where the simmering rage of the frontier finally boiled over into open warfare. It was here, in the suffocating heat of July 1794, that hundreds of angry men, their faces set with grim purpose, marched up this very hill. They were no longer a faceless mob of tinkers in the night. They were an army, and they had come to burn down the symbol of their oppression. This is where the talking stopped for good. This quiet suburban hill is where the first real shots of this new American war were fired. The afternoon sun of July 17, 1794, beat down on 500 armed men as they marched on Bower Hill. This was no shadowy band of night riders. This was an organized militia, moving with purpose, their faces smeared with soot and grim determination. They were led by Major James McFarland, a man who had fought bravely in the Revolution, and now he found himself leading a new army against what he saw as a new tyranny. When they reached the hill, they surrounded Neville's fortified home, a wooden castle on a sea of green grass. The air grew thick with tension. The first shots were sporadic, like the opening drops of a thunderstorm. The rebels took cover behind trees and in the tall grass of the orchard, their long rifles barking at the shuttered windows of the mansion. Inside, Neville and a small detachment of 10 federal soldiers returned fire. For a time, it was a standoff, a deadly dance of smoke and noise. Then, a white flag was seen from inside the house. Or at least, the rebels thought it was a white flag, a signal for a truce. Major McFarland, a man of honor who believed in the rules of war, stepped out from behind a tree. He called for Neville to surrender. It was a fatal mistake. A single shot cracked from the mansion, sharper than the others, and McFarland crumpled to the ground. A wave of horrified silence washed over the rebels, followed by a roar of pure, unadulterated fury. They believed they had been tricked, that their leader had been murdered under a flag of truce. The battle was no longer about attacks. It was now about blood. All restraint was gone. A primal rage took hold of the militia. They screamed for vengeance, their voices a raw chorus of grief and anger. The command was given to set fire to the outbuildings. They lit torches and stormed the smaller structures first, the barns, the smokehouse, and the slave quarters. The sound of splintering wood was followed by the hungry roar of flames. Thick, black smoke began to pour across the lawn, choking the air and turning the blue sky a sickening gray. The fire was a living thing now, a monster they had unleashed. It crawled from the outbuildings to the main house, the intense heat causing the windows of the mansion to shatter. The defenders inside, gasping for air in the suffocating smoke, knew it was over. The choice was to burn alive or surrender to the mob. They chose surrender. Neville and the soldiers stumbled out of the burning fortress, their faces blackened, their hands in the air. The rebels swarmed the property, their victory absolute. They offered no cheer. They simply watched in grim silence as the flames devoured the symbol of their oppression. All through the night, the magnificent estate of Bower Hill burned, its fire a defiant beacon against the dark sky, a signal visible for miles. It was a message to Philadelphia and to the entire nation. The frontier was now in open, armed insurrection against the United States of America. After the fire and the fury comes the ink. I'm in a climate-controlled room at the National Archives, looking at digitized copies of the official correspondence from that summer of 1794. The documents are written in a crisp, elegant script, a world away from the chaos on Bower Hill. Here is the report sent by federal officials back to Philadelphia. It's a masterclass in bureaucratic language designed to be precise, clinical, and utterly bloodless. It refers to the 500 rebels not as grieving neighbors or angry veterans, but as an unlawful assembly of insurgents. It describes the death of their leader, James McFarland, with chilling simplicity. The insurgent commander was killed during the exchange of fire. There is no mention of a white flag, no hint of the perceived treachery that turned a protest into a blaze of vengeance. The report doesn't talk about rage or fear or betrayal. It talks about logistics and casualties. The destruction of Neville's home is catalogued as a loss of property. The primary dwelling, along with all associated outbuildings, were consumed by fire. It's the kind of language an insurance adjuster might use, not a witness to the opening battle of a civil war. This is the official version of the story, the one that landed on Alexander Hamilton's desk, the one that was read aloud to President George Washington. And it paints a picture of a clear-cut criminal insurrection against the authority of the United States. It's a picture with all the human desperation, all the years of frustration carefully erased. This piece of paper transformed a desperate, violent protest into an act of treason, and it would be answered not with negotiation, but with an army. The news of Bower Hill struck Philadelphia like a thunderclap. To President George Washington, this was more than a riot. It was the ultimate test of the new republic. He had watched Shays' rebellion nearly tear the country apart under the old, weak Articles of Confederation. He knew that if a government cannot enforce its own laws, it is no government at all. Urged on by a determined Alexander Hamilton, who saw this as the perfect moment to assert federal authority, Washington made a decision that would echo through American history. He would not just send an army, he would lead it. The hero of the Revolution, the man who had defeated the British Empire, would once again mount his horse and ride to war, this time against his own citizens. The dramatic power of this act cannot be overstated. Washington federalized a militia of nearly 13,000 men from the surrounding states, an army larger than the one he had often commanded against the Redcoats. This was to be an overwhelming, undeniable show of force, a message written not with ink, but with battalions of steel. Back in the mountains, the rebels scoffed. Hearing of the approaching force, they gave it a contemptuous nickname, the Watermelon Army. They sneered that these soft city boys and flatland farmers would never survive the brutal trek over the Alleghenies. They boasted that the mountain passes would become their Thermopylae, where a handful of frontier sharpshooters could hold off thousands. They were brave, defiant, and completely unaware of the psychological weapon marching against them, the living legend of George Washington himself. The rebellion, which had been forged in the fire of shared purpose, began to crumble as the massive federal army drew closer. Washington, in his full military uniform, rode at the head of his troops as far as Bedford, Pennsylvania. His very presence had a profound, chilling effect. This wasn't some faceless bureaucrat from the capital. This was the father of the country, and his face was set against them. The righteous certainty of the rebellion began to waver, then broke completely. When the Watermelon Army finally crested the Allegheny Mountains and descended into the western counties, they found no rebel force waiting for them. The insurrection had evaporated like mountain mist in the morning sun. The leaders, hearing of the approaching Leviathan, had fled down the Ohio River to the wild frontier. The rank-and-file rebels, faced with the overwhelming power of the federal government personified by Washington, simply hid their rifles, went back to their farms, and tried to look invisible. The army became an army of occupation. Soldiers fanned out across the countryside, rounding up suspects in a grim and humiliating manhunt. About 150 men were arrested, and 20 were selected to be made an example of. They were shackled and marched hundreds of miles back to Philadelphia for trial, a long, miserable parade of federal power through the winter cold. In the end, the government's point had been made. Only 2 men were convicted of treason, and in a final act of masterful statesmanship, President Washington pardoned them both. He had shown the nation that its new government had a sword, but it also had the wisdom to know when to keep it in its sheath. Every story, no matter how full of fire and fury, eventually ends here, in a quiet patch of earth, under a silent stone. I am in the cemetery of the Allegheny County Memorial Park, a vast and peaceful place. It took some searching, but I found the grave of Brigadier General John Neville. The stone is solid, imposing, a testament to a man of substance and authority who lived a long life after the flames of Bower Hill died down. His story ended with wealth and respect. He was the man who stood for the law, and he was rewarded for it. But just a few miles away, in a much older, humbler churchyard, is a different kind of stone. It's weathered by 2 centuries of rain and snow, the words growing faint. It marks the grave of Major James McFarlane. The inscription honors him as a hero of the Revolution, but it's what isn't written that hangs in the air, that he was killed by his own countrymen while leading a rebellion. He was the hero who died for his cause, the man who believed he was fighting the same fight for freedom all over again. Here they are, the enforcer and the rebel, the man who survived and the man who fell. They were the 2 poles of this entire conflict, and now they lie as quiet neighbors in the same Pennsylvania soil. Their personal wars are long over. But standing here, between these 2 graves, the real question emerges. What happened to the world they fought over after the army went home and the last pardon was signed? What became of the survivors? And what was the true cost of this rebellion, paid by those who had to live in its long, cold shadow? After Washington's army marched home and the pardons were signed, a sullen, bitter peace settled over the hills of western Pennsylvania. The rebellion was crushed, its leaders scattered, its followers humiliated. The federal government had proven its point with a 13,000-man fist. But it was the peace of subjugation, not reconciliation. For the farmers who remained, the world had changed forever. The federal government was no longer a distant, abstract idea in Philadelphia. It was a real and terrifying power that had marched into their homes and taken their neighbors away in chains. The whiskey tax, the hated cause of the whole affair, remained the law of the land. It was a symbol of the government's victory, a constant reminder of who was in charge. But enforcing it was another matter entirely. The spirit of defiance hadn't been extinguished. It had just learned to be quiet. Federal collectors who ventured into the hills were met not with tar and feathers, but with a wall of silent, uncooperative hostility that was just as effective. The tax was a failure, collecting very little revenue, and it was eventually repealed a few years later by President Thomas Jefferson and his new party, who had risen to power in part by championing the cause of the Western farmer. But the real legacy of the rebellion wasn't political, it was cultural. The open, proud tradition of the farmer distiller was dead. In its place, something new was born in the deep woods and secret hollows. The rebellion went underground. The still, once a common piece of farm equipment, was now hidden deep in the forest, set up in a ravine or a cave, operated by the light of the moon to hide the smoke from the law. The whiskey rebel, a soldier in an open fight, transformed into a new kind of folk hero, the moonshiner, forever locked in a cat-and-mouse game with the federal revenuers. It was the same war, just fought with different tactics. For many families, however, Western Pennsylvania was now tainted ground. The dream of freedom they had sought there had been crushed by the very nation they had helped create. So they did what their ancestors had always done when faced with a power they could not defeat. They moved on. They packed their wagons, loaded up their stills, and pushed further west, over the next set of mountains and across the Ohio River into the wild territories of Kentucky and Tennessee. They took with them their whiskey-making skills, and more importantly, a deep and abiding distrust of a strong central government. The Whiskey Rebellion was over, but its ghost had just begun to haunt the American frontier. So who were the heroes of this story? And who were the villains? The truth is, the answer to that question changes depending on where you're standing. The Whiskey Rebellion didn't just leave behind scorched foundations and faded gravestones. It left behind two powerful, conflicting legacies that tell two completely different stories about the soul of America. The fighting stopped in 1794, but the argument never truly ended. If you read the official histories, the ones written from the perspective of the federal government, the story is straightforward. The rebels were traitors, a dangerous mob who threatened to drag the fragile new republic back into the chaos of anarchy. From this viewpoint, Washington and Hamilton were the saviors of the nation. They were the strong, decisive leaders who stood for law and order, proving that the United States Constitution wasn't just a piece of paper, but an unbreakable covenant. They saved the country from itself. But if you come here to the old towns and back roads of western Pennsylvania, and you talk to the people whose ancestors lived this story, you hear a very different version.
In these hills, the whiskey rebels are not traitors, they are patriots. They are seen as the true sons of the revolution, men who were defending their homes and their liberty from an unjust, overreaching government, just as they had against the British. In this telling, the rebels were heroes fighting for the common man, and the Federal Army was a tool of oppression sent by Eastern elites to crush them. So which is it? A treasonous insurrection or a patriotic stand for freedom? Was Washington a statesman saving the Republic, or a tyrant crushing dissent? The uncomfortable and powerful truth is that the story holds a piece of both. The rebellion was a violent and illegal uprising against the laws of the United States, and the farmers were also fighting against a cripplingly unfair tax that felt like a profound betrayal of the revolution's promise. The real legacy of the Whiskey Rebellion is this deep moral ambiguity. It reminds us that the line between a patriot and a traitor is sometimes just a matter of who wins the war and who gets to write the history. A story as raw and bloody as this one doesn't just sit quietly in the history books, especially not in a place like Appalachia. Raw history is too sharp, too painful. So, over the decades, the community did what all communities do with their traumas. They began to transform it. The hard facts of the rebellion, the court records, the casualty lists, the political debates were ground down, smoothed over, and polished into something you could sing around a fire or tell your children as a warning. The history began to breathe again, but this time as folklore. The most powerful ghost to rise from these ashes wasn't a man, but an idea. Tom the Tinker. He was already a phantom during the rebellion, a faceless symbol of collective rage. In the years that followed, he became something more. He morphed into a folk hero, a backwoods Robin Hood who fought the rich and the powerful. And then he slipped further, into legend. Old-timers would tell you that on a quiet night, when the moon was just right over the hollows, you could still hear Tom the Tinker's hammer, no longer riddling a collaborator's still with bullets, but acting as a phantom guardian, a protective spirit for the moonshiners who carried on the tradition. Ballads were written and sung to the tune of an old fiddle, telling the sad tale of the brave Major McFarlane shot down under a flag of truce. The Watermelon Army became a cautionary tale, a story parents told their children about the awesome, terrifying power of the government in the East, a reminder to never get on the wrong side of it. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's when the sharp edges of history are worn away, and what's left is no longer just a series of events, but a legend. The rebellion was over, but its story had now become a permanent part of the mountains themselves, a ghost in the American machine. And so, we find ourselves back where we started. On this quiet rise of land south of Pittsburgh, on the place they call Bower Hill. The cars still glide by, the lawns are still green, but the place looks different now, doesn't it? It's no longer just a dot on a map with a historical marker. Beneath this peaceful suburban veneer, we can now see the battlefield. We can picture the smoke, hear the shouts, and feel the heat from the flames of that burning mansion. We have pieced together the whispers of this place, and they told us a story of a nation at war with itself. It was never just about whiskey. It was about two Americas, born at the same time but with fundamentally different souls. The orderly, centralized nation envisioned by the men in Philadelphia, and the wild, fiercely independent world of the frontier. The Whiskey Rebellion was the first time those two Americas met in open conflict, a violent collision of ideals that tested the very foundation of the new republic.
It was a brutal, necessary lesson that proved the government could survive a challenge to its authority, but at the cost of blood and bitterness that would linger for generations. The next time you cross the Allegheny Mountains, or pass a small family-owned distillery, or hear a debate about the reach of the federal government, remember the farmers of Western Pennsylvania. Remember the story that is buried here. The men are gone. The mansion is ash. But the story remains. If you stand here today on the Alamance battlefield, the only sounds you'll hear are the rustle of wind in the Carolina pines and the distant hum of a highway. It's a quiet, solemn place. The monuments here tell a story of rebellion, of backcountry farmers who rose up against a corrupt government and were crushed for it. Most people think the story ends here in the blood and the smoke of May 1771. But they're wrong. The real war, the one that history forgot, was just beginning. Today, we're going to listen past the roar of the battle to the whispers that followed, the story of a war fought not by men with guns, but by women with nothing left to lose. Let's go back. Back before the battle, before the monuments. Picture a small cabin nestled in a clearing, carved from the deep, unforgiving woods of the North Carolina backcountry. The air hangs thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp earth. A man, his clothes stained with the infamous red clay of the Piedmont, works a stubborn plot of land, his axe ringing a steady rhythm against the silence of the forest. This isn't a life of riches. It's a life of pure, back-breaking self-reliance. Every crop pulled from the ground, every log shaped for the cabin wall, is a victory. Inside, his wife moves in a constant practiced dance of survival. She is churning butter, mending clothes by the light of a tallow candle, tending to a pot of stew over the hearth, and keeping one eye on the children playing on the packed dirt floor. Her hands are rough, her days are long, but this life, this family, this small patch of earth, it is everything. It is a world they built themselves, beholden to no one but God and the seasons. But a shadow was stretching from the coast, a shadow cast by men in powdered wigs and silk coats. Governor William Tryon and his network of appointed officials saw these hardy folk not as subjects to be governed, but as a resource to be bled dry. A sheriff, smelling of perfume and entitlement, would ride into a clearing like this one, his horse trampling the family's kitchen garden. He wouldn't ask for a share of the crop. He demanded hard cash for taxes, a thing as rare as diamonds on a frontier that lived and breathed on trade and barter. Imagine the bitter injustice. A farmer, unable to produce the coins he simply doesn't have, is forced to watch as that same sheriff seizes the tools he needs to plant next year's corn, or the milk cow that keeps his children from starving. This wasn't law. It was extortion, plain and simple. Justice in the courts was a farce, sold to whichever man had the heaviest purse. So the men did what honest men do when the law becomes the criminal. They organized. They called themselves regulators because all they wanted was to regulate the government's greed, to demand an honest accounting for their taxes. They weren't traitors dreaming of a new flag. They were fathers and husbands trying to protect their homes. They petitioned, they protested, and they prayed for fairness. But in the halls of power, their pleas fell on deaf ears, and the stage was being set for a confrontation that would burn their world to the ground. In a quiet corner of the state archives, history feels like a physical thing. You can smell it in the dry, brittle paper. And here, under the low, humming lights, is a document that was supposed to be the final word on the Regulator Rebellion. It's a proclamation issued by Governor William Tryon in the days following his victory at Alamance. The script is elegant, the language is absolute. It lists the names of men now branded as outlaws, fugitives to be hunted down. For all others, it offers a pardon, but only if they come forward and swear a humiliating oath of allegiance to the very government that had been robbing them blind.
On the surface, this paper is a victor's decree. It's the official story etched in ink. The rebellion is over, the king's authority is restored, order has returned to the backcountry. To most, this document is a period at the end of a sentence, a historical footnote. But it's not. If you read between the lines of this cold, legalistic text, you find something else entirely. You find a threat. This isn't just a pardon, it's a weapon. By demanding the men come out of hiding and swear an oath, Tryon was turning every cabin into a potential trap. He was leveraging the family, the bond between husband and wife, father and child. This piece of paper was a declaration that the war was no longer on the battlefield. The war was now moving to the hearth, to the kitchen, to the conversations whispered in the dead of night. It raises a terrifying question, one that this official document completely ignores. What happens to the women? What happens when their husbands are ghosts in the forest and the government is at their door, holding a piece of paper that promises either submission or ruin? The smoke from the Alamance battlefield had barely cleared when a new kind of army descended upon the backcountry. This wasn't the formal militia of Governor Tryon. These were smaller, crueler patrols sent to enforce the peace with the tip of a bayonet. They rode from farm to farm, the jingle of their bridles and the creak of saddle leather announcing a new, more intimate kind of terror. In the hand of every officer was a copy of the governor's proclamation, that promise of pardon twisted into a cudgel. Imagine a woman named Martha Bell standing in the doorway of her small cabin. Her husband Samuel fought with the regulators. He hasn't been seen since the battle. She hears the horses before she sees them, and her heart turns to a cold stone in her chest. A half-dozen militiamen ride into her yard, their faces slick with arrogance. The officer, a man whose uniform is far too clean for these dusty parts, dismounts and approaches her. He doesn't ask how she is. He doesn't offer condolences. He unrolls the proclamation. He reads the words, his voice dripping with condescending authority. He speaks of the king's mercy, of the offer of pardon for any man who presents himself and swears the oath. Then his eyes narrow. "Where is your husband, madam? This document says he has until the 10th of July to submit. If he does not, he is declared an outlaw and a traitor." Martha says nothing. Her face is a mask of stone. "His life is forfeit," the officer continues, "and so is this land, this property." When her silence stretches on, his thin patience snaps. This was the true purpose of their visit. It wasn't about finding the men, it was about breaking the women. He gestures to his soldiers. "Confiscate their provisions for the crown's use. The families of traitors do not eat." They move with practiced efficiency, overturning her barrel of flour, spearing the salted pork with a bayonet, and leading away her only milk cow. They leave her standing in the dust, with nothing but the mocking words of the proclamation hanging in the air and the hungry cries of her children inside the cabin. This scene was repeated over and over across the hollows and hills. The seeds of a new, desperate war were being sown, and the women of the backcountry were beginning to understand that surrender was not an option. History books can give you names and dates, but to find the heart of a story, you have to talk to the people who carry it in their blood. Down a winding gravel road, on a porch that has seen more than a century of summer storms, I found Elara Vance. She's a woman in her late 80s, with hands that speak of a life of hard work and eyes that hold the quiet, fierce pride of her ancestors. Her family has lived in these hills since before they were even part of the United States, and the stories they pass down aren't found in any official archive. As we sat in rocking chairs, the afternoon sun filtering through the leaves of a massive oak, I asked her about the women of the regulation. A slow smile touched her lips. She told me that the history books get it all wrong. They paint the women as passive victims, as weeping widows waiting to be saved or pardoned. "That wasn't it at all," she said, her voice a low, steady hum. "They weren't victims. They were soldiers in a different kind of war. They just didn't use muskets." She leaned forward,
her gaze distant, as if she were looking back through time itself. She told me the story of her great-great-great-grandmother, Sarah, whose husband was one of the men with a price on his head. One day, a patrol of militia rode right up to her cabin, their officer demanding to know where her husband was hiding. Sarah knew he was less than 20 feet away, concealed in a cramped root cellar beneath the floorboards. One wrong word, one flicker of fear in her eyes, and they would all be lost. "My grandmother always said," Ilara told me, her voice dropping to a near whisper, that Sarah learned that day that a fool with a gun is still a fool. And the greatest trick a woman had was letting a man believe he was smarter than her. Sarah didn't cry or plead. She put on a look of weary defeat, told the officer her husband had fled west towards the mountains, and then, with a sigh, offered the patrol the last of her cornmeal and bacon. It was a calculated risk. It was an act of profound defiance disguised as one of total submission. That single moment, that quiet, terrifying decision, was the point of no return. It was the moment Sarah, and hundreds of women like her, stopped being survivors and became spies. "Let's follow that story," Ilara told, back into the shadows of that cabin. Imagine the suffocating stillness. Sarah moves with a forced, unnatural quiet, hushing her children with a look, her ears straining for any sound from outside. Every creak of the floorboards above the root cellar must feel like a drumbeat to her husband, huddled in the damp darkness below. The air is thick with fear, a living thing that presses in on them from all sides. Then she hears it, the rhythmic thud of hoofbeats growing closer, the jingle of metal. They are here. The officer fills the doorway, blotting out the light, his polished boots a shocking intrusion on her simple dirt floor. He speaks his rehearsed lines about outlaws and oaths, his voice a tool of intimidation. Sarah feels the floor beneath her feet, the thin planks of wood that separate her world from annihilation. She sees the faces of her children, wide-eyed and silent. In that moment, something inside her shifts. The fear doesn't vanish, but it crystallizes into a cold, sharp-edged resolve. Weeping would be a weakness. Pleading would be an invitation for cruelty. And so, the performance begins. She looks up at the officer, not with defiance, but with a carefully crafted emptiness, the look of a woman whose spirit has already been broken. "He is gone, sir," she says, her voice just a little too quiet, a little too weary. Heard the news from Alamance and fled west, towards the mountains. She doesn't overplay it. She just offers the simple, believable lie of a terrified wife whose husband has abandoned her to face the consequences. The officer stares, his eyes searching her face for any hint of deception. The silence stretches for an eternity. The fate of her family hangs in that single silent moment. Then Sarah takes her gamble. She makes herself smaller, pulling her shawl tighter. "You and your men, you've ridden far," she says, gesturing towards the hearth. "I've not much to offer, but there's a bit of bacon and some cornmeal. It would be a poor welcome to leave you hungry." It was a masterstroke, an act of submission so profound it was almost insulting, and yet they fell for it. They ate her food, their loud, boorish laughter filling the tiny cabin, while her husband listened to every word from his tomb of earth and roots. They believed they had won. They believed they had cowed another backcountry family into submission. But as they rode away, bellies full and egos satisfied, they had no idea what they had truly done. They had not created a victim. They had forged a weapon. When the sound of their horses faded, Sarah secured the door, lifted the floorboard, and helped her husband back into the world of the living. No words needed to be said. The old life was over. The rules of survival had changed, and she had just written the first page of a new book. You have to leave the manicured battlefield parks and the paved roads behind to find the real evidence of this war. Out here, where the woods have tried to reclaim what they lost, you can still find the scars if you know where to look. All that's left of what was once a thriving homestead is this, a single, stubborn chimney stack, built from fieldstone and red clay mortar. It stands like a tombstone for a family, a monument to a life that was deliberately dismantled. 250 years ago, this wasn't a ruin. It was a home. It was the center of a woman's world. But the most important evidence here isn't the stone and mortar. It's the land itself. Look just beyond the chimney, down at that steep creek bank, the one tangled with ancient roots and overgrown with wild honeysuckle. That soft earth was the last line of defense. That's where they dug the hideouts, the regulator caves as they came to be called, damp, dark holes in the earth where a man could lie motionless for days, breathing through a hollow reed while a patrol searched the cabin just yards away. This quiet, forgotten patch of ground. This was the real battlefield, not Alamance. Here, every day was a potential climax, every footstep a possible discovery. Imagine a woman, right where Im's standing, pretending to gather herbs, her eyes never straying far from that creek bank. She's listening, not just for the sound of soldiers, but for the carefully disguised bird call that was the signal from her husband that it was safe or that he was starving. This chimney wasn't just for warmth, it was a watchtower. And that creek wasn't just for water, it was an arsenal and a sanctuary. The whole landscape was a weapon, and the women learned to wield it with a skill born of pure desperation. The raid came on a moonless night with the threat of a storm in the air. This time, there was no pretense of law, no proclamation unrolled. It was a visit of pure, calculated vengeance. A patrol, frustrated and empty-handed after days of chasing shadows in the woods, had decided to make an example of the Bell homestead. From his hiding spot in the cold earth by the creek, Samuel heard the horses approach, not with a steady trot, but with a hard, angry gallop. His blood ran cold. He could do nothing but listen to the sounds of his world being torn apart. The night was shattered by the splintering of wood. The heavy oak door, which had stood as a symbol of his family's security, was breached. From the cave, the sounds were muffled but terrifyingly clear. The crash of pottery, the heavy scrape and thud of their table being overturned. He could imagine the scene, the precious sacks of grain ripped open, their contents dusting the floorboards like a bitter snow. The sound of his wife, Sarah, speaking in a low, steady voice, followed by the officer's sharp, barking questions. Inside the cabin, the firelight cast huge, monstrous shadows on the walls. The soldiers moved with a brutal efficiency, not searching for anything, but simply destroying. A bayonet was used to puncture the water barrel, sending a flood across the floor. The family's few pewter dishes were swept from the mantel and clattered into the hearth. The officer stood over Sarah, his face a mask of fury in the flickering light. He knew she was lying. He knew her husband was near, and he was punishing her for her silent defiance, for her unbreakable will. Samuel, in his earthy tomb, heard the whimpers of his children. Each small cry was a torment, a physical blow he was powerless to stop. He pressed his face into the damp soil, his mind a maelstrom of rage and despair. Every instinct screamed at him to burst from his hiding place, to fight, to die protecting them. But he knew that was the trap. His discovery would mean the gallows for him and complete ruin for his family. And so he endured the unendurable, listening to the destruction of his home, his helplessness a heavier weight than the earth above him. The terror ended as abruptly as it began. With a final chilling threat to return, the patrol mounted up and rode off into the darkness. A heavy silence fell, broken only by the sound of the rising wind and a child's quiet sobbing. When Samuel finally emerged, he found a scene of deliberate devastation. The cabin, their sanctuary, had been violated, its contents strewn and broken. But in the middle of the wreckage stood Sarah. She wasn't crying. Her face, illuminated by the dying embers of the fire, was not one of defeat. It was a face of cold, hard, unforgiving resolve. They had wanted to break her spirit. Instead, they had tempered it into steel. After the raids, after the terror, came the paperwork. And in its own way, it was just as brutal. This is a copy of a county court record from late 1771. It's an information, a formal accusation filed with a magistrate by a neighbor, likely one who had sided with the governor or had been coerced into cooperating. It's filled with the dry, dispassionate language of the law, but what it describes is the very heart of the women's resistance. It says here, the informant states that Martha Ryde, wife of the outlaw James Ryde, did on 3 separate occasions leave parcels of foodstuffs, to wit, corn pone and salted meat, in the hollow of the old sycamore tree by the creek. To the court, this was a crime, providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. But what was it really? It was a wife, likely risking a whipping or worse, trying to keep her husband from starving to death in the woods. The law had turned a simple act of love into an act of treason. Here's another line concerning a different woman. It accuses her of spreading false reports with the intent to mislead a patrol of the king's militia. We know what that means. That was the warning network. That was a woman telling her sister down the road that a patrol was headed her way, using coded language and sending a child as a messenger. The official record calls it sedition. They called it survival. This is how they did it. They used the sterile, emotionless language of the law to criminalize every single tool the women had. Loyalty to a husband became harboring a fugitive. A warning to a neighbor became hindering an investigation. They stripped the humanity from these women's actions, reducing them to a list of offenses on a piece of parchment. And these documents weren't just records, they were weapons. They were the legal justification needed to take the next step, to move from random terror to systematic persecution. They were the prelude to arrests and trials where the women themselves would be forced to stand before the very system that had declared their families forfeit. The law, when it finally came for Martha Reed, did not arrive with a roar. It came in the form of 2 men, a local sheriff and the neighbor who had informed on her, standing at her cabin door in the gray light of dawn. There was no struggle. There was no chase through the mountains, just the cold, quiet reading of the charge, the words from that official document, now a spoken sentence upon her life. The charge was providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. The reality was that she had left a piece of bread for her husband in the hollow of a tree. Her children watched, silent and terrified, as she was led away from the only home she had ever known. The journey to the county seat was a grim parade designed for maximum humiliation. She walked, her hands bound loosely in front of her, while the sheriff rode his horse. Faces peered from behind cabin doors and through gaps in the trees, but no one spoke a word. Fear was a gag in the throat of the entire community. To offer a kind word to Martha was to risk being the next one accused. The trial was a mockery of justice, held not in a grand hall, but in a stuffy, crowded room above a tavern. The air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and spilled ale. The magistrate, a portly man with a face flushed from drink and self-importance, was the same clerk the regulators had protested for his exorbitant fees. He was both judge and jury. There was no one to speak for Martha. Her accuser, a man whose land bordered hers and who stood to gain from her ruin, recited his story with a nervous, practiced air. The magistrate read the charge from the official paper, his voice droning on. He then turned his gaze upon Martha. "What say you to this, woman?" he asked, his tone laced with contempt. Martha Ryde stood before them, a small, solitary island of silence in a sea of hostile words. She did not weep. She did not beg. She simply met his gaze and said nothing. Her silence was her last refuge, her final act of defiance. To deny the charge was to lie. To admit it was to condemn herself and her husband. And so she stood, mute, and let them judge her. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. The magistrate cleared his throat, enjoying the small moment of absolute power. He found her guilty. But he didn't sentence her to the gallows. That would create a martyr. He chose a colder, more practical punishment, one designed to send a clear message. She was to be placed in the public stocks for 2 days, to be shamed and scorned. And, as per the governor's proclamation, her land, her cabin, her livestock, every last thing she owned, was declared forfeit to the crown. The dry words on the paper had become a living reality, and the law had just officially erased her life's work with the stroke of a pen. To find the final chapter of their lives, you have to come here, to this old churchyard, sinking slowly back into the earth. The names and dates on many of these fieldstone markers have been scrubbed away by 2 centuries of wind and rain. They are a congregation of ghosts, their stories lost to all but the roots of the ancient oaks that stand guard over them. It took me a long time, but I finally found her. Right here. This small, tilted stone, half swallowed by moss. The carving is simple, done by a hand that was likely more familiar with an axe than a chisel. It just says, Martha Ryde, beloved wife and mother. That's it. No mention of her defiance, no record of her trial, no hint of the home and the life that was stolen from her. The stone is a testament to her endurance, but it is silent on the subject of her courage. It tells you how she died, but not how she lived. And then, the final bitter irony of this place. You only have to walk about 20 paces over towards the main path to find this one. It's a larger stone made of imported slate, the inscription still sharp and clear. It belongs to the magistrate who signed the order, the man who declared her life forfeit. His epitaph speaks of his civic virtue and his loyal service to the colony. In life, he was a man of power, and she was a woman with none. He held her fate in his ink-stained hands. And now, they lie in the same Carolina clay, enemies in a forgotten war, neighbors for all eternity. It makes you wonder, what happened after the ink on that court order was dry? How did their stories truly end? When Martha Ryde was released from the stocks, bruised and humiliated, she was a woman with nothing. The law had taken her home, her land, and her name. But the law did not control the hearts of her neighbors. In the days that followed, the community's silent support became her lifeline. No one could be seen helping the wife of an outlaw, but a sack of potatoes would be left on the doorstep of the cousin who took her in. A freshly dressed deer, the work of a nighttime hunter, would be found hanging in a nearby tree. The shadow network that had once smuggled lead and gunpowder now smuggled charity and hope. Her husband, James, saw her one last time. A whispered meeting in a dark patch of woods, a final, heartbreaking farewell. He was a ghost in his own life, and to stay was to risk the gallows for himself and further persecution for his family. Like so many other broken regulator men, he turned his face towards the setting sun and walked west, over the great wall of the Appalachians, to carve a new life from the raw wilderness of the frontier. The promise, a desperate prayer whispered into the night, was that one day he would send for them. In the short term, it seemed that injustice had won. The magistrate continued his reign of petty tyranny, his pockets lined with the fines and fees he levied against the powerless. The neighbor who informed on Martha worked the land that was once hers, though it was said he never had a single prosperous harvest from that bitter soil. They were on the winning side of a conquered rebellion, secure in the favor of a distant king and his governor. But they had misjudged the people they lived among. They mistook silence for submission. The resentment from Alamance didn't disappear. It went underground, a simmering coal bed waiting for a wind to fan it into a flame. And in just a few short years, that wind began to blow from places like Boston and Philadelphia. The whispers against corrupt local officials became open shouts against the king himself. When the war for independence finally erupted, it was a firestorm in the Carolina backcountry. The old battle lines were drawn anew. The men who had been called traitors in 1771 were now hailed as the first patriots. And men like the magistrate, who had built their careers on loyalty to the crown, were now branded as Tories. His power evaporated overnight. He lived his final years in fear, a reviled figure in the very community he once ruled. The neighbor who took Martha's land found himself an outcast, his betrayal never forgotten nor forgiven. The story ends not with a single dramatic act of revenge, but with the slow, grinding justice of a community's memory. Martha Ryde never got her land back, but she lived long enough to see the world turn right side up again, and to be remembered not as a criminal, but as a hero. You would think that after 2.5 centuries, a story like this would settle into a single, agreed-upon truth. But it hasn't. Not here. The Battle of Alamance may be a footnote in the national history books, but in these quiet counties, the divisions it created still cast a long, faint shadow. The story of the regulation is not one story. It is two, and which one you hear depends entirely on which family's porch you happen to be sitting on. If you talk to the descendants of the regulator families, people like Elara Vance, you hear the story we've been piecing together. It's a foundational epic, a tale of righteous fury against tyranny.
They'll tell you with a burning pride that their ancestors weren't just farmers. They were the first American revolutionaries, the ones who bled for liberty 5 years before the shot heard round the world. To them, Martha Ryde is a saint of the resistance, a symbol of quiet, unbreakable strength. The women of the Shadow Network are the unsung heroines of a guerrilla war for freedom. But if you find your way to the descendants of the families who sided with the crown, the story inverts itself completely. It's not a tale they tell loudly, but in hushed, careful tones, they will paint a very different picture. In their history, the regulators were not heroes. They were a dangerous, lawless mob. They were tax evaders and anarchists who threatened to drag the entire colony into chaos with their violence and their refusal to respect authority. From their perspective, Governor Tryon and the magistrates weren't villains. They were the forces of law and order, bravely trying to hold civilization together on a wild frontier. The informant who turned in Martha Ryde wasn't a traitor. He was a good citizen doing his civic duty. And Martha herself? She wasn't a hero. She was a criminal, knowingly aiding a fugitive and participating in a conspiracy against the legitimate government. Her punishment wasn't an injustice, it was the necessary consequence of her actions. These two versions of the past cannot coexist, yet they do, living side by side in the collective memory of this place. It proves that the deepest wounds aren't left on the battlefield, but in the stories we choose to tell our children. Facts are brittle things. They can be burned in a courthouse fire or buried under a faded tombstone. But stories in these mountains are different. They're like river stones, tumbled and worn by generations of telling, until all the sharp, inconvenient edges are smooth, and what's left is a piece of pure, powerful myth. And the story of the regulator women, in time, became one of the most enduring legends of all. The court records called them criminals, but the people called them the Alamance witches. The soldiers, most of them outsiders who thought the backcountry was a savage wilderness, started whispering. They couldn't understand how these women survived, how they always seemed one step ahead. It couldn't just be cleverness, it had to be something more. A woman's knowledge of herbal remedies, passed down from her grandmother, became the power to brew curses into a soldier's drinking water. A secret signal, a quilt hung on a line in a certain way, became a form of strange, silent witchcraft. The women's ability to navigate the dark, tangled forests became proof that they could call upon the spirits of the land to lead patrols astray into swamps and briar patches. The women knew what the soldiers were saying, and they let the rumors grow. Fear was a shield, and they wore it like a cloak. And the legends didn't just protect the heroes, they punished the villains. The story of the neighbor who informed on Martha Ryde is still told as a cautionary tale. They say the land he took from her, stained by his betrayal, never prospered. His crops failed, his cattle sickened, and he died a bitter, impoverished man. It wasn't bad luck. It was the land itself, loyal to its rightful owner, taking its revenge. This is how a community holds on to its soul when everything else is taken. They couldn't win on the battlefield or in a courtroom, but around the hearth, in the stories told to wide-eyed children, they could win the narrative. The history books were written by the victors, but the folklore belonged to the women. And so we find ourselves back where we began, on the quiet fields of Alamance. But the silence feels different now, doesn't it? It's no longer an empty quiet. If you listen closely, you can hear past the roar of the battle that day in May. You can hear the whispers from the woods, the creak of a cabin door, the low, steady voice of a woman lying to a man with a gun to save her family. The monuments here commemorate a single day of thunder, but we've learned that the thunder was just the beginning. We have walked a long way from this field. We've stood beside the lonely chimney stacks that mark the graves of forgotten homes, and we've held the cold, angry words of the law in our hands. We've seen that the real war wasn't fought here with cannons and muskets. It was fought in 1,000 small, desperate moments, in occupied kitchens and dark root cellars, by women whose names were never meant to be remembered. So the next time you pass a forgotten country graveyard, or see a patch of daffodils blooming in the middle of the woods where a house once stood, stop for a moment. Remember that these aren't just empty places. They are libraries, filled with stories of courage that were never written down. They are monuments to the wars that are fought in the long, hard years after the soldiers have gone home. The battle is over. The soldiers are dust. The cause they fought for has been won and lost, and won again a dozen times over. But the story of the women who refused to break that story remains. They say that on misty nights, when the moon is just a sliver over the Appalachian peaks, the ghost of a red-haired man can be seen wandering the old Cherokee lands. He walks through the ghosts of towns he himself burned to the ground, Chota, Tellico, Chilhowie, forever hearing the cries of those his campaigns left to starve in the winter cold. This restless spirit, they say, is Arthur Campbell, a man his own people called the Red Fox, a celebrated founder of southwestern Virginia and a protector of the frontier. Was he the necessary guardian of a fledgling civilization, forced into brutal acts to save his kin? Or was he a monster of ambition, who used total war to carve out an empire from the ashes of another people? Today, we're going to untangle the legend from the man. We will follow the trail of the Red Fox, from his capture as a boy to his reign as a political king, to understand how one person could become both a revered pioneer and the eternal, haunting specter of the lands he conquered. To understand the Red Fox, you have to understand the world that made him. The late 1700s in Augusta County, Virginia, was not a place of gentle living. It was the absolute edge of the known world, a raw frontier where life was measured in seasons and survival was a daily struggle. Arthur Campbell was born into this world in 1743, the son of Scots-Irish immigrants. These weren't people who bowed to kings or coastal aristocrats. They were clannish, stubborn, and fiercely independent, and they had pushed into the mountains seeking land that they could hold by the strength of their own hands. This environment was a forge, and it hammered boys into hard men. But for Arthur, the true crucible came when he was just 15 years old. During the French and Indian War, while out on a mission, the boy was captured by a party of Wyandot warriors. For most, this was a death sentence, or a life of brutal servitude. For Arthur Campbell, it became a dark and transformative education. He was taken hundreds of miles away, deep into the Ohio country near the Great Lakes, and for nearly 3 years, he lived as they lived. He wasn't just a captive, he was a student of survival. He learned their languages, he learned to track game and to move through the forest without a sound. But most importantly, he learned their way of war. He saw firsthand the art of the ambush, the psychological terror of the raid, and the supreme value of cunning over brute force. He watched how they used the very landscape as a weapon, melting into the woods like ghosts. These were lessons that could not be taught in any European army. Then, after almost 3 years,
he made his escape. It was a harrowing journey, hundreds of miles through a hostile wilderness with nothing but the skills he had learned from his captors. He survived on nuts, roots, and an iron will. The boy who was captured in that mountain pass was gone forever. The one who stumbled back into the Virginia settlements was a young man, but with the cold, ancient eyes of a survivor. He was harder, sharper, and infinitely more dangerous. The wilderness had tried to swallow him whole, and in the process, he had swallowed a piece of it right back. The man who returned from the Ohio wilderness was not the same one who had left. With his shock of red hair and a new, unsettling stillness in his eyes, he quickly earned the nickname that would follow him to the grave: the Red Fox. He settled in the Holston River Valley, a beautiful but dangerous stretch of land that would become the heart of his domain. Here, in a time of relative quiet, the Red Fox built a life. He married Margaret Campbell, a cousin, and together they began to raise a family that would eventually number 13 children. In these years, before the great wars that would define his legacy, Campbell was seen as the quintessential pillar of the frontier community. He was a successful farmer, a surveyor, and a man whose counsel was sought on everything from planting corn to fortifying a cabin against attack. He became a justice of the peace and a captain in the local militia. When there was a dispute between neighbors, they brought it to Arthur Campbell. When a hunting party went missing, it was Arthur Campbell who organized the search. He was the anchor in a sea of uncertainty. His authority came from his experience. The other settlers were brave and tough, but Campbell possessed a deeper, colder knowledge. He understood the forest and the men who moved through it in a way no one else did. He taught his neighbors how to read the signs of an approaching war party, how to fight from behind trees instead of in open lines, and how to think like the enemy. He was their shield, the man who had been inside the belly of the beast and returned to tell them how to slay it. This was the world the Red Fox built and fought to protect, a fragile collection of cabins and clearings, filled with his kin and his neighbors, all clinging to a precarious existence at the edge of a continent. It was a life built on family loyalty, community dependence, and the constant simmering threat of violence. The love he had for his wife and children, and the fierce paternalistic duty he felt for the people who looked to him for safety, became the driving forces behind every decision he would ever make. Everything that came later, all the fire and the blood, was done to protect this small world he had carved out of the wilderness. But a man forged in such a fire is often left with brittle places. Arthur Campbell's greatest strength, that unyielding will to protect his family and his domain, was inextricably bound to his fatal flaw, an absolute, unshakable belief that his authority was the only authority that mattered. He had survived where others had perished. He had brought order to a land of chaos, and in his mind, this gave him a right to rule. He saw himself not as a leader, but as the patriarch of the entire region, and any challenge to his will was not a simple disagreement. It was a threat to the natural order of things. There's a story that perfectly illustrates this. A few years after the Revolution, a new family of settlers arrived with a land grant signed and sealed by the authorities back in Richmond. The tract of land they claimed overlapped with pasture that one of Campbell's sons had been using. By the letter of the law, the new family had the stronger claim. But that was a law made by men in powdered wigs hundreds of miles away. Campbell summoned the family's patriarch to his home. He didn't shout or threaten. He simply sat the man down and explained, in his quiet, cold way, that the laws of Richmond were a distant whisper in these mountains. The only law that kept families safe from famine or the tomahawk was the law of mutual respect and established order. And in the Holston Valley, he was that order. The new settler, a proud man himself, insisted on his legal rights. Campbell just nodded. Within a week, the man found no one would trade with him at the local mill. His neighbors, loyal to Campbell, suddenly became distant and cold. When one of his cattle went missing, The search party Campbell organized found no trace of it. There was no violence, no open threat, just a slow, suffocating isolation. The family was gone within the month, their legal grant worthless against the silent, absolute power of the Red Fox. For Campbell, this wasn't about a piece of pasture land, it was about precedent. He believed that compromise was weakness, and weakness invited chaos. He could not bend, he could not yield, because to do so would be to admit that some other power, be it the government in Richmond or a rival on the frontier, had a say in the survival of his people. His authority had to be as solid and immovable as the mountains themselves. This towering pride, this inability to brook any rival or share any power, was the crack in his armor. It had served him well when crushing the will of his enemies or intimidating a lone settler. But it was a flaw that was bound to lead him into a conflict he couldn't control with a quiet word or a silent shunning. It would eventually put him face to face with men as proud and as stubborn as himself, and in the unforgiving calculus of the frontier, such a collision could only be settled with fire and blood. The ink on the treaty that ended the revolution was barely dry, but peace never lasts long in the mountains. The new conflict, however, wouldn't be fought with tomahawks and rifles, but with petitions, politics, and the threat of civil war. Just south of Campbell's domain, in the settlements along the Watauga and Nolichucky rivers, a storm was brewing. These lands, technically part of North Carolina, were populated by the same hardened over-mountain men Campbell had fought beside. When North Carolina, in a political move, ceded these western lands to the federal government, the settlers felt abandoned, left without laws or protection. So they did something unthinkable. They did what mountain people have always done when ignored by a distant government. They formed their own. In 1784, they declared themselves an independent state, writing a constitution and electing a governor. They called their new nation the State of Franklin. From his home in the Holston Valley, Arthur Campbell watched this unfold, not as a distant observer, but as a predator watches a rival enter its territory. This wasn't some far-off tax dispute. This was a new center of power, a new government, rising on his very doorstep. For a man whose entire identity was built on being the supreme, unchallenged authority of his region, this was the ultimate affront. The existence of Franklin, led by the popular war hero John Sevier, was a direct challenge to his throne. It siphoned away influence, it offered an alternative to his leadership, and it threatened to make him a secondary figure in the story of the West. It violated the core principle of his being, that in these mountains, his will was law. This new state was a living, breathing rejection of that idea. Campbell's reaction was immediate and visceral, but it wasn't born of simple anger. It was born of pure, cold ambition. A lesser man might have sided with Virginia and tried to crush the upstart state. But the Red Fox saw a different path. His fatal flaw, his absolute belief in his own authority, saw this not as a threat to be destroyed, but as an opportunity to be seized. If there was going to be a new kingdom on the frontier, he would not be its neighbor. He would be its king. He made a fateful choice. He began to scheme, using his vast influence to convince the citizens of his own Washington County, Virginia, to secede from their state and join the state of Franklin. It was a breathtaking act of treason. He was willing to betray the Commonwealth he served, to risk being hanged as a traitor, all for the chance to absorb this new rival power and weld it into a larger domain under his control. This was the point of no return. He had looked upon the challenge to his authority and, driven by his unyielding pride, decided not just to meet it, but to escalate it into an all-or-nothing gamble for absolute power. News of Arthur Campbell's treasonous scheme traveled fast, like a fire in the dry grass of autumn. It didn't take long for it to reach the capital in Richmond and the ears of a man who knew a thing or two about rebellion, Governor Patrick Henry. The governor's response was swift, a letter that was both a velvet glove and an iron fist. He praised Campbell for his past service to Virginia, acknowledging him as a hero of the Revolution. But he also demanded, in no uncertain terms, an explanation for the rumors of secession. It was a calculated move, a political off-ramp offered by one of the most powerful men in the country. It was a chance for the Red Fox to bow, to claim it was all a misunderstanding, and to pull back from the brink without losing face. But Arthur Campbell did not see a lifeline. He saw an insult. Who was Patrick Henry, a man of speeches and cities, to tell him how to govern his mountains? Campbell replied with a letter of his own, a masterpiece of political deflection. He assured the governor of his loyalty to Virginia, while simultaneously arguing for the natural right of frontier people to determine their own governance. He was playing a dangerous double game, trying to placate Richmond with words while continuing his secessionist machinations in secret. He was convinced that the state government was too weak and too distant to stop him. His pride blinded him to the reality that he was no longer fighting a disorganized tribe or a local rival. He was challenging the authority of a sovereign state. The warnings didn't just come from Richmond. They came from his own people, from the men who had stood with him at Point Pleasant and shivered through the winter campaigns against the Cherokee. Old allies, men whose loyalty he had never had to question, came to him privately. They spoke not of treason, but of practicality. They warned him that he was splitting the county, pitting families against each other who had once stood united against a common foe. They begged him to reconsider, to find a compromise, to not tear apart the very community he had built with his own hands. Campbell heard their words not as the counsel of friends, but as the whispers of cowards. He saw their caution as a betrayal of the bold, frontier spirit that had won them this land in the first place. He dismissed their concerns, sometimes with a cold stare, sometimes with a sharp reminder of who had led them through the darkest days. Each time an old friend urged him to step back, Campbell pushed them away, convinced they had lost their nerve. His circle of trusted allies began to shrink, replaced by sycophants and hotheads who shared his ambition. He was becoming a general with no army, a king with a shrinking kingdom. Meanwhile, his chief rival, William Russell, seized the opportunity. Russell saw Campbell's treason not just as a danger to Virginia, but as the perfect weapon to finally destroy the Red Fox. He became the leader of the Loyalist faction in Washington County, organizing opposition, holding his own militia musters, and sending a steady stream of reports to Governor Henry, detailing Campbell's every move. The political feud had now escalated into a cold war fought in the cabins and courtrooms of the Holston Valley. Every choice Campbell made to further his secessionist plot only strengthened Russell's hand and drove a deeper wedge into the heart of the community. The Red Fox was walking a path of his own making, and it was narrowing with every stubborn step. A violent collision was no longer a possibility. It was a certainty. The Holston Valley had become a powder keg, and everyone could smell the fuse. Militias were drilling on both sides, the Loyalists under William Russell on one green, and Campbell's secessionists on another. Old friends now crossed the road to avoid each other's gaze. Families were split down the middle. The air was thick with the tension of impending civil war. It was in this moment, with the region teetering on the brink of bloodshed, that Arthur Campbell was given one last clear chance to choose a different path. And it came not from a governor or a rival, but from the one person who knew the man behind the legend. One evening, as he sat alone by the fire, poring over maps and lists of men loyal to his cause, his wife Margaret came to him. She was a strong frontier woman, no stranger to hardship or danger, but he could see a profound weariness in her eyes. She carried no political arguments or legal warnings. She carried the weight of their world. She sat beside him and spoke quietly of the fear she saw growing in the community. She told him of the women who stopped her by the creek, asking if it was true that their husbands and sons would soon have to fight their own neighbors. She didn't speak of Virginia or the state of Franklin. She spoke of their own home, of their own children. She asked him to look at the life they had built, the peace they had earned through so much struggle and loss. Was this ambition, this new title in this new state, worth the blood of the very people they had sworn to protect? Was it worth their own sons having to aim a rifle at a cousin or a childhood friend? It was the most direct plea imaginable. a choice between the abstract lure of power and the tangible reality of the family and community he claimed to be serving. For a long moment, the Red Fox was silent. The firelight played across his face, and in the shifting shadows, one could almost see the war raging within him. He looked at his wife, the mother of his children, the woman who had stood by him through everything. He saw the truth in her words. He saw the precipice, the dark chasm of violence that lay just one step ahead. He could pull back. He could send a rider to Russell, call a truce, and begin the hard work of mending what he had broken. He could choose his family over his pride. But then his eyes hardened. To back down now, after going so far, felt like the ultimate defeat. He pictured William Russell's smug satisfaction. He pictured his authority, the very foundation of his identity, crumbling to dust. In his mind, retreat was not a path to peace. It was an invitation for his enemies to destroy him utterly. He turned to Margaret, and the warmth had gone from his voice. "Peace is bought with strength, Margaret," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "To show weakness now is to lose everything we have ever fought for." With that, he turned back to his maps. The final crossroads had been reached, and Arthur Campbell had consciously, deliberately, chosen the road to war. The day of the reckoning arrived with the cold bite of a late autumn wind. It was court day in Washington County, the one time when all factions were forced to converge on a single point. But this was no day for civil discourse. Two armed camps had formed on the green outside the small log courthouse. On one side stood William Russell and the Virginia Loyalists, a grim line of farmers and militiamen. On the other, his face as hard and unforgiving as the mountains behind him, was Arthur Campbell and his secessionists. The two groups stared at each other across 100 yards of frozen mud, a space that felt as wide and as deep as a grave. The tension was a living thing, a coiled snake in the center of the green. Men clutched their long rifles, their knuckles white. Words were exchanged, first as low mutters, then as angry shouts that were snatched away by the wind. The final spark came when William Russell, determined to assert the authority of Virginia, took a deliberate step toward the courthouse door, his hand raised. He declared Campbell's assembly illegal and ordered the men to disperse in the name of the Commonwealth. For the Red Fox, this was the ultimate challenge, a public stripping of his power, an act he could not possibly tolerate. In that instant, the world seemed to narrow for Arthur Campbell. The shouting, the wind, the faces of his own men, it all faded into a dull roar. The only thing he could see with perfect clarity was William Russell, his rival, the one man who stood between him and absolute control. The sun glinted off the barrel of a rifle somewhere to his left. He felt the familiar cold weight of the horse pistol tucked in his belt, his hand moving toward it with a will of its own, a lifetime of frontier instinct taking over. He had made his decision weeks ago, in the quiet of his own home. This was just the echo. A single sharp report cracked the cold air and the world erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a chaotic close-quarters brawl of smoke and thunder. Flashes of orange powder burst from the two lines as a ragged volley was exchanged. Men didn't charge so much as stumble forward, the roar of muskets and pistols deafening. Through the swirling, acrid smoke, Campbell saw only one thing. Russell, his face a mask of fury, trying to bring order to his panicked men. The two leaders locked eyes across the maelstrom. For a frozen moment, the entire conflict, the struggle for the soul of the frontier, was reduced to these two men. Their hands moved in a blur of practiced motion. A final deafening shot echoed off the log walls of the courthouse, louder and more final than all the others. The argument that had torn a county in two, that had pitted neighbor against neighbor and brother against brother, was suddenly, permanently over. A chilling, unnatural silence fell over the courthouse green, broken only by the moaning of the wind and the groans of a few wounded men. The powder smoke, thick and grey like a mountain fog, began to slowly clear, revealing the terrible tableau. Men from both sides stood frozen, their weapons half lowered, staring in shock not at an enemy, but at the undeniable consequences of their own rage. Arthur Campbell stood alone in the center of it all. He slowly lowered his pistol, the barrel still smoking in the frigid air. He had won. The challenge to his authority had been met and utterly vanquished. But as he looked out at the wreckage of his community, at the faces of men he had known his entire life, now twisted in horror and grief, there was no triumph in his gaze. There was only the cold, empty silence of a king who had just burned his own kingdom to secure his throne. The sharp crack of the final shot was followed by a silence so deep it felt like the world was holding its breath. For a long moment, no one moved. The men on the courthouse green, friends and enemies alike, stood like statues of clay, their faces blank with shock. The Red Fox stood at the center of this frozen tableau, the smoking pistol still heavy in his hand. There was no look of triumph on his face, no flicker of rage or regret. There was only a cold, profound emptiness. The metallic taste of gun smoke filled his mouth. The problem of William Russell had been solved. His instincts, honed over decades of survival, took over. He did not run. He did not surrender. To do either would be to admit he had done something wrong, and in his mind, he had simply restored order. With a slow, deliberate motion that drew every eye, he began to reload his pistol. It was a terrifyingly calm gesture, an unmistakable message to every man on that green. The violence was done, but his capacity for it was not. He was still the most dangerous man in the valley. With his weapon reloaded and tucked back into his belt, he turned his back on the body of his fallen rival. He did not give it a second glance. He looked to his own men, who were staring at him with a mixture of awe and fear. His voice cut through the silence, not a shout, but a low command that carried with its own absolute authority. "See to our wounded," he ordered. "Then disarm the rest of them. Their foolishness is at an end." He was no longer a politician or a rebel. He was a general on a battlefield of his own making, and he was taking control of the field. Without another word, he walked through the stunned crowd. Men, both his own and Russell's, parted before him, their eyes avoiding his. He moved not like a man fleeing a crime, but like a landowner inspecting his property. He reached his horse, swung himself into the saddle, and rode away from the courthouse, leaving behind a community shattered by his actions. His active role in the physical conflict was over. He had gambled everything on a single violent act, and he had won. But as he rode into the cold hills, the end of this road was simply the beginning of another, far more treacherous one. The law of the mountains had been satisfied. Now he would have to face the law of man. The echo of that final gunshot on the courthouse green did not fade. It settled into the soil of Washington County like a poison, contaminating everything it touched. The single act of violence didn't end the conflict. It transformed a political dispute into a blood feud, a wound that would never properly heal. The men who had faced off against each other went home that day, but they did not go home to peace. They carried the ghost of the confrontation with them, and it sat at their dinner tables and whispered to them in their sleep. For the family of William Russell, the world had been turned upside down. They were now a family without a patriarch, their name forever linked to a public violent death at the hands of their greatest rival. Their grief quickly hardened into a cold, simmering hatred that would be passed down like an inheritance. Every Campbell they saw, every mention of the Red Fox name, was a fresh twist of the knife. Their honor demanded a balancing of the scales, a debt that they would wait years, even generations, to collect if they had to. But the wreckage was not confined to one side. Arthur Campbell had won the field, but in doing so, he had isolated his own family. They were now the clan of the killer. Respect was replaced by fear, and friendship was replaced by a cautious, resentful distance. His wife, Margaret, now had to live the very nightmare she had foreseen, facing the accusing eyes of her neighbors, her children growing up under the shadow of their father's violent legacy. They were safe, yes, but they were surrounded by a wall of silent condemnation built by their father's own hands. The grand political dream of secession was dead, drowned in the blood on the courthouse lawn. The state of Franklin, seeing the fratricidal violence Campbell's ambition had unleashed, wanted no part of Washington County. Campbell had broken his own community for a prize that no longer existed. The energy of the frontier, once directed outward against the wilderness and external threats, was now turned inward. The project of building a civilization ground to a halt, consumed by suspicion and bitterness. The tragedy of that day wasn't just the death of one man, it was the death of trust. The Red Fox, in his obsessive quest to protect his community's order, had shattered its soul. The news of William Russell's death and the armed insurrection at the courthouse galloped all the way to Richmond, and this time, Governor Patrick Henry could not respond with a mere letter. The Commonwealth of Virginia had been openly defied, its authority challenged by one of its own. A charge of murder was drawn up against Arthur Campbell, and the slow, heavy machinery of the law began to grind its way toward the mountains. But this would be no ordinary trial. It was a clash of two worlds, set to play out in the very log courthouse where the blood had been spilled. The trial was a spectacle of tension. On one side stood the prosecutor from Richmond, a man of books and statutes, who spoke of malice aforethought and seditious conspiracy. He laid out a clear, legalistic case. Arthur Campbell, in his lust for power, had raised a private army, defied the state, and murdered its loyal representative. To the world outside the mountains, the case was open and shut. But the prosecutor wasn't speaking to the world. He was speaking to a jury of 12 grim-faced frontiersmen, men who had known both Campbell and Russell their entire lives. When Arthur Campbell spoke in his own defense, he did not plead or make excuses. He stood before the jury not as a criminal, but as their patriarch, their war leader, explaining a difficult but necessary decision. He didn't speak the language of the law, he spoke the language of the mountains. He argued that William Russell's actions were a direct threat to the stability and survival of their entire community. He wasn't just a political opponent, he was an agent of chaos. In the unwritten, brutal constitution of the frontier, a direct challenge to the established leader in a time of crisis was a declaration of war. He framed his act not as murder, but as a battlefield necessity, the regrettable but unavoidable removal of a threat to prevent a wider, bloodier conflict. He looked into the eyes of the jurors, many of whom he had led through fire and snow, and silently asked them, "Which law do you truly live by? Theirs or ours?" The community, and the jury with it, was ripped in two. The Russell clan and their allies saw a cold-blooded murderer on trial and demanded the gallows. But many more saw something else. They saw the Red Fox, the man who had kept their families safe for decades, being judged by a distant, alien set of rules that didn't understand their world. The jurors were caught in an impossible position. To convict Campbell would be to defy the most powerful man they had ever known, a man whose clan could make their lives a living hell. To acquit him would be to sanction a killing and invite the eternal vengeance of the Russell family. In the end, after a tense deliberation, the verdict was read in the silent, crowded courtroom. Not guilty. A gasp went through the room, a mixture of outrage from one side and profound, grim relief from the other. Arthur Campbell simply nodded, his expression unchanging, and walked out a free man. But was justice served? Not by any modern standard. The verdict was not a statement of innocence, it was a verdict of fear and loyalty. It was a declaration that in the Holston River Valley, the law of Virginia was merely a suggestion. The true law was the will of the Red Fox. The court had washed its hands of the matter, but in doing so, it had left the blood debt unpaid, leaving it to fester in the shadows, waiting for a different kind of judgment. William Russell's story, of course, ended on that frozen patch of ground outside the courthouse. He paid the ultimate price in his feud with the Red Fox, his life cut short by a pistol ball. But it would be a mistake to remember him as a simple martyr, a righteous man cut down by an unhinged villain. The truth, as it always is in the mountains, is far more complicated. Russell was no saint. He was a formidable rival, cut from the same hard, ambitious cloth as Campbell himself. Their feud was a clash of two mountain lions fighting for the same territory. When Campbell began his treasonous plot, Russell didn't just see a threat to Virginia. He saw his ultimate opportunity to finally break the Red Fox's power. He was not just a patriot defending his state. He was a political predator moving in for the kill. And in a bitter twist of frontier justice, William Russell achieved in death what he could not guarantee in life. His violent, public end became a symbol of Campbell's tyrannical overreach. The sheer brutality of the act horrified the very people Campbell was trying to lead. Any romantic notions of creating a new frontier republic were washed away in the blood of a neighbor. The state of Franklin, witnessing the fratricidal chaos, recoiled from the idea of admitting Campbell's fractured county into their union. The secession movement died right there on the courthouse green alongside the man who had opposed it. So, who truly won that day? Arthur Campbell walked away a free man, but his grand political scheme was left in ashes, and his reputation was forever stained with a kinsman's blood. He had won the personal duel, but lost the political war. William Russell lay in a cold grave, but his cause, the cause of keeping Washington County tethered to Virginia, had triumphed. His death ensured the very outcome he had fought for. It was a messy, unsatisfying, and tragic end for both men, proving that on the frontier, sometimes even the victor loses everything that matters. Arthur Campbell lived for another 2 decades after the trial, a wealthy and powerful old man who died in his bed in 1811. He was, by all accounts, a success. He had built a dynasty, amassed a fortune in land, and outlived nearly all his enemies. But the victory he had secured on the courthouse green was a bitter one, and its poison seeped into the long years that followed. He was no longer the beloved patriarch of the Holston Valley. He was its feared and isolated king, ruling over a kingdom of silent resentment. The community did what mountain communities always do after a deep trauma. They buried it under a blanket of silence. The courthouse shooting was not spoken of in public. It became a dark secret that everyone knew, but no one acknowledged. A ghost at every wedding and funeral. People had to live together, to raise barns and fight fires side by side, so they forced a fragile peace. But the trust was gone. The old bonds of unquestioning loyalty had been severed, and in their place grew a quiet, watchful suspicion. The legacy of that day was carried most heavily by the next generation. The Campbell children inherited their father's land and influence, but also the stain of his name. They had to navigate a world where many of their neighbors saw them not as friends, but as the offspring of a tyrant. The Russell clan, meanwhile, became the keepers of the grudge. The story of William Russell's death became their family's founding myth, a tale of martyrdom that fueled a quiet, patient hatred that would simmer for generations, waiting for any opportunity to settle the score. As the years passed, the world changed around the aging Red Fox. The frontier pushed further west, and the Holston Valley became a more settled, civilized place. New leaders emerged, men who fought their battles in legislative chambers and courtrooms, not with pistols on the lawn. Campbell's brutal personal style of authority became a relic of a bygone era. The very civilization he had bled to establish was now making him obsolete. He had won the right to rule his mountain, but in the end, the mountain had simply grown past him, leaving him a lonely, feared figure, forever haunted by the silence of the community he had broken. If you travel today through the mountains of southwestern Virginia, you can still find the tracks of the Red Fox. The land he claimed is still there, crisscrossed by roads and dotted with towns he never could have imagined. Near the town of Marion, you can find the site of his home, Campbell's Choice. And in the old Royal Oak Cemetery, you can lay a hand on his weathered tombstone. These are the cold, hard facts of his life, carved in stone and written on deeds. But the true ghost of Arthur Campbell,
doesn't live in the graveyards or the history books. It lives in the whispers. Over the centuries, the man has been consumed by the myth. The stories told about him in the hollers are not about land deals or legislative votes. They are about the uncanny cunning that no ordinary man should possess. The old folks say that during his captivity, he didn't just learn to hunt like the Wyandot. He learned their magic. They say a shaman taught him how to walk between the worlds, to move like a shadow through the woods, and know an enemy's plan before it was even formed. How else, they ask, could he appear from nowhere to strike the Cherokee, or anticipate every move of his political rivals? The darkest legends, of course, are told by the descendants of those he destroyed. They still tell the story of a Cherokee medicine man who laid a curse upon the red fox. He decreed that Campbell's spirit would never know peace, but would be forced to wander the ruins of the towns he burned for all eternity, his fiery red hair blazing in the gloom, forever hearing the ghostly cries of the starving and the slain. It is this story that gives the hook its power, the idea that a man's violence could so profoundly scar a landscape that his spirit is forever trapped there. Arthur Campbell is more than a historical figure now. He is a cautionary tale, a boogeyman, a local legend. He is the human face of the brutal bargain that was struck to settle these mountains. His name is whispered to remind children of the darkness that lies in ambition, and to remind adults that the foundations of their peaceful homes are built upon acts of terrible, unforgiving violence. The man is long dead, but his spirit, the embodiment of that ruthless, brilliant and terrifying frontier will, still haunts these mountains. For better or for worse, the shadow of the red fox is a part of the land itself. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning. Sitting here in the long shadow of the mountains, was Arthur Campbell a hero or a villain? The truth is, he was something far more complicated and far more human. He was a founder. He was one of those hard, uncompromising men who carved a civilization out of a wilderness. Such work is never clean. To his people, he was a shield. To the Cherokee, he was a specter of destruction. To his rivals, he was a tyrant. The Red Fox was the human embodiment of the frontier itself, creative and destructive, magnificent and terrible, a force of nature that built a new world by clearing away the old with fire and with fear. In the end, this is a story about how a man's greatest strength, his unbending iron will to protect and control his domain, can become the very thing that poisons his soul. That same quality that made him the perfect leader to survive the French and Indian War made him incapable of accepting a political rival in a time of peace. He loved his community so fiercely that when it dared to defy him, he was willing to break it in two rather than bend his own pride. He was a man who looked at the untamed wilderness and saw a home for his children, and was willing to commit any sin to secure it. He looked at a rival and saw not a neighbor with a different opinion, but a threat that had to be eliminated. His story is a timeless, tragic lesson written into the very bedrock of these mountains, a reminder that the line between a protector and a predator is often nothing more than a single, irrevocable choice made in a moment of anger. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Red Fox, a man who built a kingdom for his family, but loved his own crown just a little bit more. Here, on the banks of the Nolichucky River, the water still speaks in the old tongue of the mountains. It tumbles over rocks that have seen empires rise and fall, and it whispers through trees that remember a time when this was the very edge of the world. It was here, in this misty East Tennessee Valley, that a man came and took the river's name for his own, branding himself into the landscape forever. They called him Nolichucky Jack. But was he a hero, a rebel, or a king in buckskin? Today, we're going to follow the current back in time,
because these waters hold a story of fire, blood, and ambition that shaped the very soul of Appalachia. Let's go back to 1773. Imagine this valley not as a quiet, settled place, but as the raw, bleeding edge of a new continent. This was a world of towering hardwoods and shadow-filled hollows, where the law was whatever a man could enforce with a long rifle and a steady hand. The settlements here, places like Watauga and Holston, weren't towns. They were clusters of raw log cabins huddled together for warmth and safety, islands in a vast, untamed wilderness. This was land that was promised by God, but forbidden by a king across the ocean, and more importantly, it was the ancestral hunting ground of the Cherokee. Into this crucible walked John Sevier. He wasn't born of these mountains. He was a man from Virginia with a hunger for land that was sharper than any axe. When he arrived and built his home on the Nolichucky, he didn't look like a mountain-born brawler. He was handsome, charming, with a gaze that could disarm a rival or win the loyalty of a stranger in a single glance. He had the easy smile of a man who knew deep in his bones that you'd follow him, that you'd trust him with your life. But those who looked closer saw something else. Beneath the charisma was a core of cold, hard steel. This wasn't just a farmer looking for a homestead. This was a born leader, a speculator, a man who saw this forbidden land not just as a home, but as an empire in the making. He was building a life here with his wife and children, but every nail he hammered was an act of defiance against a distant government and a declaration of war against the people who had called this place home for centuries. The air itself was thick with tension. To the west, Cherokee leaders like Dragging Canoe watched the endless stream of settlers and swore a blood oath to drive them back across the mountains. To the east, the whispers of rebellion against the British Crown were growing into a roar. Sevier and his neighbors were caught in the middle, squatters on stolen land, poised on the brink of a war that would force them to choose a side. They had come seeking freedom, but they had found themselves in a powder keg, and John Sevier was the man holding the match. To really understand what forged John Sevier from a simple settler into a legend, you can't just look at maps or read treaties. You have to feel the weight of the times. I'm holding a piece of that weight right here in my hands. It's a trade tomahawk, the kind that were mass-produced in English foundries. The iron head is simple, brutal, and efficient. The hickory handle is smooth from a century of handling. It feels cold, balanced, and deadly. But this isn't just an antique weapon. This is a political document written in steel. When the revolution began, the British had a strategy for their southern frontier: turn the mountains red. They funneled weapons like this one to the Cherokee and other tribes, encouraging them to attack the rebellious settlements. For the British, it was a calculated move in a global war. But for the families living in those isolated cabins, it meant this object became a symbol of their worst nightmares. It was the face of a war that didn't happen on distant battlefields, but on their own doorsteps. This simple tool forces us to ask a visceral question, one that cuts through the pages of history. What happens when the world outside your thin wooden walls is consumed by fire and screams? What does a man like John Sevier do when he's looking over the palisade of a besieged fort and sees a young woman running for her life, with a weapon just like this one slicing through the air right behind her? When the revolution finally broke, it wasn't a glorious affair of flags and cannons on the frontier. It was a wave of pure terror. The British strategy was simple and brutal. They would unleash their allies, the Cherokee, upon the settlements. The war had come to the mountains, and it came on silent, moccasined feet, armed with English steel. Suddenly, every rustle in the woods, every shadow at dusk, could mean death. Cabins were burned, families scattered, and the survivors fled to the flimsy security of their forts. At Fort Watauga, the air was thick with the stench of fear and gunpowder. Hundreds of Cherokee warriors, led by the brilliant and implacable Dragging Canoe, materialized from the forest and laid siege to the crude wooden walls. Inside, John Sevier was no longer just a landowner. He was a commander, responsible for the lives of every man, woman, and child huddled within. The siege was a grinding nightmare of sniper fire, of terrifying war cries that echoed through the night, a constant reminder that death was only a few feet of log wall away. It was during this chaos that the legend of Nolichucky Jack was truly born. A young woman, Catherine Sherrill, was caught outside the walls when the attack began. As she sprinted across the cleared ground toward the fort, she was a lone figure of desperation. She could hear the footsteps pounding behind her, could feel the nearness of her pursuers. A tomahawk, a weapon just like this one, its polished edge glinting in the sun, whizzed past her ear and thudded into the gate just as she reached it. It was barred shut. For a heart-stopping second, her hope died. But from the top of the wall, John Sevier had seen it all. As Catherine, in a final act of pure will, leapt for the top of the palisade, his hands shot out, grabbing her arms and hauling her over the edge to safety. In that single breathtaking moment, Sevier became more than a man. He became a protector, a hero. The seeds of conflict, sown by a distant king, had just bloomed into a very personal war for him, and that heroic rescue planted the seeds of a love story that would itself become a cornerstone of Appalachian folklore. History books can give you the dates and the names, but they can't give you the soul of a story. For that, you have to talk to the people who are its living keepers. My search for the soul of the King's Mountain story led me to the back room of a county historical society, a place that smelled of old paper and cedar. It's there I met a local historian, a man in his 80s whose family had been in these hills since before Tennessee was even a dream. His name isn't important. What is important is that the stories of this place run in his blood. I asked him about Major Ferguson's threat. Why did it light such a fire? Why march over a frozen mountain on what looked like a suicide mission? He leaned back in his creaky wooden chair and gave me a look that said I was asking the wrong question entirely. "You have to understand," he said, his voice a low Appalachian rumble. "Ferguson didn't threaten an army. There was no army. He threatened their hearthstones." He explained that these weren't soldiers who answered to a distant general. They were clans. They were families. Their loyalty was to the man whose land bordered their own, to the neighbor who helped them raise a barn. When Patrick Ferguson promised to hang their leaders and lay their country waste with fire and sword, it wasn't a threat of war. It was a promise of annihilation aimed directly at their wives, their children, and their homes. "My great-great-great-uncle was there," the old man continued, tapping a weathered finger on a map. "Family law says he was plowing a field when the rider came with the news. He didn't even unhitch the mule. He just dropped the reins, walked into his cabin, took his long rifle from over the fireplace, and told his wife he'd be back when it was done." That single image, passed down through generations, tells you more than any history book. This wasn't a political calculation. It was a personal insult, a blood feud declared on an entire people. And it was an insult that could only be answered one way. Major Patrick Ferguson's threat was a spark on dry tinder. It wasn't heard in a government hall. It was carried by riders from one isolated settlement to the next, a whispered promise of hellfire that spread through the mountains like a contagion of rage. This wasn't a challenge to an army. It was a personal insult, a vow to burn out the very heart of the over-mountain people. And in that moment, something shifted in the soul of the frontier. The time for talk was over. The time for defense was over. This was now a hunt. The gathering at Sycamore Shoals was not a military muster. It was a human flood. Men poured out of the hollows and down from the ridges, their faces set like stone. They were a rough-hewn army, clad in buckskin and homespun, their only uniform a shared fury. Their weapon was the American long rifle, a tool of subsistence that had become an instrument of vengeance. They left their plows in the field, their harvests in the barn, and their families with a grim promise to return. In the center of this storm of men stood John Sevier. Alongside Isaac Shelby, he was the axis around which this whole desperate enterprise turned. He didn't need to give speeches. His presence was enough. He moved through the camp,
his piercing gaze meeting the eyes of farmers and hunters, transforming their individual anger into a singular, deadly purpose. He was one of them, but he was also more. He was the embodiment of their defiance. The decision was made. They would not wait for Ferguson to bring his fire and sword to them. They would take the war to him. They would do the unthinkable, march over the high, snow-dusted peaks of the Appalachians, leaving their own homes vulnerable to hunt down a superior British force. This was the point of no return. As they turned their faces east and began their climb into the freezing autumn air, they were no longer just settlers. They were an avalanche of buckskin and fury, and they would not stop until they had buried Ferguson and his army on a mountain of his own choosing. Today, King's Mountain is a place of profound peace. You can walk the paved trails, hear the wind rustling the leaves, and read the solemn granite monuments that mark the place where a battle turned the tide of a war. But the true evidence, the real scar left on this landscape, isn't carved in stone. It's the land itself. You have to leave the path and feel the ground under your feet to understand what happened here. This isn't a mountain in the way you might imagine. It's a long, steep-sided ridge that rises abruptly from the surrounding country. When Major Ferguson brought his loyalist army up here, he thought he had found the perfect fortress. From this high ground, he could see in every direction, and he believed no army could assault such a steep, rugged slope. He was so confident, he reportedly boasted that he was king of this mountain, and that God Almighty and all the rebels out of hell could not drive him from it. He saw a fortress. He failed to understand that he was choosing a tomb, right here. Stand at the bottom of the slope and look up. You can feel the steepness in your legs and your lungs. This is where it happened. Ferguson's men were arrayed on the cleared summit, a perfect target against the skyline. But the over-mountain men didn't attack in formation. They used the dense woods on these slopes for cover, melting between the very trees that still stand here today. Each of these ancient oaks, each of these weathered rock outcroppings, became a silent testament to the chaos of that day. This whole ridge became a killing jar, and the over-mountain men were about to seal the lid. It began with a sound that was not quite human. From the base of the mountain on all sides, a terrifying chorus of whoops and yells erupted from the trees, the sound of panthers, of wolves, of men who had become something primal. The over-mountain men didn't march. They swarmed up the wooded slopes, a relentless tide of buckskin and iron will. It was a kind of warfare the British had never truly understood. For every volley of musketry the Loyalists fired down the hill, hitting little more than bark and shadow. A dozen puffs of white smoke would answer from the trees below. The crack of the long rifles was sharp, personal. Each one was a sentence of death delivered from an unseen judge. A man in a bright red coat would be reloading on the summit, and then he would simply fold, vanishing into the chaos. The Loyalists charged with bayonets, a wave of disciplined steel meant to break any line, but there was no line to break. The frontiersmen just melted back into the forest, letting the charge pass, only to rise up on their flanks and rear, their rifles speaking again and again. The fortress had become a slaughter pen. Above the din, Major Ferguson's silver whistle could be heard, a shrill, piercing note trying to impose order on pure chaos. He rode his white horse back and forth across the summit, a magnificent, defiant target, rallying his crumbling lines. For an hour, the mountain was consumed by a storm of lead and fury. The air grew heavy and acrid with the smell of gunpowder. The roar of battle was continuous, a deafening drumbeat of rifle fire, screams and war cries. Then, suddenly, the silver whistle fell silent. The man on the white horse, who had seemed invincible just moments before, reeled in his saddle. He swayed for a moment, a stunned look on his face, before sliding to the ground. With his fall, the last bit of fight drained from the Loyalist force. White handkerchiefs began to appear, tied to the ends of ramrods and held aloft in surrender. The shooting didn't stop immediately. The raw fury that had carried them over a frozen mountain demanded a final, terrible price. But soon, a new sound replaced the gunfire,
the triumphant, breathless roar of men who knew they had just broken the back of the British war in the south. After the gun smoke clears, the ink begins to flow. This is a copy of the official report on the Battle of King's Mountain, written by the commanders and sent to the Continental Congress. It's written in the formal, looping script of the 18th century, and its language is as detached as the battle itself was intimate and brutal. It talks of troop movements, of casualties, and of objectives secured. It describes the battle in a single, sanitized phrase: a sharp conflict. A sharp conflict. Those three words are the cold ashes left over from a raging fire. There is no mention in this dry report of the war cries that echoed through the trees, or the raw fury of men avenging a threat against their homes. The official record doesn't tell you about the terror in the eyes of the loyalists as they were swarmed from all sides, or the grim satisfaction of the frontiersmen as they won. The paperwork of war is always a ghost of the real thing, a sterile summary that strips away the blood and the humanity. And this is where the story of John Sevier takes its most important turn. In this document, he is a hero of the new United States, a loyal officer serving the cause of liberty. But what this paper trail doesn't show is what was happening in Sevier's own mind. He had just seen how power was won, not in distant congresses, but by the will of determined men with rifles in their hands. As he rode home over the mountains, a hero of continental fame, he wasn't just thinking about the war he had won, he was thinking about the kingdom he was about to build. The official record sealed his legend as a patriot, but it was a title he was already preparing to betray. The hero returned from King's Mountain not just to a home, but to a vacuum of power. North Carolina, broke and exhausted from the war, ceded its western lands to the federal government, effectively abandoning the over-mountain settlements. Left without courts, laws, or protection, the people did what they had always done. They took matters into their own hands. In 1784, they declared themselves a new, independent state, the state of Franklin, and there was only one man they would trust to be its governor, John Sevier. For a brief, shining moment, Nolichucky Jack was a king in his own right, ruling over a renegade republic carved out of the wilderness. But the law, however distant, has a long memory. North Carolina quickly regretted its decision and reasserted its claim, creating chaos. Two governments now claimed the same land. The conflict became a bitter personal feud between Sevier and a man named John Tipton, a former brother-in-arms from Kings Mountain who now led the North Carolina Loyalist faction. This wasn't a political debate, it was a civil war in miniature, a clash of two frontier titans who refused to bend. The breaking point came in the dead of winter. Tipton's faction, acting for North Carolina, seized some of Sevier's enslaved people as payment for back taxes. For Sevier, this was the ultimate insult. Enraged, he raised a small army and laid siege to Tipton's farm. The Battle of Franklin was a tragic farce played out in a blizzard. For days, the two sides traded insults and gunfire from behind fences and trees until a surprise attack by Tipton's reinforcements shattered Sevier's force. The state of Franklin collapsed in the snow and mud, and its governor was now a wanted man. The law's pursuit began. The hero of King's Mountain was now a fugitive, hiding in the very mountains that had once hailed him as their savior. He was hunted by the government of North Carolina, the state he had once defended so ferociously. The cheers of victory were replaced by the quiet footsteps of a man on the run, a king with no kingdom, charged with the high crime of treason. Eventually, the law caught up with him. He wasn't captured in a blaze of glory, but arrested quietly, a shocking humiliation for a man of his stature. They put him in irons. Imagine that sight. Nolichucky Jack, the Indian fighter, the revolutionary commander, being hauled back over the mountains, not as a hero, but as a common felon. The tense journey ended at the courthouse in Morganton, North Carolina, where he was to be tried for his life. But as he stood before the court, a different kind of justice arrived. A mob of his armed followers stormed the building, freed him from his captors, and set him back on his horse. The official verdict was never delivered, because the people of the frontier had already delivered their own. John Sevier simply rode away, a free man, proving that in Appalachia, the loyalty of the people could be a law unto itself. To find the final chapter of this story, you have to visit two very different pieces of ground. The first is here, on the lawn of the old Knox County Courthouse, in the heart of the city he helped build. A grand stone monument marks the final resting place of John Sevier. It proclaims him a hero, a patriot, the first governor of the state of Tennessee. He lies here in a place of ultimate public honor, celebrated as a founding father. But as you stand here, you can't help but feel the paradox. This is the grave of a man who was once arrested, put in irons, and charged with high treason. To understand the other side of that conflict, you have to travel a few miles away to a quieter place. Here, on the rolling farmland that was once his home, lies John Tipton. His grave is simple, solid, unyielding, much like the man himself, who stood for the law when it was unpopular and faced down the most famous man on the frontier. He rests on the very land he defended, the homestead that Sevier himself once besieged. They lie just a county apart now, enemies in life, neighbors in death. The man who upheld the law rests on his private farm, while the rebel who defied him is enshrined in the town square. This stark contrast, written in granite and soil, is the final, silent testament to their long and bitter feud. It forces us to ask the most crucial question of all. What happened in the years after the guns fell silent? How did the fugitive Nolichucky Jack not only escape justice, but rise from the ashes of his failed state to become the most powerful man in Tennessee? The long shadow of his failed state hung over John Sevier, but he was a man who thrived in the half-light. After his dramatic rescue, he was still technically a fugitive, a traitor in the eyes of North Carolina. But in the mountains and hollows of his homeland, he was simply Nolichucky Jack, their leader, protected by a fierce loyalty that no law could penetrate. He was a political ghost they couldn't exorcise. So what does a man do when his kingdom has crumbled and his enemies hold all the legal cards? He finds a new game to play. And this is where Sevier's story takes a dark, secretive turn. A desperate man, he began a clandestine correspondence with Spanish diplomats. He hinted that the frustrated people of the frontier, feeling abandoned by the United States, might be willing to secede entirely and place themselves under the protection of the King of Spain in exchange for free navigation of the Mississippi River. Was it genuine treason? Or was it the shrewdest political bluff in American history? A move designed to force the young United States to finally pay attention to its western frontier. The truth is buried with him, but it shows a man willing to risk everything to protect his interests and regain his power. Meanwhile, North Carolina faced a dilemma. They couldn't arrest Sevier. His followers would simply free him again. They couldn't ignore him. His influence was too great. They couldn't defeat him, so they did the only thing they could. They embraced him. In a stunning act of political pragmatism, they issued a full pardon for his treason. Then, they went a step further. They elected the rebel leader to their own state senate. It was a masterstroke. By bringing him into the system, they neutralized him as an outlaw. But they had underestimated Nolichucky Jack. He wasn't neutralized. He was legitimized. He took his seat in the government that had once hunted him and used his new position, combined with his undiminished popularity back home, to fight for the one thing he always wanted, a new state. But this time, done the right way. He outmaneuvered every opponent, trading his buckskin jacket for a politician's coat without ever losing the grit of the frontiersman. When Tennessee was finally granted statehood in 1796, there was no debate, no question about who would lead it. The election of John Sevier as its first governor wasn't a political victory. It was a coronation. The rebel king was dead. Long live the governor. And that's where the story gets complicated, because even today, John Sevier isn't one man, he's two. The first Sevier is the one written in stone and bronze, the man on the monument. This is Nolichucky Jack the hero, the father of Tennessee, the fearless Indian fighter who protected the fledgling settlements from annihilation. To this day, if you ask the descendants of the Over-Mountain men, they will tell you he was a patriot who risked everything at Kings Mountain and a statesman who carved a civilization from a savage wilderness. This is the Sevier of public record and popular legend. But then there's the other John Sevier. This is the man whose story isn't written on monuments, but whispered in the shadows of history. To understand this Sevier, you have to stand on the other side of the Nolichucky River, on the land that was once the sovereign territory of the Cherokee Nation. From that perspective, Sevier wasn't a hero. He was the leading edge of an invasion. He wasn't a protector. He was a conqueror. Every acre of land he settled was an acre of land he took. His 35 battles weren't heroic skirmishes. They were a relentless campaign of ethnic cleansing. And it wasn't just about land for a home. The second Sevier was a ruthless speculator, a man whose patriotism and personal profit were always tangled together. His renegade state of Franklin looks less like a noble experiment in democracy and more like a massive land grab, an attempt to secure his and his cronies' illegal claims. His flirtation with Spain wasn't a bluff. It was the act of a man whose ultimate loyalty was to his own ambition. So who was the real Nolichucky Jack? Was he the courageous patriot or the greedy opportunist? The community builder or the dispossessor of a people? The truth is, he was all of it. He was a man who contained the violent, contradictory, and deeply flawed soul of the American frontier itself. And to this day in Appalachia, the version of the story you hear still depends entirely on which side of the mountain your family came from. When a man's life is as large and loud as John Sevier's, it doesn't just end when he's laid in the ground. It seeps into the soil. It becomes part of the mist that hangs in the hollows. The hard facts of his life, the battles, the politics, the betrayals, began to soften over the decades, smoothed over by time like river stones, until a new shape emerged, the shape of a legend. The most powerful legends are often the ones people needed to be true. Take the story that he fought in over 30 battles and was never once wounded. Historically, it's an incredible feat of luck and skill. But in the telling and retelling around a hearth fire, it became something more. It became proof. In a world of constant, random violence, where a snake bite or a fever could kill as surely as a tomahawk, the belief that their leader was untouchable, that he was shielded by Providence itself, wasn't just a story. It was a shield for their own hearts. But every bright legend casts a long shadow. There's another kind of story you'll hear in East Tennessee, one told in a hushed voice after the children are in bed. They say that on certain nights, when the moon is hidden and the river fog is thick, you can still hear the echoes of his forgotten wars down by the Nolichucky. They say it isn't Sevier's ghost you have to worry about. It's the ghosts of those he fought, the Cherokee spirits still bound to the land he took, their whispers of anger and loss carried on the water. It became a cautionary tale, a way for the mountains themselves to remember the price that was paid for the state he built. And so, the man became a myth. He is both the invincible hero protected by heaven and the haunted figure whose deeds left unquiet spirits in his wake. The history books tell you what John Sevier did, but it's the folklore, the ghost stories, and the tall tales whispered from one generation to the next that tell you how the mountains remember him. So we find ourselves back where we started, here on the banks of the Nolichucky. The river still speaks its ancient language, tumbling over the same stones, but we hear it differently now. We can no longer see this as just a quiet valley. We see the ghosts. We see the raw frontier, the smoke of the cabin, and the determined figure of a man who took the river's name and made it his own, bending a wilderness to his will. The journey to understand John Sevier is to understand that our heroes are never simple. It's easy to want the man on the monument to be the whole story, a flawless patriot cast in bronze. But the Appalachian frontier was no place for simple men. It demanded men who were as complex and contradictory as the land itself, men who could be both courageous and cruel, builders and destroyers, heroes and villains, sometimes all in the space of a single day. Sevier wasn't a good man who did bad things, or a bad man who did good things. He was a man of his time, and his time was a storm. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or see an old name carved into a county courthouse, remember that it's not just a pile of stones or a word on a map. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the brutal choices that define us. The story of Nolichucky Jack is a reminder that our history is not a clean, straight line. It's a tangled, bloody, and glorious thicket, and it's in those shadows and contradictions that the truest stories are found. The people are gone. The houses are gone. The world they fought for has vanished. But the story remains. In the dead of a Tennessee night, 2 gunshots rip through the silence of a lonely log inn. Inside, a man lies bleeding on the floorboards, a man who mapped a continent and gazed upon the Pacific Ocean. It's Meriwether Lewis, a national hero. History tells us a simple, tragic story. A great man, broken by depression, took his own life. But the whispers along the old Natchez Trace tell a different tale. A story of robbery, of political assassination, of a truth so dark it had to be buried. What really happened at Grinder's Stand on that awful night? Was it the final act of a desperate man, or the perfect murder of an American icon? To understand the darkness of that end, you must first remember the brilliance of the beginning. Just 3 years earlier, Meriwether Lewis was not a broken man, but the nation's brightest star. He returned from the great unknown not just as a survivor, but as a conqueror of myth. He was the man who had walked to the edge of the world and come back, bringing an entire continent with him, folded neatly onto maps drawn by his own hand. Parades were thrown in his honor, women swooned, and children whispered his name like that of a folk hero sprung to life. He was America's Odysseus, the living embodiment of its boundless ambition. This was no simple soldier. Lewis was a scholar of the wild, handpicked and mentored by President Thomas Jefferson himself. He was a man who could navigate by the stars, identify 1,000 new species of plant and animal, negotiate with dozens of native tribes, and command the unwavering loyalty of his men through brutal winters and starvation. His mind was a finely tuned instrument, capable of holding the vast, unmapped West in its grasp. He was quiet, introspective, and prone to melancholy even then. But it was a poet's melancholy, the thoughtful burden of a man who saw the world with a piercing, almost painful clarity. His reward for this monumental achievement was the governorship of the vast Upper Louisiana Territory. St. Louis, his capital, was the wild heart of this new American empire, a chaotic frontier town of fur trappers, French Creoles, Spanish agents, and land speculators, all swirling in a storm of ambition and conspiracy. For the hero of the Corps of Discovery, this was to be the next great challenge, to tame not a wilderness of rivers and mountains, but one of men. He was meant to be the architect of civilization at the very edge of the map. But the world he had mastered was a world of clear dangers and honest truths. A grizzly bear does not lie. A river does not plot against you. The skills that had kept him alive in the wilderness, unquestioned authority, swift and solitary decisions, and intolerance for deceit, were precisely the ones that made him a poor politician. He was a man of action and honor, suddenly trapped in a swamp of paperwork, petty rivalries, and whispers in smoky back rooms. The ground beneath his feet, once the solid earth of the trail, had turned to quicksand. He had once been at home in the deepest, most unforgiving parts of the continent. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, the cry of a distant hawk. This was the language he understood. The vast, untamed American wilderness was not his enemy. It was his sanctuary and his domain.
He could read a forest like a book and a river like a letter from a friend. There was no place on earth he should have felt safer. Little did he know, the modern world he was helping to build would soon turn on him. The hero had returned from the great wilderness, but a different, more dangerous wilderness was beginning to grow within his own mind. The adoring crowds were fading into the distance, replaced by the silent, judging eyes of creditors and the sneering faces of political enemies. The world he had won was about to be lost. The conflict that would end Meriwether Lewis' life wasn't born in a tavern brawl or over a disputed property line. Its seeds were sown in the grand halls of European palaces and in the treacherous politics of a new nation. The land at the heart of this story wasn't a few acres of Rocky Mountain soil. It was an empire. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 wasn't just a transaction, it was the acquisition of a ghost, a vast, undefined territory haunted by the ambitions of France and Spain. Lewis was the man sent to give that ghost a body, to map its rivers and mountains, to make it truly American. The land was his legacy, the source of his fame, and ultimately the reason for his destruction. The ink on the Purchase Treaty was barely dry, but the region was already scarred by a century of shifting loyalties. St. Louis was not a simple American frontier town. It was a place layered with history, a city with a French soul and a Spanish past. Its most powerful citizens, the old money fur traders and landowners, had deep ties to the old world. To them, Governor Lewis wasn't a hero. He was an outsider, a federal agent sent by a distant government in Washington to impose a new order. He represented an American authority they had no reason to trust and every reason to resent. This wasn't a feud between families, it was a cold war between the old guard and the new nation. At the heart of this simmering conflict was a man who personified the region's treachery, General James Wilkinson. To the public, he was a decorated general. In reality, he was a master of deceit, a paid agent for the Spanish crown, and a man whose ambition knew no bounds. He was a spider at the center of a web of conspiracy that stretched from New Orleans to the Canadian border, and he had served as the first governor of the territory Lewis now controlled. Lewis, a man of uncompromising honor, was a direct threat to Wilkinson's shadowy empire. He wasn't just an obstacle, he was a potential witness, a man who, by virtue of his office, had access to documents and records that could expose Wilkinson's treason and send him to the gallows. In these mountains, a family name can be a heavy burden. But for Meriwether Lewis, his own name had become a curse. The name Lewis was supposed to mean courage, integrity, and triumph over the wilderness. But in the viper's nest of St. Louis, his enemies worked tirelessly to redefine it, to associate it with incompetence, instability, and financial ruin. Every rejected expense report, every political maneuver that undermined his authority, was a deliberate blow against his honor. To be Meriwether Lewis meant you could not fail. And as he set out on that final journey, he knew he was fighting for more than his career. He was fighting for the very meaning of his name. The world of Meriwether Lewis had shrunk from a vast continent to the suffocating confines of his own office, and the most venomous snake in St. Louis was the one who sat across the hall. His name was Frederick Bates, the territorial secretary and Lewis' second in command. Bates was a man made of paper and ink, a bureaucrat who saw the world in rules and regulations. He resented Lewis' fame, disdained his decisive, often unilateral style of command, and coveted his position. He became the quiet, meticulous architect of the governor's downfall. The deepest wounds were not inflicted by a knife, but by a bookkeeper's pen in a distant Washington office. Lewis, acting as governor, had issued drafts to pay for militias, for Indian affairs, and for government supplies, all necessary expenses to manage a wild and unruly territory. But the War Department, perhaps nudged by Bates's poisonous letters, began to reject them. One protest after another came back, branding the hero of the nation as financially irresponsible.
The most galling was the refusal to pay for the expedition to return the Mandan chief Shehike to his people, a matter of national honor that Lewis had personally guaranteed. These weren't just numbers in a ledger, they were stones being thrown at his good name, each one chipping away at the foundation of his reputation. From his desk in St. Louis, Frederick Bates spun a web of insinuation that reached all the way to the capital. He wrote letters to his powerful friends, painting a picture of Governor Lewis as erratic, extravagant, and possibly corrupt. He framed Lewis's decisive actions as reckless overreaches of authority and his bouts of melancholy as evidence of a complete mental breakdown. The rumors took on a life of their own, whispered in the halls of Congress and the offices of the War Department. The hero who had once been praised for his boldness was now being condemned for it. The whispers from St. Louis had become a roar in Washington, and Lewis could feel the ground crumbling beneath him. He was a man isolated. Beyond Bates, he had made powerful enemies among the old guard of St. Louis by challenging their dubious, often fraudulent, Spanish land grants. These were wealthy, influential men who saw Lewis not as a governor, but as a threat to their fortunes. They formed a silent chorus of approval for Bates' campaign of character assassination. Everywhere Lewis turned, he saw a smiling face with daggers hidden behind its back. His few allies were far away, and his mentor, Jefferson, was now retired. His influence diminished. The hero was alone, surrounded by a closing circle of enemies who wanted nothing more than to see him fall. As Meriwether Lewis left the civilized world behind and plunged into the autumn twilight of the Natchez Trace, he entered a different kind of wilderness. This wasn't the majestic, untamed West he had once conquered. This was a place of dark folklore, a path said to be haunted by the ghosts of murdered travelers. Rivermen and traders called it the Devil's Backbone, and they told stories around their campfires of spectral highwaymen and strange, unsettling cries that echoed through the cypress swamps on moonless nights. The trace itself felt like a bad omen, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin, a place where a man's worst fears could take solid form in the oppressive shadows. The human omen on this journey was Lewis himself. The hero of the Corps of Discovery was gone, replaced by a tormented figure whose mind was unraveling. At Fort Pickering, near modern-day Memphis, the darkness had surfaced with terrifying force. He had tried to take his own life, not once, but twice. His traveling companion, Major Neely, found him so utterly deranged that he had to be placed under watch. The men around him no longer saw a governor or a great explorer. They saw a man possessed, his eyes wild, his speech frantic and paranoid. He was a storm cloud moving across the land, and everyone in his path could feel the chill in the air. Inside Lewis's own mind, the premonition of dread was a constant screaming torment. Every snap of a twig in the forest was an assassin sent by Wilkinson. Every shadow that danced at the edge of his vision was a debt collector sent from Washington. The papers he carried, the very documents meant to be his salvation, felt like a physical weight, a death warrant, marking him as a target for his enemies. He was caught in a gut-wrenching spiral, unable to trust anyone, not even his own servant. This wasn't just a journey to clear his name, it was a desperate flight. He spurred his horse on, riding ahead of his companions in a frantic burst of energy, as if he could outrun the demons that were chasing him, both from behind and from within. He was riding hard toward a rundown little inn called Grinder's Stand, a place that was waiting in the gloom to claim him. The point of no return wasn't a dusty crossroads or a declaration of war. It was the moment Meriwether Lewis, alone and haggard, rode out of the darkening woods and into the small, squalid clearing of Grinder's Stand. The inn was little more than a pair of crude log cabins huddled against the immense, indifferent wilderness. For a weary traveler, it should have been a sanctuary. For Lewis, it was to be his Gethsemane. The proprietor, Robert Grinder, was gone, leaving his wife, Priscilla, to manage the place alone with her children. She was a simple frontier woman, accustomed to hardship, but she was not prepared for the storm that was about to break upon her doorstep. The confrontation began not with a drawn pistol, but with a gaze. Lewis dismounted, his face flushed, his eyes holding a wild, feverish light that unnerved Mrs. Grinder instantly. He asked for some spirits, and as she served him a simple supper, the governor's torment began to spill out. He couldn't sit still. He paced the dirt floor of the cabin, from the hearth to the door and back again, his movements sharp and erratic, like a caged wolf. He would stop, stare into the fire, and then burst into frantic, disjointed monologues. The words tumbled out, a torrent of grievances about the government, about the protested drafts, about the ruin of his good name. He wasn't speaking to her. He was a man arguing with ghosts only he could see. Mrs. Grinder watched, her initial unease curdling into genuine fear. This was not the celebrated explorer she had heard tales of. This was a man on the ragged edge of sanity. She saw his hand tremble as he raised his cup. She heard the desperation in his voice as he muttered about his enemies and the destruction of his honor. This wasn't a guest seeking lodging. It was a man's soul coming apart at the seams, right there in her cabin. The conflict was no longer a matter of distant politics and letters. It was a raw, terrifying human crisis unfolding just feet away from her. The escalation was silent, but decisive. When Lewis retired to the room she offered him, the atmosphere in the main cabin was thick with dread. It felt charged, like the air before a lightning strike. The last semblance of normalcy shattered. For Priscilla Grinder, the code of frontier hospitality was overridden by the primal instinct of a mother protecting her young. She gathered her children and fled to the separate kitchen cabin, barring the door behind her. It was a simple act, but it was the final, fatal isolation of Meriwether Lewis. The last friendly human face in his world disappeared behind a wall of logs. He was now utterly, completely alone with the darkness that had chased him all the way down the devil's backbone. In the suffocating dark of the kitchen cabin, Priscilla Grinder lay awake, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The silence of the Natchez Trace was absolute, a heavy blanket of blackness that seemed to swallow all sound. And then, the blanket was torn apart. The deafening roar of a pistol shot from the main cabin ripped through the night, a violent crack of thunder from a cloudless sky. She jolted upright. A moment later, she heard a second sound, a heavy, sickening thud, as if a sack of grain or a man's body had crashed to the floor. Silence rushed back in, now more terrifying than before. It was a listening silence, charged with the question of what had just happened. And then another shot rang out, echoing the first, a brutal exclamation point on the night's violence. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Mrs. Grinder. She didn't dare move. She didn't dare breathe. She was a woman alone with her children, with a terrible violence unfolding just a few yards away. What came next would be seared into her memory forever. It wasn't the sound of fighting or shouting. It was the sound of pure agony. She heard a dragging, scraping noise from the main cabin, the sound of a body, wounded and broken, trying to pull itself across the rough-hewn floorboards. It was a sound of desperate, animalistic struggle. And then a voice, strained and hoarse with pain, cried out into the darkness. "Oh, Mrs. Grinder, give me some water." It was the governor's voice. Paralyzed by a terror she would later call a woman's fear, she remained frozen in the dark. The pleas continued, rising and falling with ragged gasps for air. Through the chinks in the logs of her cabin, she claimed she could see a shadowy figure stumbling outside, reaching for the water bucket before collapsing. For what felt like an eternity, she did nothing but listen to the low, tortured groans of a dying man just beyond her door, a sound that would surely haunt her for the rest of her days. The nightmare only ended with the grey light of dawn. Lewis's servants, finally arriving, found him. He was still breathing. Propped against the cold logs of the cabin, He was a ruin of a man, his clothes stained dark, his body a testament to the night's horrific violence. He had endured for hours. As the sun's first rays touched the clearing, he looked at his servant and whispered his last words, a final, desperate plea for his honor. "I am no coward," he said, "but I am so strong. It is so hard to die." And then, as the sun climbed above the Tennessee wilderness he had helped to claim for his nation, the great explorer's light went out forever. If we are to believe the official story, then the beast that cornered Meriwether Lewis in that cabin was not an assassin or a robber. It was a phantom that had been stalking him for years, his own mind. To understand its twisted logic, you have to understand the code of honor that governed men like Lewis. His reputation was not just a part of his life, it was his life. In his mind, the protested drafts and the whispers from Washington were not just financial problems, they were a mortal wound to his soul. The beast, his depression, his paranoia, told him that a slow public death by 1,000 cuts of disgrace was an agony no man of honor could endure. It whispered a poisoned logic, that a quick, violent end by his own hand was not an act of cowardice, but the last defiant act of a man refusing to be broken by lesser men. The point of transformation likely came in the suffocating solitude of that cabin after Priscilla Grinder had retreated. That simple act of her leaving, of barring a door against him, was the final proof his paranoid mind needed. He was utterly alone, an outcast. The switch flipped. The methodical, brilliant explorer who had charted a continent was gone, consumed by a storm of shame and despair. The beast took the reins, and its only goal was to silence the torment. This wasn't a calculated decision. It was a surrender. The cool-headed commander who had faced down grizzly bears and stared into the abyss of starvation now faced an enemy he could not intimidate, an enemy that lived behind his own eyes. And so, the violence began. But the beast inside him made one fatal miscalculation. It underestimated the sheer physical resilience of Meriwether Lewis. The body that had survived the Rocky Mountains and the Dakota winters refused to surrender easily. The first shot, a devastating wound that would have felled an ordinary man, only crippled him. This sparked a new kind of horror, a frantic, desperate rage against his own vitality. The second shot, the razor cuts, these were not part of a plan. They were the savage, chaotic acts of a mind trapped in a body that was simply too strong to die. It was a gruesome, bloody battle, not for life, but for the release of death. After the frenzy passed, as he lay bleeding on the cold dirt floor, there was no triumph. There was no relief. There was only a chilling, agonizing clarity. The beast had retreated, and the man, Meriwether Lewis, was left in the wreckage. His desperate cries for water were not the ravings of a madman. They were the most basic, human plea of a person in excruciating pain, a return to the simple, desperate need for life at the very moment he had tried to destroy it. In those final, agonizing hours, he likely felt not the peace of a Roman falling on his sword, but the horrifying, empty truth. His last great expedition, a journey into the uncharted wilderness of his own despair, had ended in nothing but ruin and pain. When the sun was fully risen, it illuminated a scene of profound desolation. The clearing at Grinder's Stand was no longer just a poor, remote inn, it was a gravesite. The unnatural silence that followed Lewis' last breath was broken only by the quiet grief of his servants and the unnerved whispers of Priscilla Grinder, who had finally emerged from her hiding place. The body of the great explorer, the man who had dined with presidents and stood as a titan of American expansion, lay in the Tennessee dirt, his grand legacy reduced to a bloody spectacle in a place of utter squalor. Into this grim tableau rode Major James Neely. He arrived to find his worst fears realized. He saw the body, the pistols, the razor. He listened to Mrs. Grinder's harrowing, disjointed account of the night's events. For Neely, there was no mystery here. He saw the tragic but logical conclusion to the mental decay he had witnessed just days before at Fort Pickering. He was not a detective arriving at the scene of a crime. He was an officer arriving to confirm a casualty. His mind was already made up. The fate of the survivors began to solidify in those first few hours. Priscilla Grinder's story, born of terror and confusion, became the one and only official account. She was the sole eyewitness, and her narrative of Lewis's madness and self-destruction provided a simple, horrifying explanation that answered every question, even if it created a dozen more. Her fight was not for justice for the governor, but for a version of the truth that would allow her and her family to survive the terrible event that had landed on their doorstep. For Lewis' servant, John Pernier, the fight was over. He was a man adrift, his master and protector gone, left with the grim task of attending to the remains. There was no manhunt. No posse was formed to scour the woods for land pirates or assassins. The authority on the scene, Major Neely, saw no need for one. The immediate task was simply to deal with the body. Meriwether Lewis was buried with a haste that defied his station. He was placed in a crude coffin and interred just a few dozen yards from the cabin where he died. There was no eulogy from a president, no honor guard, just a simple hole in the ground on the very edge of the wilderness he had given his life to explore. His final resting place was as lonely and desolate as his death. And here, my friends, is where the door to any other possibility was slammed shut and bolted. Major Neely took charge of Lewis's belongings, his trunks, his papers, his remaining money. Then he sat down and composed a letter to Thomas Jefferson. In it, he laid out the story just as he saw it. A clear case of a brilliant but deranged mind finally succumbing to its own demons. That letter, traveling from the dark woods of Tennessee to the quiet study of Monticello, was more powerful than any sheriff's warrant. It wasn't an appeal for an investigation. It was a final report. It sealed the governor's fate in the pages of history, burying any suspicion of foul play under the immense weight of his own mentor's grief and acceptance. The news of Lewis's death traveled fast, but the truth got left behind on the dark and muddy road. As the story spread from the trace to the halls of power, it immediately fractured the world into two camps. In one camp stood the establishment, led by the powerful voice of Thomas Jefferson himself. Grieving the loss of his protege, he accepted Major Neely's report without question. His public declaration that it was an unquestionable suicide, born of hereditary melancholy, became the official history. It was a neat, tragic, and above all, final explanation. For a nation that revered its heroes, it was easier to mourn a fallen angel than to hunt for a mortal demon. But in the other camp, there was a raw, angry disbelief. This was the camp of the Lewis family, led by his mother, Lucy Marks. A mother knows her son, and she refused to accept that the strong, resilient boy she had raised, the man who had faced down the entire continent, would end his own life in such a brutal, clumsy manner. Her conviction was absolute. He was murdered, she stated plainly, a cry of maternal certainty against a chorus of official pronouncements. This wasn't a debate for them. It was a desecration of his memory. They drew a line in the dirt, a line of loyalty and love that has not faded to this day. In St. Louis, a different kind of division took place, a division between public mourning and private relief. For Frederick Bates and Lewis's other political rivals, the news was not a tragedy, it was a solution. The troublesome governor, the man whose honor they had so carefully dismantled, was gone. A collective, unspoken sigh of relief went through the city's old guard. No one in power there had any interest in asking difficult questions that might lead back to their own intrigues. Their silence was a powerful endorsement of the suicide verdict, a quiet conspiracy to let the matter die with the man. Meanwhile, back along the Natchez Trace, the community of settlers and frontiersmen drew their own conclusions. These were practical, often brutal people who understood the dangers of the road. To them, a high-profile traveler getting killed for his money was a story that made perfect sense. The complex tale of a hero's mental collapse seemed far less plausible than simple, bloody-minded greed. A dark cloud of suspicion settled over Grinder's stand. Whispers turned Robert Grinder into a murderer and his wife into a liar, their poverty seen not as proof of their innocence, but as a sign of a curse for the blood they had spilled. This is how the story was buried. Priscilla Grinder, the only witness, was trapped in a conspiracy of silence by her own testimony. To change it would be to invite suspicion upon her own family. The politicians in Washington and St. Louis remained silent out of self-preservation. And so, the only person left to scream for justice was a grieving mother whose voice was drowned out by the official narrative. An act of profound courage on her part was dismissed as the predictable denial of a heartbroken parent. The community had been irrevocably split, not just over the facts of a death, but over the very soul of the man they thought they knew. There was no posse, no sheriff riding out with a warrant, no official manhunt for the killers of Meriwether Lewis. The law had closed its eyes and declared the case solved. But a different kind of hunt began, a quiet, phantom pursuit that took place not in the sunlit woods, but in the dark corridors of rumor and suspicion. The prey wasn't a man on the run, it was the truth itself. The ones who took up this chase were not lawmen, but Lewis's family and the handful of people who could not stomach the official story. The hunt was led by a ghost, the ghost of General James Wilkinson. For those who suspected murder, every path led back to him. He was the man with the most to gain from Lewis' permanent silence. The papers Lewis was carrying were a loaded gun pointed directly at Wilkinson's treacherous career. Had he dispatched assassins to the trace? The hunters in the shadows, men like Lewis' own kin, looked for clues. They spoke to travelers who had been on the road at the same time. They listened to the whispers in river towns and frontier forts. They were searching for a trail that had gone cold the moment it was made, trying to connect the shadowy general to the bloody clearing at Grinder's stand. This hunt played out not against the backdrop of the mountains, but on the pages of newspapers and in private letters. It was an ordeal against an enemy you couldn't see. For every claim of foul play, a dozen official voices rose to defend the suicide theory, citing Jefferson as their unassailable source. The hunters found themselves chasing whispers, trying to prove a conspiracy against a powerful establishment that had already declared its verdict. The wilderness they navigated was one of innuendo and political influence, a landscape far more treacherous than the Bitterroot Mountains. The moment of capture never came. There was no fierce firefight, no dramatic arrest. Robert Grinder, the most obvious suspect, lived out his days in obscurity, neither punished nor exonerated, forever trapped in the amber of local suspicion. General Wilkinson, the spider at the center of the web, not only escaped justice but thrived, his treason not fully exposed until decades after his death. The truth, if it was murder, was the perfect crime. The assassins, if they existed, simply melted back into the shadows of the frontier, their identities lost forever. The hunt failed because the quarry was too powerful, the trail was too cold, and the keepers of the official story had no interest in seeing it found. The shadows won. But my friends, the most chilling part of this story is the trial that never happened. There was no packed courtroom with armed guards, no cunning lawyers arguing points of law. The courthouse doors in Hickman County, Tennessee, remained shut. The justice system, the great institution of American law, never once looked into the violent death of one of the nation's most prominent citizens. The trial of Meriwether Lewis was conducted not by a judge and jury, but through private correspondence, and the verdict was sealed before his body was even cold. The courtroom where this case was decided was the quiet study of Thomas Jefferson. The star witness was Major James Neely, whose letter provided the only testimony that mattered. The evidence was not a bloody pistol or a torn shirt, but Jefferson's own memories of his friend's hypochondriac affections. There was no cross-examination, no defense attorney to challenge the narrative. The most powerful and respected man in the country, acting as judge, jury, and executioner of his friend's memory, declared the case closed. It was the law of powerful men, swift and absolute. The defendants, if there were any, never had to offer a plea. Robert Grinder, the innkeeper, simply faded back into the obscurity of the frontier, though he would live out his life under the permanent shadow of suspicion from his neighbors. Frederick Bates, back in St. Louis, received the news and seamlessly continued his campaign to secure the governorship for himself. And General James Wilkinson, the master of shadows, watched from a distance as a great threat to his treasonous career was not just eliminated, but erased in a way that left no questions and no trail back to him. They offered no remorse, no defiant smirks. They offered only a profound and damning silence. The verdict was announced to the world, not with the bang of a gavel, but with the quiet scratch of Jefferson's quill pen. Suicide, he wrote, and the word became history. It was a clean, simple answer to a messy, horrifying death. It allowed the nation to mourn a tragic hero without having to confront a darker possibility, that its institutions were so corrupt and its frontier so lawless that a man like Lewis could be murdered with absolute impunity. So was this justice? Or was it merely the tidiest story? The law of men delivered a verdict of convenience, one that protected the powerful and quieted the scandal. But the justice of the mountains, the justice whispered around campfires and passed down through generations along the Natchez Trace, rendered a different verdict. It was a verdict of murder, a verdict that kept the case file open in the hearts of the people, even as the official record was slammed shut. The law had failed, leaving only the stubborn, unquiet ghost of the story to wander the trace, forever searching for a trial that was never held. For Meriwether Lewis's mother, Lucy Marks, life after the verdict was a long, cold winter of grief. She was forced to endure not only the loss of her son, but the official staining of his honor. While the nation's leaders accepted the story of a weak mind succumbing to madness, she began a mother's lonely crusade. She insisted to anyone who would listen that her son was a victim of foul play, fighting to reclaim his memory from the official narrative. She lived out her days with the unbearable burden of knowing that her son, the man who had conquered a continent, lay in an unmarked, unconsecrated grave, his death certificate signed by the very men who may have benefited from it. And what of John Pernier, Lewis's servant, the man who should have been by his side that night? His fate is one of the darkest and most unsettling footnotes to this story. He eventually made his way back to civilization, reportedly carrying some of Lewis's final possessions, but he never made it to Washington to deliver them. Shortly after his return, Pernier himself was dead. The official cause was a sudden illness, but rumors immediately swirled that he had been poisoned. Was he a loose end that needed to be tied up? A man who knew too much about who his master was meeting, or what was in those papers he carried? His quiet death feels less like a tragedy and more like the final chilling act of a cover-up. For Robert and Priscilla Grinder, there was no atonement, only a curse. They did not profit from the governor's death. In fact, their life spiraled downward. Their remote inn, once a simple stopover, became a place of infamy, a landmark of horror that travelers began to avoid. They lived out their lives in poverty, forever branded by the whispers of their neighbors. The justice of the mountains is slow, and it takes the form of suspicion and isolation. Whether they were guilty or innocent, the blood that soaked into their floorboards that night left a permanent stain on their lives, a ghost that would haunt their family for generations. But for the men in the halls of power, there was no curse, only reward. Frederick Bates, the meticulous schemer, got exactly what he wanted. With Lewis out of the way, he became the acting governor of the Upper Louisiana Territory, his ambition finally realized. And far away, the master of shadows, General James Wilkinson, breathed a sigh of relief. A great danger had been neutralized. He would continue his treacherous career for years, his secrets safe, his reputation intact. For them, Lewis's death wasn't a tragedy. It was a stepping stone. And so, the community did what communities always do in the face of an uncomfortable truth. It tried to forget. The story of what happened at Grinder's stand was pushed down, relegated from a national scandal to a local ghost story. The grave of the great explorer became overgrown, the wooden marker rotting away, his final resting place nearly reclaimed by the same wilderness he had once mapped. The scar on the land was slowly, deliberately, covered over by a blanket of collective silence, in the desperate hope that if no one spoke of it, the ghosts of that terrible night might finally fade away. The bloodline of Meriwether Lewis did not end in that lonely clearing, and the fire of his mother's conviction still burns in the hearts of his descendants. For decades, they have continued her fight. They are not hunting with rifles in the dark woods, but with petitions and the promise of forensic science. They have pleaded with the National Park Service to allow for the exhumation of his remains, arguing that a modern examination could finally answer the question of the bullet trajectories and settle the 200-year-old debate. But just as Lewis was blocked by the bureaucracy of the War Department, so too are his descendants, met with a wall of resistance that prefers to let the past lie undisturbed. The fight for the truth continues, a modern echo of a very old battle. If you travel the old Natchez Trace today, you won't find the squalid, terrifying cabins of Grinder's stand. The wilderness has reclaimed them. In their place, under the quiet shade of old trees, you will find a quiet, solemn monument. In 1848, the state of Tennessee erected a stone column over his grave. But it is not a whole column. It is broken, deliberately so, a powerful and tragic symbol of a great life cut violently short. It is a place of strange and somber peace now, a stop along a scenic parkway where visitors can read a plaque and pay their respects, many of them completely unaware of the furious, bloody mystery that lies just a few feet beneath the soil. But the monument is not the only thing that remains. For 200 years, the people who live in these hills and hollows have told another story, an echo that refuses to fade. They say the site is haunted. Travelers report seeing a spectral figure in early 19th century dress, pacing frantically near the grave, his face a mask of torment. They tell of phantom gunshots that ring out on cold October nights, and some swear that if you listen closely, when the wind is just right, you can still hear a desperate, disembodied voice crying out for a simple cup of water. They say his spirit cannot rest, because the truth of his end has never been brought into the light. So you see, my friends, the story never really ended. It is etched into stone, carried in the blood of his family, and whispered on the wind. The official documents may gather dust in an archive, and the politicians may prefer a tidy, simple history. But the land itself has not forgotten the blood that was spilled upon it. The mountains remember everything. And so we come back to the question that has haunted this patch of Tennessee ground for 2 centuries. Was it the final, desperate act of a broken man, or was it the perfect, cold-blooded murder of an American icon? The truth is, the trail has gone cold. The physical evidence is buried 6 feet deep. The only eyewitness told a story riddled with fear and contradiction, and the men who had the most to gain are long since turned to dust. In the end, we are left with 2 ghosts. The ghost of a hero whose mind, like an unmapped territory, contained shadows he could no longer navigate. And the ghost of a man of honor, silenced by assassins before he could expose the treason at the heart of the new nation. Which one you choose to believe depends on how much you trust the official story and how much you believe in the darkness that so often lurks just beyond the firelight. But this is more than just a murder mystery. It's a cautionary tale about the cost of greatness and the brutal transition from the wilderness of nature to the wilderness of men. Meriwether Lewis was a man who could face down a grizzly bear, but who was ultimately torn apart by whispers, paperwork, and the quiet betrayals of so-called civilization. His story is a chilling reminder that our greatest heroes are still just men, vulnerable to the same darkness that touches us all, whether it comes from within or from the barrel of an enemy's pistol. This is a profoundly Appalachian story. It teaches us that the most important truths are rarely written down in official reports or history books. They are kept alive in the hills and in the hollows. They are whispered from one generation to the next, becoming part of the land itself. The government closed its file on Meriwether Lewis over 200 years ago, but for those who listen to the whispers on the wind along the old Natchez Trace, the case is far from closed. And now, my friends, you know why. Can the dead speak? And more importantly, if they did, would anyone listen? In Greenbrier County, West Virginia, in 1897, this wasn't just a campfire tale. It became the basis for a murder trial. The official report said that a young woman named Zona Heaster had simply died of an everlasting faint. But her mother knew the truth was far darker. She swore that her daughter's spirit returned from beyond the grave to name its own killer. They say a ghost can't testify in court. But in the old mountains of Appalachia, the veil between this world and the next is paper thin. Before the whispers and the shadows, there was just Greenbrier County, a place carved out of the Appalachian mountains where the hollows hold the morning mist like a secret and life moves with the rhythm of the seasons. It was a hard land, but an honest one. People here knew their neighbors, they knew the old stories, and they knew that some things in this world couldn't be explained by logic or law. This was the world of Elva Zona Heaster, a young woman as vibrant and untamed as the mountains she called home. Locals just called her Zona. She was a beauty, with a spirit that refused to be broken. In a time when a woman's reputation was a fragile thing, Zona had already weathered a storm, having borne a child out of wedlock. But shame wasn't in her nature. She held her head high, her laughter echoing in the hills, a testament to a soul that craved life and love without condition. She was a daughter of these mountains, and she was looking for a future as bright as her own spirit. Then a stranger rode into town. His name was Erasmus Shue, but folks called him Trout. He was a blacksmith, strong and handsome, with a smooth way of talking that could charm a bird from a tree. He was new, a man without a past, or at least without one he was willing to share. When his eyes met Zona's, a spark ignited that was too powerful for either of them to ignore. He wasn't like the local boys. He spoke of a life beyond the confines of Greenbrier, a life filled with passion and promise. Their romance was a whirlwind, a sudden fire that burned hot and fast. Trout showered Zona with affection, painting a picture of a perfect life together. For a girl who had known hardship, his words were like a sweet melody, promising a home, a name, and a love that would protect her from the world's judgment. She was completely captivated, seeing in him not just a husband, but the fulfillment of all her dreams. But one person saw not a dream, but a nightmare. Zona's mother, Mary Jane Heaster, felt a chill every time Trout Shue was near. A mother's intuition is an ancient and powerful thing, and hers screamed that something was wrong. She saw a darkness behind his charming smile, a predator's stillness in his eyes. She warned Zona, begged her to be careful, but her daughter was blinded by the light of first love, deaf to the warnings of a woman who had learned to listen to the whispers of the mountains. In October of 1896, against her mother's wishes, Zona married Trout. They moved into a small house near the blacksmith shop, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed like Zona's dream had come true. She was Mrs. Shue, a wife with a home and a future. But the Appalachian winter was closing in, long and cold, and a darkness far deeper than the winter nights was gathering over that little house. The dream of a happy life, built so quickly, shattered just as fast. The Appalachian winter had settled deep into the bones of the mountains, but on January 23, 1897, a chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran through Greenbrier County. It had been only 3 months since the wedding. A young boy, sent by Trout Shue on an errand to his home, found a scene of shocking stillness. Zona was lying at the bottom of the stairs, lifeless. The boy ran, his feet pounding the frozen earth, his heart hammering against his ribs, carrying the terrible news back to town. By the time help arrived, led by the local doctor George Knapp, the scene was already changed. Trout Shue had carried his wife's body upstairs and laid her on their bed. He was wild with a grief that seemed too loud, too performative. He threw himself upon her, his sobs echoing through the small house, creating a wall of sound and sorrow that kept everyone at a distance. He was a man drowning in despair, or so it seemed. The doctor, faced with a hysterical husband and no obvious signs of a struggle, could only do so much. But as the community gathered to prepare for the funeral, Trout's behavior grew stranger, more controlling. Now, in those days, preparing a body for burial was a sacred ritual performed by family and female neighbors. It was a final act of care and respect. But Trout refused to let anyone touch his wife. He insisted on dressing Zona himself, a task he performed alone behind a closed door. When he was done, she was presented in her finest dress, a beautiful garment with one very peculiar feature, a high, stiff collar that reached all the way to her chin. As if the collar weren't enough, Trout then wrapped a large scarf around her neck, explaining tearfully that it had been her favorite. In the coffin, her head seemed oddly loose, and he propped it up with pillows on either side. Any time a mourner came close to pay their respects, to touch her hand or adjust the pillows, Trout would fly into a rage, his grief turning instantly to aggression. He hovered over the head of the coffin, weeping and wailing, physically shielding her neck from view. The whispers started then. People had seen grief before, but this was different. This felt like a man guarding a secret. Knapp, influenced by Trout's frantic behavior and the lack of an autopsy, recorded the official cause of death as an everlasting faint. He later amended it to complications from childbirth, trying to find a medical reason for such a sudden tragedy. With a doctor's signature on the certificate, there were no more questions to be asked, at least not by the law. Zona Shue was buried in the local cemetery, her high collar and scarf intact. The cold earth covered the coffin, the case was closed, and a terrible secret was seemingly buried forever. For the town of Greenbrier, the story was over. A tragedy, yes, but a closed chapter. For Mary Jane Heaster, however, the real story was just beginning. In the dead quiet of her home, her daughter's absence was a deafening roar. Grief gnawed at her, but beneath it was a cold, hard certainty. Zona had not just died. She had been taken. Mary Jane prayed, not for comfort, but for truth. She begged for a sign, any sign, to prove what her heart already knew. And in the deep, silent nights of that Appalachian winter, her prayers were answered. It started with a cold. Not the kind that seeps in from a drafty window, but a cold that rose from the floorboards, a deathly chill that settled deep in her bones. For 4 nights in a row, the same thing happened. The room would grow frigid, and a faint light would begin to glow in the darkness, coalescing into the form of her daughter, Zona. She wasn't a terrifying specter, but a figure of profound sadness, her form shimmering like moonlight through mist, her eyes pleading. And then she spoke, her voice like the rustle of frozen leaves. The ghost of Zona told a story that made her mother's blood run cold. She spoke of Trout Shue, not as the charming blacksmith the town knew, but as a man of sudden, violent tempers. On that final evening, his rage had ignited over something as simple as the evening meal. He had come home expecting meat for dinner, and when he found there was none, a storm broke inside their little house. It was an argument, like many couples have,
But it was laced with a darkness that Zona had come to fear. Her daughter's spirit recounted the final horrifying moments. The argument escalated, and in a flash of fury, Trout grabbed her. The ghost didn't speak of a struggle, it spoke of a sudden, brutal finality. She told her mother that he had clamped his hands around her neck, his rage giving him an inhuman strength. Then came the part of the vision that would be seared into Mary Jane's mind forever. To show her mother exactly what had happened, the spirit of Zona slowly turned its head. It turned and turned, past the point where a living neck could go, all the way around, until a faint, dry snap echoed in the silent room. A sound that was the final punctuation mark on her daughter's life. The apparition explained everything. It explained why her head was so loose in the coffin, why Trout had propped it with pillows. It explained the high, stiff collar and the carefully placed scarf. They were all meant to hide the terrible truth of his hands. For 4 nights, the ghost returned, telling the same story, reinforcing the same horrible details, until Mary Jane was no longer just a grieving mother. She was a witness. She was the keeper of a testimony delivered from the other side of the veil, and she knew she could not stay silent. When the 4th night passed, and the ghost of her daughter did not return, a new kind of silence fell over Mary Jane Heaster's home. It was no longer the silence of grief, but the heavy silence of purpose. The story her daughter's spirit had shared was now a weight in her soul, a truth she had to carry out into the world of the living. She knew how it would sound. A woman, already half mad with sorrow, telling tales of a visitor from the grave. They would call her a fool, or worse, a liar. But the image of Zona's head turning, the ghostly echo of that final, terrible sound, it gave her a courage that no amount of ridicule could shake. With a resolve as hard as the frozen Appalachian ground, she went to the county prosecutor, John Alfred Preston. You can just imagine the scene. A man of law and logic, sitting behind a desk piled with earthly matters, suddenly confronted by a woman whose chief witness was a ghost. Preston listened, his expression unreadable, as Mary Jane recounted the 4 nights of visitations. She didn't flinch or falter, describing the icy cold, the shimmering light, and the horrifying story that came with it. On its face, the story was unbelievable, the kind of mountain folklore that had no place in a courtroom. But Preston was a thoughtful man, and he remembered the whispers that had followed Zona's funeral. He remembered the reports of Trout Shoe's bizarre, possessive grief. He remembered the high collar and the scarf. Mary Jane's tale, as wild as it was, provided a chilling explanation for all of it. It was a single strange key for a lock no one else could open. Her story wasn't just a vision, it was a theory of the crime that made perfect, terrible sense. Risking his career and his reputation, Preston made a decision. He would listen to the ghost. He went back to Dr. Knapp and, armed with Mary Jane's conviction, persuaded him that something was deeply wrong. An order was given for the exhumation of Zona Heaster Shoe. On February 22, 1897, a small group of men stood in the cold silence of the cemetery. The work was grim, the sound of shovels striking frozen earth a violation of the peace. They raised the coffin, and in a makeshift autopsy room, the truth was finally brought into the light. The high collar and scarf were removed, and there, on Zona's neck, was the proof. Bruises, shaped like fingerprints, were still visible on her skin. Dr. Knapp's examination was thorough this time. He found that her windpipe had been crushed, and then he felt her neck. The first and second vertebrae were dislocated. Her neck had been broken. Every single detail from the ghost's testimony was now cold, undeniable, physical fact. The whispers of a ghost had led them to the evidence. The law, which had been so quick to close the case, now moved with swift and terrible purpose. The charm and the tears of Erasmus Trout Shoe were now meaningless. He was no longer the tragic widower. He was the monster from his dead wife's story. The manhunt was short because the culprit had been hiding in plain sight all along.
Trout Shue was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife. The trial of Trout Shue became a sensation. Word of the Greenbrier ghost spread through the mountains like wildfire, drawing crowds to the courthouse in Lewisburg. This wasn't just a murder trial. It was a spectacle, a clash between the modern world of law and the ancient world of mountain belief. The courtroom was packed, a sea of faces, some hungry for justice, others just hungry for a good story. Prosecutor Preston had a strong case built on the solid scientific evidence of the autopsy. He had the broken neck, the crushed windpipe, the bruises. He had the facts. But he knew the heart of the story. The thing that had brought them all here was Mary Jane Heaster's spectral visitor. The defense attorney, on the other hand, saw Mary Jane as his greatest asset. He believed her story was so outlandish, so patently insane, that he could use it to discredit the entire investigation. He thought he could paint her as an unreliable, hysterical woman whose grief had pushed her into delusion. He planned to make a mockery of her testimony and, by extension, the entire prosecution. It was a fatal miscalculation. When Mary Jane took the stand, the courtroom fell silent. The defense attorney began his cross-examination, his tone dripping with condescension. He asked her about the ghost, expecting her to become flustered, to contradict herself, to crumble under the pressure of the court's scrutiny. He asked if the ghost's feet were bare. He asked what she was wearing. He asked if she spoke in a whisper. He was trying to catch her in a lie. But Mary Jane Heaster did not crumble. With an unshakable calm and a sincerity that was spellbinding, she answered every question. She looked directly at the jury, 12 men of the mountains who understood a world that wasn't always visible to the naked eye. She told them, under oath, about the 4 nights her daughter came to her. Her testimony was filled with the small, human details that make a story real. Her voice never wavered. She was not a madwoman. She was a mother, delivering a message. The attorney's strategy backfired spectacularly. Instead of making her look foolish, he had given her the stage to tell her incredible story to the jury, who listened, captivated. Her testimony had a profound effect. While the ghost's testimony was not officially entered as evidence, it filled the courtroom with a truth that was more powerful than any legal document. It gave the cold, clinical facts of the autopsy a voice and a motive. It explained why a man would act so strangely at a funeral, why he would cover his wife's neck with such care. The jury looked at Trout Shue, sitting defiant and smirking at the defendant's table, and they saw him not just through the eyes of the law, but through the eyes of Zona's ghost. On July 11, 1897, the jury delivered its verdict. Guilty. Erasmus Trout Shue was sentenced to life in prison. The law of man had delivered its justice, but everyone in that courtroom knew it had been guided by a justice from somewhere else entirely. Trout Shue, the charming blacksmith, was sent to the state penitentiary in Moundsville, where he died just 3 years later, taking whatever was left of his secrets with him to the grave. The slam of the prison gate on Trout Shue was not the end of this story. In fact, once he was safely behind bars, the truth he had hidden for so long began to seep out like poison from a wound. Investigators, prompted by the sensational trial, started digging into his past. It turned out Zona wasn't his first wife, or even his second. A dark, terrifying pattern began to emerge. His first wife had divorced him, citing extreme and brutal cruelty. His second wife had died just a year into their marriage under circumstances that now seemed chillingly familiar, a sudden, mysterious fall. The mountains had been sheltering a predator for years. The ghost of Zona Heaster hadn't just sought justice for herself. Her voice from the grave had unmasked a man who was likely a serial abuser and murderer, a man who had used his charm to lure women to their deaths, confident that the isolation of these hills would keep his secrets buried. His conviction wasn't just a victory for one family, it was a reckoning that had been a long time coming. Today, if you travel those winding West Virginia roads into Greenbrier County, you can still find the physical traces of this story. You can visit the Soul Chapel Methodist Cemetery, a quiet, humble place where Zona Heaster Shue is buried. Her tombstone stands as a silent testament to a life cut tragically short. For decades, it has been a pilgrimage site for those who know the story, a place to stand and wonder at the power of a mother's love and the thinness of the veil. But the most incredible piece of this story's legacy stands not in the cemetery, but alongside the road for all to see. It's a historical marker, the kind you see all over the country commemorating battles and births. But this one is different. Cast in metal for the state of West Virginia to acknowledge forever, the plaque reads, "Interred in a nearby cemetery is Zona Heaster Shue. Her death in 1897 was presumed natural until her spirit appeared to her mother to describe how she was killed by her husband. An autopsy on the exhumed body verified the ghost's testimony." It ends with a sentence that still sends a shiver down the spine. The only known case in which testimony from a ghost helped convict a murderer. The court records are filed away. The people who filled that courtroom are long gone, but the mountains remember. The story of the Greenbrier ghost has become woven into the very fabric of Appalachian folklore, a tale told around fires and on front porches. It serves as a permanent reminder that in this land of mist and shadow, some bonds are stronger than death, and some truths will find a way to be heard, even if they have to cross the threshold of the grave to do it. So we come back to the question we started with. Can the dead speak? And would we listen if they did? Skeptics will say that Mary Jane Heaster was a shrewd and desperate woman, that she cleverly took the town's whispers and her own suspicions and wove them into a ghost story, the only tool she had to force the hand of a legal system that had already dismissed her daughter's death. In a world where a woman's word meant little, perhaps the word of a ghost was the only testimony that could not be ignored. But whether you believe it was a spirit returned from the grave or the manifestation of a mother's unbreakable love, the truth that was unearthed is the same. This story isn't just about a ghost, it's about a voice that refused to be silenced. It's about the fierce, primal power of a mother's intuition in a world that often trusts only what it can see and touch. It teaches us that sometimes justice doesn't come from laws written in books, but from a truth that whispers from just beyond our understanding. The story of the Greenbrier ghost has become a permanent part of the American landscape because it speaks to a fundamental hope, that love is stronger than death, that evil will ultimately be exposed, and that even in the deepest silence, a cry for justice will find a way to be heard. It is a chilling, beautiful reminder that in the old mountains, some secrets refuse to stay buried. "5 years before the shot heard round the world at Lexington, a different shot echoed through the Carolina backcountry. It was the sound of a cannon firing into a crowd of 2,000 farmers, men who had stood their ground against a disciplined army and roared back a phrase of pure Appalachian defiance, 'Fire and be damned.' They called themselves the Regulators, and their rebellion was drowned in blood. The history books often call it a riot. The locals know it was a war. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government, years before America was even a dream? Today, we will dig into the blood-soaked soil of Alamance and unearth the forgotten story of America's first armed uprising. To understand the fire, you must first understand the forest. Picture the Carolina backcountry in the 1760s. This wasn't the manicured world of coastal plantations with their grand houses and ships sailing for London. This was the edge of the map. It was a land of tangled forests, where ancient oaks stood shoulder to shoulder, and the ground was a web of creeks and rivers with names like the Haw and the Eno. The air here was different, thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the only authority was the changing of the seasons and the word of God. The people who carved a life from this wilderness were as rugged as the terrain itself. They were mostly Scots-Irish and German immigrants, families who had fled the famines, wars, and religious persecution of the old world. They came here not for riches, but for something far more precious, a piece of land to call their own and the right to be left alone. They were dissenters, Presbyterians and Lutherans, who held a deep and abiding suspicion of any government that smelled of the high and mighty Anglican Church they'd left behind. Their lives were a testament to pure grit. A man would build his cabin with his own 2 hands, felling the trees and notching the logs himself. He'd clear his fields one back-breaking stump at a time, his wife working right alongside him. They hunted for their meat, grew their own corn, and spun their own wool. Survival was a daily struggle against rocky soil, harsh winters, and the ever-present threat of raids. This constant hardship forged them into something tough, fiercely independent, and loyal only to their family, their clan, and their creator. In this world, money was a ghost. A farmer might go an entire year without seeing a single silver coin. The economy ran on barter and good faith. A bushel of corn might be traded for a new axe head. A day's labor might be paid with a salted ham. A man's worth wasn't measured by the gold in his pocket, but by the strength of his handshake, the straightness of his rifle shot, and the honor of his family name. But this isolated world of sweat and scripture was not its own kingdom. It was ruled from afar, from the balmy coastal cities, by a class of wealthy English gentlemen appointed by the royal governor. These men, in their powdered wigs and silk stockings, looked upon the backcountry settlers as little more than savages, crude, uneducated, and most importantly, a resource to be squeezed. A shadow was creeping west from the coast, a shadow of tax collectors and corrupt officials who spoke the language of coin and contracts. Little did the farmers know, this modern world was about to come knocking at their cabin doors, not with a friendly hand, but with a battering ram. This explosion of rage didn't come from nowhere. Its seeds were sown in the rocky soil of Scotland and the war-torn fields of Germany generations before. These families didn't come to the backcountry with land grants from a grateful king. They came as refugees. They bought their homesteads not with royal paper, but with the sharp steel of the axe and the cold lead of the long rifle. They carved their existence directly from a hostile wilderness, fighting the land, the weather, and the native tribes for every single acre. In their minds, this land wasn't given to them by a government. It was earned through a covenant of sweat, blood, and prayer. The old scars of history ran deep, carried across the Atlantic in their very bones. The Scots-Irish in particular had a long and bitter memory of English authority. For a century, they had been used as a buffer by the British Crown in the violent plantations of Ulster, only to be squeezed by the same government with crippling rents and religious persecution. When the king's new taxman, with his arrogant sneer and his stack of legal papers, showed up at their cabin door in Carolina, they didn't just see a colonial official. They saw the same old ghost of the English landlord they thought they had finally escaped. This created a division in the colony far deeper than any river or mountain range. It was a chasm of culture. On one side were the coastal elites, who saw themselves as Englishmen, loyal to the crown, the Anglican Church, and the intricate dance of colonial politics. On the other were the backcountry settlers, who felt no loyalty to a distant king or a governor who had never walked a furrow in his life. Their allegiance was to their own kind, to the Presbyterian meeting house, and to a simple, unwritten code of honor that valued a man's word over a lawyer's contract. In these mountains, a family name wasn't just a label, it was a legacy. A name like Fanning or Tryon carried the weight of unearned privilege and a history of looking down on the common man. But a backcountry name, a hunter, a husband, a Pugh, carried the heavy burden of generations of struggle. It was a quiet promise to work hard, to stand by your neighbors, and to never, ever let an outsider push you off your land. To be a backcountry farmer meant you bent the knee to God alone. To be one of the governor's men meant you expected the world to bend the knee to you. A collision was not just likely, it was inevitable. The conflict didn't begin with a gunshot. It began with a whisper.
A whisper at the grist mill, a bitter complaint muttered over a fence post, an angry prayer offered in the quiet of a cabin. The ground for this rebellion was salted with years of personal insults and public humiliations, all stemming from a group of men the farmers called the Courthouse Ring. This wasn't some shadowy conspiracy, it was a cancer of corruption that operated in plain sight. At its heart was Edmund Fanning, a man who became the living symbol of everything the backcountry had come to despise. He was a Yale-educated lawyer who wore fine clothes, lived in a mansion built with stolen money, and looked at the calloused hands of a farmer with open contempt. The old wounds were everywhere, festering in nearly every family. You see, the system was designed to break a man. A farmer might ride for 2 days to register the deed to his land, only to have a clerk, Fanning's cousin perhaps, charge him a filing fee that existed in no law book. Then the sheriff, another crony, would demand the annual poll tax be paid in hard coin, knowing full well the farmer dealt in tobacco and deer hides. When the farmer couldn't produce the silver, that same sheriff would seize his plough horse or his only milk cow, selling it at a rigged auction to another member of the ring for a fraction of its worth. This venom dripped into the community through the wellspring of gossip. After the Sunday sermon, men would gather under the shade of an oak, their voices low and hard. They'd share stories of the latest outrage. One man lost 10 acres over a debt of 5 shillings that had been bloated by illegal court costs. Another had been thrown in jail for daring to question the sheriff's math. These stories spread from homestead to homestead like a fever, each telling making the injustice feel more personal, more suffocating. The courthouse ring wasn't just stealing their property, it was stealing their dignity. Slowly, the atmosphere began to change. The respectful nod once offered to the county clerk was replaced by a cold, hateful stare. A trip into the county seat of Hillsborough felt less like going to town and more like walking into a nest of snakes. Every official document, every tax notice, every court summons was now seen not as the law of the land, but as another turn of the screw. The laughter in the local tavern grew harder, edged with a bitterness that wasn't just from the corn whiskey. A land dispute between neighbors was no longer just about a misplaced fence. It was interpreted as one side currying favor with the corrupt judges. A simple fistfight at a market fair became an act of class warfare. Every small misunderstanding, every past slight, was now magnified through the dark lens of this great grudge. The air itself grew thick with suspicion and resentment, turning old friends into potential enemies and transforming the quiet valleys of Carolina into a powder keg, just waiting for a single, careless spark. Before the storm breaks, the air always goes dead still. In the hills of Carolina, that stillness was filled with a rising dread. The old women, who carried the superstitions of Scotland and Germany in their bones, began to whisper. They spoke of the panther's scream sounding less like a cat and more like a woman mourning a child not yet lost. They saw bad signs in a flock of crows that flew silently over a homestead, and they claimed the daytime hoot of an owl from the deep woods was a certain omen of death. The land itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. Then came a different kind of omen, not from the woods, but a man on horseback. His name was Herman Husband, and he was a Quaker, a man of peace. But he wasn't preaching peace now. He was a pamphleteer, a man who wielded a printing press like a weapon. His fiery, biblically charged words began to circulate through the backcountry, passed from one calloused hand to the next, read by flickering candlelight in hushed cabins. He gave their anger a voice, framing their struggle not as a squabble over taxes, but as a holy war against the forces of greed and tyranny. His pamphlets were prophecies, laying out 2 clear paths. One led to liberty, the other to a life of perpetual slavery to the corrupt coastal elites. This sense of impending doom settled on the men like a shroud. You can just imagine a farmer sitting on his porch at dusk, cleaning his long rifle, the familiar weight of it in his hands. The evening is quiet. The crickets are chirping their usual song, but he feels a coldness creep into his gut that has nothing to do with the evening air.
He looks at his wife and children through the cabin window, bathed in the warm glow of the hearth, and then he looks out at the dark, looming tree line. For the first time, he doesn't see a source of firewood and game. He sees a place to hide, a place to fight, a place to die. It was a premonition, a gut-wrenching certainty that the time for petitions and prayers was over, and the time for powder and shot was drawing terrifyingly near. For years, the farmers had tried to fight the system with its own weapons. They wrote petitions, polite and humble, begging the colonial assembly for relief. Each one was ignored, dismissed with the contempt a lord might show a serf. They tried to sue the corrupt officials, only to find the courts were run by the very same snakes who were robbing them blind. Every legal door was slammed in their faces. The pressure had been building for years, and in September of 1770, in the town of Hillsborough, the dam finally broke. This was no spontaneous riot. It was a calculated act of defiance. 150 regulators, their faces grim and set, marched into town on court day. They weren't a disorganized rabble. They were a determined force, armed with heavy sticks, farm tools, and a righteous fury that had been simmering for a decade. Their target was the courthouse, the very symbol of their oppression. They stormed the building, a wave of muddy boots and homespun cloth overwhelming the shocked officials. Their first act was to find Edmund Fanning. They dragged the despised official from the judge's bench, his fine clothes tearing in their grip. They threw him into the dusty street and beat him, not to kill, but to humiliate. Each blow was a release of years of pent-up rage for every illegal fee, every stolen horse, every contemptuous sneer. When they were done with Fanning, they turned on his house, a mansion so luxurious the farmers called it a palace built on their tears. They didn't just vandalize it, they dismantled it, brick by brick, until nothing was left but a pile of expensive rubble. Back in the courthouse, they held a mockery of justice. They dragged the judge from his seat and put one of their own in his place, going through the court docket and striking down the cases against their fellow farmers. This was more than a protest. It was a revolution in miniature. They weren't just attacking a man, they were attacking the entire legal and political authority of the royal governor. When news of the Hillsborough riot reached the coast, it was seen as a declaration of war. Governor William Tryon, an arrogant and ambitious military man, could not let this stand. This was a direct challenge to his power and, by extension, the power of the king. The line had been crossed. There would be no more petitions. There would be no more negotiations. The only answer now would come from the barrel of a gun. The first drops of blood had been metaphorical, spilled in the beating of a corrupt official and the destruction of his home. The next would be real. On the morning of May 16, 1771, two armies faced each other across a quiet field bordering Alamont's Creek. On one side stood Governor Tryon's militia, over 1,000 men in disciplined lines, their bayonets glinting in the spring sunlight. Before them sat the dark, menacing mouths of several cannon. On the other side, scattered amongst the trees and rocks, were 2,000 regulators. They were not an army. They were a gathering of fathers and sons, armed with the old hunting rifles and farm tools they used to feed their families. When the governor's final demand for surrender was met with that thunderous cry, "Fire and be damned," the fate of them all was sealed. There was no warning shot. The first sound was a deafening physical blow that seemed to tear the very fabric of the sky. The cannon spoke, and the world dissolved into smoke and a hellish roar. For the farmers, who had only ever known the sharp crack of a squirrel rifle, it was the sound of the apocalypse. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the air, which moments before had carried the scent of honeysuckle, was instantly choked with the bitter, sulphurous stink of black powder. Through the eyes of a young boy hiding behind a wagon, the battle was not a series of heroic charges, but a terrifying blur of chaos. He saw the man who had been his neighbor, a man he'd known his whole life, suddenly stagger and fall as if tripped by an invisible hand. There was no dramatic cry, just a quiet, heavy collapse into the grass. He heard the pop, pop, pop of the regulator rifles, a desperate and scattered sound, answered by the terrifying, unified crash of hundreds of militia muskets firing as one. It was the sound of a handful of pebbles thrown against a stone wall. The air itself became a lethal thing, filled with a constant, high-pitched whine. Leaves and twigs were clipped from the trees as if by an unseen scythe. Men would duck behind an ancient oak for cover, only to have the bark explode into splinters beside their head. The orderly commands of Tryon's officers were a distant, chilling murmur, while the sounds on the regulator side were a desperate chorus of individual shouts, screams of pain, and cries of encouragement that were swallowed by the unending noise. When the smoke momentarily cleared, the field was a landscape of surreal and terrible images. A farmer's broad-brimmed hat lay upside down in the grass, a small dark hole punched through its crown. A heavy iron pitchfork stood upright, its tines buried in the soft earth, its owner nowhere to be seen. The disciplined red lines of the militia advanced slowly, relentlessly, a machine of death that seemed unstoppable, firing and reloading with a terrifying, practiced rhythm. After 2 agonizing hours, the sporadic resistance finally broke. The farmers, their courage no match for cannons and disciplined volleys, fled. They melted back into the deep woods from which they had come, their retreat covered by the smoke and confusion. And then, an even more terrifying sound descended upon the field: silence. Not the peaceful silence of the morning, but a heavy, profound stillness, broken only by the low moans of those who could not run. The battle was over. The rebellion was crushed. The spring grasses of Alamont's field were trampled and stained, littered with the abandoned tools and weapons of men who had gambled everything for justice and lost. The smoke slowly drifted away, revealing not a field of victory, but a scene of profound and brutal sorrow. The first American Revolution had ended not with a declaration, but with a slaughter. To understand a man like Governor William Tryon, you must understand that he never once saw the regulators as aggrieved citizens. In his mind, they were simply an infection. He was not a governor responding to a protest. He was a surgeon cutting out a tumor from the body of the colony. His entire career was built on the rigid structure of the British military, a world where orders were given and followed without question. To him, the farmer's defiance was not a plea for justice. It was a breakdown in the fundamental order of civilization itself, a direct and personal insult to his authority and the king's. Tryon's logic was cold, sharp, and utterly devoid of empathy. These were not men who had lost their farms. They were traitors who had defied the law. They were not fathers trying to feed their children. They were a rabble who had assaulted an officer of the crown. In his dispatches, he referred to them as banditti and insurgents. He believed, with an unshakable conviction, that the only way to deal with such a chaotic force was with overwhelming, brutal, and public displays of power. Mercy, in his view, would be interpreted as weakness, and weakness would only invite more chaos. The switch likely flipped in his mind the moment he heard the details of the Hillsborough riot. The image of Edmund Fanning, a man of his class, a Yale-educated official, being dragged from a judge's bench and beaten in the street by a mob of coarse, uneducated frontiersmen must have been horrifying to him. It was a vision of the world turned upside down. It was the peasants storming the castle. From that moment on, his response was not a political calculation, but a visceral, almost aristocratic rage. He wasn't just marching to restore order, he was marching to put these people back in their proper place. After the cannons fell silent at Alamont's and the farmers had fled, Tryon likely felt not a shred of remorse, but a grim sense of satisfaction. The feeling would have been one of triumph, of order restored. As he rode across the silent, blood-soaked field, he wouldn't have seen the bodies of his fellow countrymen. He would have seen the evidence of a necessary and successful operation. The hanging of James Few on the battlefield without a trial was not an act of cruelty in his mind, but a necessary piece of political theatre. It was a clear, unambiguous message sent to every cabin in the backcountry. This is the price of defiance. This is the fate of those who challenge my authority. It was the cold, calculated logic of an empire that saw dissent not as a voice to be heard, but as a disease to be eradicated. When the last of the fleeing farmers had vanished into the woods, a new kind of silence fell on the Alamance battlefield. It was not a peaceful silence. It was a heavy, suffocating stillness, thick with the smell of spent gunpowder and blood. Governor Tryon's victorious militia moved across the field, their discipline holding firm even in the face of the carnage they had wrought. They collected the wounded, counted the dead, and secured a handful of prisoners who had been too slow or too injured to escape. For them, it was a clean, decisive victory. For the backcountry, it was the beginning of a nightmare. For the surviving regulators, the fight was over, but the struggle for survival had just begun. They were no longer farmers or protesters. They were fugitives. They scattered into the familiar, dense wilderness of the Carolina Piedmont, the woods that had been their larder and their sanctuary now becoming their last hope of survival. Wounded men staggered through hidden ravines, while others made desperate journeys back to their homesteads, not to stay, but to grab a handful of supplies and whisper a frantic goodbye to their families before disappearing again into the shadows. They were hunted men in their own land. Tryon's vengeance was as swift as it was pitiless. He wanted to make an example, to burn the lesson of Alamance into the memory of the backcountry for a generation. Among the prisoners was a man named James Few, a simple carpenter who had been driven to rebellion. Without the pretense of a trial, without a prayer or a final word, Tryon ordered him hanged right there on the battlefield. His body was left dangling from an oak tree, a grotesque scarecrow meant to terrorize anyone who might still harbor defiant thoughts. He was a sacrifice, a bloody warning nailed to the barn door of the entire region. The battle was over, but the war on the regulators' spirit continued. Tryon turned his militia into an occupying army and unleashed them on the surrounding counties. They marched from farm to farm, a wave of red coats and cold steel, living off the land and terrorizing the populace. They were hunting for the regulator leaders, men like Herman Husband and James Hunter, and a handsome reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The soldiers interrogated wives and terrorized children, turning the once peaceful homesteads into places of fear and suspicion. This was not just a manhunt, it was a campaign of subjugation. Tryon issued a proclamation. Every man in the backcountry was to come forward and sign a binding oath of allegiance to the king and his government. To refuse was to be branded an outlaw. Over the next month, more than 6,000 farmers, their spirit broken and their leaders in hiding, were forced to make the humiliating journey to a militia camp to sign the document, effectively swearing loyalty to the very men who had crushed them. And as they did, Tryon's men were busy confiscating the property of known regulators, ensuring their families would face ruin and starvation. The ashes of Alamance had settled, and in the silence that followed, there was only fear and the cold grip of defeat. The smoke from the Battle of Alamance didn't just drift over the battlefield, it seeped into every cabin, every church, and every general store in the backcountry, poisoning the air between neighbors. The community, once united by common hardship, was now fractured, split by fear and the bitter question of who was right and who was wrong. A line had been drawn in the dirt, not by a surveyor, but by bloodshed, and every family was forced to choose which side they were on. The Presbyterian meeting houses, once the heart of the community, became cauldrons of quiet tension. Some preachers had thundered from the pulpit in support of the regulators, calling their cause a righteous one. Others, fearing the governor's wrath, now urged their congregations to submit to authority and pray for peace. Friendships that had been forged over decades of shared harvests and barn raisings now buckled under the weight of suspicion. Was the man who helped you clear your field last spring secretly reporting your movements to the militia? Was the family you shared bread with now loyal to the governor? A suffocating conspiracy of silence fell upon the region. The few who had witnessed the hangings or knew the hiding places of the regulator leaders were gripped by a primal fear. To speak the truth to the authorities was to risk being labeled a sympathizer, inviting the wrath of the occupying militia. But to stay silent was to betray their own conscience. Many chose a third option. They saw nothing, they heard nothing, they knew nothing. Their faces became blank masks, their conversations carefully pruned of any mention of the recent unpleasantness. It was a collective act of amnesia born of pure terror. Yet, even in this climate of fear, small acts of both courage and cowardice became the true measure of a person's soul. A brave farmer's wife would leave a basket of bread and salted meat at the edge of the woods, a silent signal to a husband or neighbor in hiding. A blacksmith, under the watchful eye of a militia patrol, would deliberately botch the shoeing of their horses, slowing them down just enough. But for every act of quiet defiance, there was an act of betrayal. A struggling farmer, tempted by the reward money or hoping to curry favor with the new powers, would lead a patrol to a hidden cabin. A merchant would provide a false alibi for a government loyalist, condemning an innocent man with his lie. The regulator war was no longer a battle fought with rifles on an open field. It had become a silent, vicious war fought with whispers, glances, and closed doors. It tore at the very fabric of the community, turning the backcountry into a place where the deepest loyalties were tested, and the truest nature of a man's heart was laid bare for all to see. With the rebellion crushed, the final act of Tryon's vengeance began, the hunt for the ringleaders. This was not a simple matter of law enforcement. It was a grim, relentless pursuit through the unforgiving Appalachian foothills. Tryon's militia, composed of Easterners who viewed the backcountry as a savage wilderness, formed the core of the posse. They were joined by a motley collection of local loyalists eager to prove their allegiance, and a few opportunistic bounty hunters who smelled blood money on the wind. Their mission was simple: bring back the leaders of the regulators, preferably in chains. The chase became a brutal contest between the hunters and the hunted, with the mountains themselves as the main character. The fugitives, men like James Hunter and the pamphleteer Herman Husband, knew this land like the back of their own hand. They knew every hidden valley, every secret pass, every cave where a man could disappear. They moved like ghosts through the dense forests, subsisting on wild berries and whatever game they could kill without a gunshot giving away their position. They were aided by a silent network of sympathetic farmers who would leave them food, warn them of patrols, and lead the militia on wild goose chases into impassable swamps. For the pursuers, the hunt was a descent into a green hell. The rugged terrain was their enemy. They were tormented by biting insects, venomous snakes, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched from the shadows. Their brightly colored uniforms made them easy targets, and their ignorance of the land led them into ambushes and dead ends. More than one militia patrol found themselves hopelessly lost, forced to abandon the chase and struggle back to camp, humiliated and exhausted. The mountains, which had nurtured the regulators' independence, now served as their greatest fortress. Despite the difficulties, the net slowly tightened. Herman Husband, the intellectual soul of the movement, was a writer, not a woodsman. He was captured relatively quickly, his spirit broken. Others, however, were harder to corner. The general of the regulators, James Hunter, remained at large, a phantom who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The final moment of capture for most of the key leaders wasn't a dramatic firefight in a mountain pass. It was a slow, grinding process of attrition. Exhausted, starving, and betrayed by informants, they were picked off one by one. Often, they were found not in a heroic last stand, but sleeping in a barn or accepting a meal from someone they mistakenly trusted, too worn down to run any longer. The hunt in the shadows was over, and the stage was set for the governor's final act of justice. The captured regulator leaders were dragged back to Hillsborough, the very town they had once triumphantly seized. but now it was an armed camp. Governor Tryon's militia stood guard on every corner, their bayonets fixed, turning the colonial courthouse into a fortress. The air inside the courtroom was thick with the metallic tang of fear and the stench of foregone conclusions. On one side of the room sat the coastal gentry and loyalists, their faces smug with victory. On the other, huddled in silence, were the wives and families of the accused, their faces etched with a despair that knew there was no hope here. In the defendant's box sat the 6 captured leaders. They were not cowering criminals. They were broken, exhausted men, but their eyes held a hard, defiant glint. There was no remorse on their faces, only the quiet dignity of men who had fought for what they believed in and lost. They looked out at a courtroom where the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury were all part of the same corrupt system they had risen up against. Their trial was a piece of theater written by the victors, a legal ritual designed to give the veneer of law to an act of pure political vengeance. The proceedings were a farce. Witnesses for the prosecution, likely motivated by fear or reward, gave their testimony. Any evidence of the years of extortion and abuse that had led to the rebellion was dismissed as irrelevant. The charge was not assault or rioting, it was high treason. By firing on the king's representative, they had, in the eyes of the law, fired upon the king himself. It was a charge from which there was no escape. The verdict, when it came, was a foregone conclusion, delivered with cold, formal gravity: guilty. The sentence: death by public hanging. A wave of shock and grief washed over one side of the courtroom, while satisfied murmurs rippled through the other. 6 men, who had stood up for their neighbors against a tide of corruption, were now to be strung up like common murderers. But the story of this trial does not end with the judge's gavel. It ends on the gallows, with a man named James Pugh. As the noose was placed around his neck, he refused to play the part of the penitent traitor. Instead, he turned to the crowd and began to speak. For nearly half an hour, Pugh delivered a fiery, damning sermon from the scaffold. He condemned the cowardice of Edmund Fanning and the tyranny of Governor Tryon. He spoke of the justice they had sought and the violence they had received. He prophesied that a day of true reckoning would come for these corrupt men. He was still speaking, his voice ringing with righteous fury, when the sheriff, impatient with this final act of defiance, gave the order to cut him down. The court of law had delivered its verdict, but from the gallows, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own. The law of men had won the day, hanging its enemies and silencing dissent. But the question hung in the air, far longer than the bodies of the condemned. Was this justice? Or was it merely the law, a tool in the hands of the powerful, used to crush the powerless? The hangman's rope cast a long shadow over the Carolina backcountry, a shadow that would linger for years. For the families of the executed and the thousands of other regulators, life after the verdict was a bitter cup to drink. Those who remained on their land lived as a conquered people. They plowed their fields and harvested their corn under the watchful eye of a government they now knew was their enemy. Every tax notice was a fresh wound. Every court summons a reminder of their powerlessness. They had been forced to sign an oath of loyalty, a piece of paper that felt like a brand on their soul, a public declaration of their own humiliation. But not everyone stayed. For many, the memory of Alamance was a poison in the soil, and the oath of allegiance was a chain they refused to wear. They saw only one path to freedom: west. In a great, silent exodus, hundreds of defeated regulator families packed their meager belongings, turned their backs on the homes they had built with their own hands, and began the perilous journey over the Appalachian mountains. They were branded as outlaws, but they saw themselves as pilgrims. They illegally settled in the river valleys of what would one day become Tennessee, forming a new society called the Watauga Association. Here, beyond the reach of Governor Tryon and his corrupt courts, they created one of America's first independent, self-governing communities, a place where the law would be their own. The spirit of the regulators was not dead, it had simply moved over the mountain. And what of the men who had crushed them? Did they face a curse, an atonement for the blood on their hands? Not at all. In the world of colonial politics, brutality was often rewarded. Governor William Tryon, his reputation enhanced by his decisive victory over the traitors, was soon promoted to the prestigious post of Governor of New York. Edmund Fanning, the architect of the farmer's misery, also left Carolina, continuing his career as a loyal servant of the crown. They faced no justice, no ostracism, no reckoning. They simply moved on, leaving a broken land behind them. Their only curse would come years later, when the fires of revolution they had helped to stoke would finally consume the entire British system they served. Back in Carolina, the community tried to heal by forgetting. The story of the Regulator War became a dangerous and painful memory, a ghost to be locked away. The word regulator itself became a whisper, a name associated with defeat and treason. People got back to the hard work of survival, focusing on the seasons and the soil, burying the trauma of Alamance under a blanket of collective silence. They tried to move on, to pretend it never happened. But a wound that deep doesn't heal just because you stop talking about it. It festers in the darkness, waiting for a chance to break open once more. Decades pass. The powdered wigs and red coats are gone, but the echoes of Alamance never truly faded. They can be found in the bloodlines of the families who fought there. Many of the sons of the regulators, raised on bitter stories of Tryon's tyranny, picked up their rifles again just 4 years later. The British made the fatal mistake of assuming these backcountry men, once crushed by a royal governor, would be loyal to the crown. They couldn't have been more wrong. The men who fled over the mountains to Watauga became the legendary Over-Mountain Men, and at the Battle of Kings Mountain, they unleashed a frontier fury that annihilated a British army and helped turn the tide of the entire Revolutionary War. It was the Regulators' final, posthumous revenge. Today, if you visit the Alamance battlefield, you won't find an army. You'll find a quiet state park, a peaceful expanse of green grass where children fly kites and families have picnics. But if you stand there as the sun sets and listen to the wind in the tall oaks, you can almost hear it, the ghostly roar of cannon fire, the defiant shouts of dying farmers. Monuments now stand on that field, naming the men who were once condemned as traitors and honoring them as patriots who bled for liberty, a testament to how the truth, buried for so long, can eventually rise from the earth. The memory also clings to the land in the form of legend. For generations, people in Hillsborough would point to the spot where James Pugh and his fellow regulators were hanged. They swore that on that patch of ground, cursed by Pugh's final defiant words, no grass would ever grow. It was a physical scar on the landscape, a constant, eerie reminder kept alive not by historians, but by the folk memory of a people who refused to let the story die completely. And while the names and dates may have faded from the nation's memory, the spirit of the regulators has soaked into the very soul of Appalachia. That fierce independence, that deep and abiding distrust of distant, powerful governments, that unshakable belief that a man has the right to stand his ground against injustice, that is the true living legacy of Alamance. The textbooks might forget, the politicians may never learn, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that started our journey, the question that hangs in the smoke of the Alamance battlefield. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government? The answer, we now see, is both simple and profound. They didn't fight to create a new nation or to overthrow a distant king. They fought because the boot of a corrupt and arrogant power was pressing down on their necks. And they believed, with every fiber of their being, that a free man does not endure such a thing without fighting back. They fought for the most fundamental of all rights, the right to enjoy the fruits of their own labor and to be treated with dignity. This is a story that teaches a hard lesson about the price of liberty. It reminds us that the first people to stand up are often the first to be cut down. The regulators lost their battle, their property, and in some cases, their lives. They were branded as traitors, and their story was buried. But their spirit did not die on that field. The blood they shed at Alamance was not wasted. It seeped into the ground and watered the roots of a tree of liberty that would burst into full revolutionary bloom just a few short years later. Their defiance became a legacy, a fierce whisper of warning passed down through generations of mountain folk that the law and justice are not always the same thing. Their struggle is a testament to the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that bends for no man and bows only to God. It's a timeless reminder that when every legal door is slammed shut, when every petition is met with contempt, ordinary people will eventually seek their justice not in a courthouse, but in the open field with whatever tools they have at hand. Their voices were silenced by the rope and the cannon, but if you listen closely, you can still hear their echo in the Carolina hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The world knows their names, Hatfield and McCoy. They've become a punchline, a cartoon of feuding hillbillies chasing each other with shotguns over a stolen pig. But on the first night of 1888, in the frozen darkness of the Tug Fork Valley, there was no laughter. There was only the smell of kerosene and the glint of rifle barrels in the moonlight as a war party surrounded a small family cabin. The goal wasn't robbery, it was extermination. They say it was all about a pig, or a Romeo and Juliet romance gone wrong. But the old-timers in these mountains and the dusty court records tell a different story. A story of Civil War wounds that never healed, of wealth and political power, and of a brand of Appalachian pride so fierce it would rather see a valley drenched in blood than surrender an inch. Today, we're not just telling the story, we're putting the legend on trial. We will find out what really happened on the Devil's Backbone and why this family war nearly became a real war between two states. Before the gunfire and the headlines, there was just the Tug Fork Valley, a rugged, isolated world carved between the mountains of West Virginia and Kentucky. The river itself was the lifeline and the boundary, a ribbon of muddy water separating two states and soon two families. In these hollows, life moved to an ancient rhythm of planting and harvest, of hard work and quiet faith. The forests were thick with timber and game, the creeks ran clear, and a family's wealth was measured not in dollars, but in the number of children they had and the loyalty of their kin. This was a world unto itself, governed by its own codes, where a man's word was his bond and his honor was worth more than his life. On the West Virginia side, the undisputed patriarch was William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. This was no simple-minded hillbilly. Devil Anse was a shrewd businessman who had built a successful timber operation, employing dozens of men. He was charismatic, fearless, and a natural leader. During the Civil War, he had led a Confederate guerrilla unit called the Logan Wildcats, earning a reputation for being as tough and unforgiving as the mountains themselves. He was a force of nature, a man who bent the world to his will, and his family, the Hatfields, were a powerful and respected clan. Across the river, in Kentucky, lived Randolph McCoy, or Randall. He was a different kind of man, older, leaner, and weathered by a life of farming. Where Anse was a booming presence, Randall was a quieter, more stubborn man, his pride rooted deeply in his land and his large family of 13 children. He, too, had served in the Civil War, but he had worn the blue of the Union Army. In a valley where allegiances were everything, this fact alone was a crack in the foundation of their community. For a time, this difference was just a quiet fact of life. The Hatfields and McCoys were neighbors, after all. They attended the same church picnics and harvest festivals. They traded livestock and did business together. There was even a Hatfield who had married a McCoy. They lived by the same mountain code, sharing a life that was both beautiful and brutal, a world that outsiders could never truly understand. They were two sides of the same coin, forged in the same Appalachian fire. But beneath the surface of this neighborly peace, a wound from the war had been left to fester. In 1865, Randall's brother, Asa Harmon McCoy, returned home after being discharged from the Union Army. A marked man in a region full of Confederate sympathizers, he was hunted down and killed by a band of ex-Confederate guerrillas. The leader of that posse was believed to be Jim Vance, Devil Anse Hatfield's own uncle and fiercest lieutenant. While Devil Anse was reportedly sick at home that day, the killers were his kin and his men. No one was ever arrested. For Randall McCoy, it was an unforgivable crime, a debt of blood that the law had ignored and the mountains had swallowed. The valley was calm, but it was the calm of a loaded gun. The Civil War was over on the battlefields of Virginia, but here, in the isolated heart of Appalachia, the resentments lingered. All it would take was a single spark, a stray pig, a careless word, a forbidden glance, to ignite a fire that would consume them all and turn this peaceful valley into a private battlefield. For 13 years, the valley sat on a powder keg left over from the war. The death of Asa Harmon McCoy was a wound that never closed for Randall, a quiet, bitter reminder of the justice he never got. The spark that finally lit the fuse came in the autumn of 1878, and it wasn't a bullet or a threat, but the grunting of a pig. Randall McCoy walked onto his property and accused his neighbor, Floyd Hatfield, a cousin of Devil Anse, of stealing one of his hogs. In a world where a fat hog could mean the difference between a hard winter and starvation, this was no small charge. But it was never about the value of the animal. It was about honor. It was a McCoy telling a Hatfield to his face that he was a thief. The dispute was taken to the local justice of the peace, Anderson Preacher Anse Hatfield. In an attempt at fairness, he assembled a jury of 6 Hatfields and 6 McCoys to hear the case. The makeshift courtroom, likely a small schoolhouse, was thick with tension. The fate of the pig, and perhaps the fate of the valley, rested on the word of one man, Bill Staton. He was related to both families, but everyone knew his loyalty lay with the Hatfields. Staton took the stand and swore that he had seen the pig and that it rightfully belonged to Floyd Hatfield. The jury was deadlocked until one of the McCoys, Selkirk McCoy, swayed by Staton's testimony, cast the deciding vote. The pig belonged to the Hatfields. For Randall McCoy, this was the ultimate betrayal. The law, run by a Hatfield and his own kin, had sided against him. He stormed out of the hearing, his simmering resentment boiling over into open rage. The system had failed him again. He was heard declaring that if he ever lost another pig, he wouldn't go to the law. He would handle it himself. This was more than a threat. It was a declaration of war against the Hatfield clan. The lines were being drawn not in the dirt, but in blood. The first of that blood was spilled less than 2 years later. Bill Staton, the man whose testimony had cost Randall his pig and his pride, was not a man to forget a grudge. One day, he got into a heated argument with 2 of Randall's nephews, Sam and Paris McCoy. The argument escalated quickly. Words turned to threats, and threats turned to action. In a flash of violence deep in a wooded hollow, guns were drawn. When the smoke cleared, Bill Staton lay dead on the forest floor. Sam McCoy had been shot and seriously wounded, but he would survive. Now it was a Hatfield who was dead, killed by McCoys. Sam McCoy was arrested and put on trial for murder, but he claimed self-defense. The trial was held in a Hatfield-controlled county in West Virginia. Citing the lack of evidence and the known animosity between the men, the court acquitted him. To the McCoys, it was justice. To the Hatfields, it was a slap in the face. A McCoy had killed one of their own and walked free. The cycle was now complete. A theft, a trial, a murder, and an acquittal. The courts were useless. From this moment on, the only justice either family would recognize would be delivered from the barrel of a gun. In the midst of this simmering hatred, something dangerous and beautiful bloomed.
At a local election gathering in 1880, Devil Anse's son, John C. Hatfield, laid eyes on Randall McCoy's daughter, Rosanna. He was handsome and reckless. She was strong-willed and passionate. In the closed world of the Tug Fork Valley, their attraction was like a lit match tossed into a barrel of gunpowder. They fell into a whirlwind romance, ignoring the storm clouds gathering over their families. Rosanna, blinded by love, soon left her family's cabin to live with John C. among the Hatfields, a betrayal her father Randall would never forgive. But their love story was doomed from the start. John C., a known womanizer, soon abandoned the pregnant Rosanna for her own cousin, Nancy McCoy. Heartbroken and carrying a Hatfield's child, Rosanna was now an outcast, scorned by her own family and discarded by her lovers. She tried to return home, but her father's door was closed to her. She found shelter with an aunt, a woman alone, trapped between the two warring clans. Her story became a tragedy within a tragedy, a symbol of the innocence that was being crushed between the two great millstones of Hatfield and McCoy pride. The point of no return came on Election Day, 1882. In Kentucky, these were boisterous, drunken affairs where men from all over the hollows came to vote, trade, and settle scores. That day, a dispute over a fiddle ignited between Talbot McCoy, one of Randall's sons, and Ellison Hatfield, Devil Anse's powerful, well-respected brother. Insults flew, fueled by moonshine and years of bad blood. The argument escalated into a brutal fistfight, and then, in a moment of fury, Talbot McCoy pulled a knife. The festive air of the gathering curdled into horror. The crowd scrambled back as Talbot, joined by his two brothers, Farmer and Randolph Jr., set upon the lone Hatfield. The powerful frame of Ellison Hatfield shuddered again and again. He didn't cry out, but a look of profound shock crossed his face as he stumbled backward. A dark stain began to spread across the front of his shirt, then another and another. He collapsed into the mud of the clearing, gasping for air. The McCoy brothers stood over him, their faces a mask of rage, unaware that they had just sealed their own fates. Hatfield constables seized the three McCoy brothers, but instead of taking them to the jail in Pikeville, Kentucky, they dragged them across the Tug Fork River into West Virginia. They were now prisoners, not of the law, but of the Hatfield clan. When Devil Anse arrived and saw his beloved brother lying on a makeshift cot, riddled with 26 wounds, his response was cold and absolute. He made a vow. If Ellison died, the McCoy boys would die. For 2 days, the brothers were held captive while Ellison fought for his life. And then, he breathed his last. That night, the McCoy boys were taken from their makeshift prison and marched to the Kentucky side of the river. They were tied to a series of pawpaw trees, their pleas for mercy swallowed by the darkness. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. There was only Devil Anse and a firing squad of his kin, their faces grim in the moonlight. The night was shattered by a single command. What followed was not a battle, but a ceremony of vengeance. A volley of gunfire ripped through the quiet valley, a sound so loud it seemed to shake the stars from the sky. The pawpaw bushes shuddered violently in the dark. And then an unnatural silence fell, broken only by the gentle lapping of the river against the bank. When the sun rose, it revealed a scene of chilling stillness. The dew on the grass around the pawpaw trees was dark, telling a story that needed no words. The silence that followed the pawpaw tree massacre was heavier and more terrifying than the gunfire itself. It was Randall McCoy's wife, Sarah, who found her sons. In the grey light of dawn, she saw the terrible stillness of the scene, a mother's worst nightmare made real under the drooping leaves of the pawpaw trees. The news spread like a sickness through the Kentucky hollows. 3 sons, executed without trial. Randall McCoy, a man already hardened by grief, seemed to turn to stone. The sorrow in his eyes was replaced by a hollow, burning void. He had followed the law with the pig,
and it had failed him. Now, his sons were dead, and the law seemed 1,000,000 miles away across the muddy waters of the Tug Fork. The funeral for the 3 McCoy brothers was a grim affair. The entire Kentucky side of the valley mourned, not just for the boys, but for the peace that had been shattered forever. The caskets were lowered into the cold Kentucky earth, and with them, any hope of reconciliation. Randall McCoy now had a singular, all-consuming purpose: justice. Not the rough justice of the mountains, but the cold, hard justice of the law. He went to the courthouse in Pikeville and swore out warrants against Devilance Hatfield and 20 of his kin and allies, including his sons. The charge was murder. Indictments were officially issued. The names of the Hatfield clan were now wanted posters, but the warrants were little more than paper. The Tug Fork River was more than a boundary. It was a sanctuary. In West Virginia, the Hatfields were powerful. They had friends in the law, friends in politics. They were seen not as murderers, but as men who had simply administered a brutal but necessary form of mountain justice. West Virginia authorities refused to recognize the Kentucky warrants. Devilance and his men were untouchable, living freely just a stone's throw from the state that wanted them hanged. For 5 long years, a tense and bitter Cold War settled over the valley. The warrants became legal ghosts, a source of constant frustration for the McCoys and a point of defiant pride for the Hatfields. The feud might have faded into a stalemate of simmering resentment if not for the arrival of a new, powerful player, Perry Cline. A sharp and ambitious Pikeville lawyer who was married to a McCoy, Cline had his own deep-seated grudge against Devilance over a bitter land dispute years earlier. He saw an opportunity to use the power of the state to settle a personal score. Cline used his political influence to go over the heads of local law enforcement. He lobbied the governor of Kentucky, J. Proctor Knott, convincing him that the honor of the state was at stake. Governor Knott agreed. He announced a formal reward for the capture of the Hatfields, dead or alive. Suddenly, this was no longer a family squabble. It was a state-sponsored manhunt. The feud was professionalized. Bounty hunters, known locally as pikes, began to appear in the Tug Fork Valley, sniffing around for a chance at the reward money. For the Hatfields, their home was no longer a fortress but a trap. For the McCoys, it was a terrifying new reality, knowing that this escalation would surely be met with an even more violent response. The valley held its breath, waiting for the next shot to be fired. The state of Kentucky's bounty was not just a piece of paper, it was a hunting license. The law now had a face, and it was the face of a cold-eyed killer named Bad Frank Phillips. A relentless manhunter and a cousin to the McCoys, Phillips became the instrument of Perry Cline's legal war. He led posses into the heart of Hatfield territory, a place no lawman dared to go before. Gunfights erupted along the Tug Fork, turning the feud from a series of ambushes into open guerrilla warfare. The valley became a place where every shadow could hide a rifleman. The Hatfields, led by the ruthless Jim Vance and the hot-headed Cap Hatfield, decided on a final, desperate gamble. On New Year's night, 1888, they would end the feud by erasing Randall McCoy himself. They crossed the river under the cover of a freezing winter night and surrounded the McCoy family cabin. They didn't knock. The first sound was the crackle of flames as they set the home ablaze to smoke out their quarry. What followed was a nightmare of chaos and gunfire in the flickering orange light. Randall McCoy managed to escape into the woods, but his family paid a terrible price. His daughter Alifair was shot down as she fled the burning home. His son Calvin was killed in the yard. His wife Sarah was brutally beaten, left for dead with a crushed skull. This single act of savagery was a fatal miscalculation. The New Year's night massacre horrified the nation. Newspapers from New York to San Francisco printed sensational stories of the lawless Appalachian War. The full weight of the law could no longer be ignored. Frank Phillips, now fueled by a cold fury, hunted down Jim Vance and killed him in a fierce shootout. One by one, the other members of the raiding party were captured and dragged in chains to the jail in Pikeville. The war was over. The trial was about to begin. Pikeville, Kentucky, transformed from a sleepy mountain town into an armed camp. The captured Hatfields and their allies were paraded through the streets, not just as prisoners, but as living symbols of the savage mountaineers the papers wrote about. The trial was a national spectacle. Reporters packed the courtroom, scribbling down every detail. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder that the feud was not truly over. The prosecution, led by Perry Klein, was determined to make an example of these men. The defendants sat in the courtroom, a mix of defiance and bewilderment. Most of them were just foot soldiers in a war started by older, more powerful men. The key to the prosecution's case was Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the illegitimate and simple-minded son of the murdered Ellison Hatfield. Under interrogation, Cotton Top confessed to firing the shot that killed Alifair McCoy. Whether he was telling the truth, covering for others, or was simply coerced into a confession is a question historians still debate. For the jury, it was enough. The verdicts came down like hammer blows. Several of the men were sentenced to long years in the state penitentiary. But for Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the sentence was death. On February 18, 1890, thousands of people crowded into Pikeville to witness the hanging. The scaffold stood stark against the Kentucky sky, the final monument to the bloodiest chapter of the feud. Cotton Top's last words were reportedly, "The Hatfields made me do it." But was it justice? Randall McCoy had won his legal battle, but he had lost everything else. Devil Anse Hatfield, the patriarch who ordered the first executions at the Paw Trees, was never arrested. He would die peacefully in his bed decades later. The law had spoken, but its voice seemed to ring hollow in the mountains, leaving only the ghost of a question. Was the hanging of one simple-minded man a triumph of justice, or just the final ugly act in a war where no one truly won? And what became of the two patriarchs who started it all? Randall McCoy, the man who lost everything, never recovered. He left the Tug Fork Valley, the land that held the ghosts of his children, and tried to start over. He ended his days operating a small ferry in Pikeville, a broken man haunted by memories. He died in 1914 after being badly burned in a cooking fire. A tragic, almost mundane end for a man whose life was defined by such epic violence. He was buried in the Dills Cemetery in Pikeville, alongside his wife Sarah and the children who were stolen from them. Across the river, Devil Anse Hatfield lived out his days as a legend in his own time. Untouched by the Kentucky warrants, he grew into a respected, almost revered elder. In a final, surprising twist, the man they called Devil was baptized in 1911, washing away his sins in the waters of Main Island Creek. He died of pneumonia in 1921, surrounded by his family. If you go to the Hatfield Family Cemetery in Logan County, West Virginia, today, you can still see his final act of defiance. A life-sized Italian marble statue of Devil Anse stands over his grave, watching over his clan, even in death, a powerful testament to the man who fought the law and won. The feud did not destroy the families. It forged them in fire. Today, the descendants of the Hatfields and McCoys are doctors, lawyers, judges, and even a former governor of West Virginia. They have moved far beyond the bloody legacy of their ancestors. In a remarkable act of reconciliation, the families began holding a joint reunion in 2000. Every year, they gather in Pikeville for a festival of peace and friendship, playing tug-of-war across the very river that once divided them. They share stories, shake hands, and symbolically sign a truce, declaring an official end to the hostilities. Yet the land itself refuses to forget. The Tug Fork Valley is now a tourist destination, with historical markers pointing out the site of Randall's burned cabin, the Paw Trees, and the place where Bad Frank Phillips shot Jim Vance.
You can drive the roads and hike the trails where these men once hunted each other. The names Hatfield and McCoy have become a brand, stamped on everything from whiskey bottles to ATV trails. But if you stand quietly by the banks of the Tug Fork and listen past the hum of the tourists, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. The mountains remember the truth, even if the world has turned it into a story. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. What really happened in the Tug Fork Valley? Was it all for a pig? No. The pig was just the excuse. Was it about the star-crossed love of Johnsy and Rosanna? No. They were just casualties. Their story, a single sad chapter in a much larger book. The truth, my friends, is that the Hatfield-McCoy feud was a war that began long before the first shot was fired. It was born in the divisions of the Civil War, fueled by the iron-willed pride of two patriarchs and ignited by a profound distrust in a system of law that seemed foreign and unfair. This story is a brutal lesson in what happens when honor curdles into vengeance and family loyalty demands a price paid in blood. It shows us how a community can turn on itself when it feels abandoned by the outside world, creating its own savage code of justice. It's a conflict that marks the violent transition from the old ways of the mountains, where a man's clan was his law, to the new world of courthouses and state lines. It's a testament to the fact that once the cycle of violence begins, it rarely ends with a winner. It only ends with graves. Today, the names Hatfield and McCoy are known across the world, often as a joke. But the real story is not a comedy. It is an American tragedy. It's a reminder that behind every legend there are real people with broken hearts, and behind every punchline there is a headstone. It's a story of hatred, yes, but it's also a story of the fierce, unyielding spirit of the Appalachian people. A spirit that could endure so much bloodshed and somehow, generations later, find its way back to